Chapter 61.1 61 Part 1 Let's be an adventurer. Tilda defeating dungeons with a skill board 61. Let's step into the 11th floor. The next day, Haruki and Karen went back to the 10th floor together. It was Saturday, so Akane, Karen's personal trainer, couldn't leave the store. It was a good chance. Haruki took out the status board so as to answer some of the questions that had been floating on his head for some time. Hey, Karen, was that magic from yesterday thunder? I guess so. Since when have you been able to use it? Not too long ago. I've been practicing a lot, though. Haruki rubbed his chin with his right hand. He had thought it must have had something to do with her divine protection. Ever since that divine protection appeared, I've been able to use magic outside of the dungeon. So after trying several things out while at the hotel, I became able to use that lightning. Those are great news. Karen was now able to use magic outside. With that alone, the disadvantages of her magic were virtually eliminated. That was indeed a wonderful change. So why did you show Akane your magic? That. Karen seemed hesitant to answer Haruki's question. Something must have gone wrong. Karen seemed distressed. Then, she whispered into Haruki's ear, "Can we just leave it as a secret?" Something definitely happened. Something that forced Karen, who never used her magic in public, to suddenly do so in front of someone else. But that issue seemed to have been long forgotten and forgiven. Still, if she were to begin to explain what happened, she might be reminded of that problem. That's why she preferred to keep silent. Haruki made a wild guess judging from Karen's bitter smile. There was no need to press her any further. Got it. Haruki nodded, deciding not to pry into the matter anymore. Even if they are fellow team members, that doesn't mean they need to tell each other everything. It was okay to keep a few secrets. Haruki swiped on his skill board, displaying Karen's tree. Kurosaki Karen, 18 gender, female. Skill points, 4, class, hammer-wielding spirit master, divine protection, human 1 less than greater than, vitality, stamina 1, natural recovery 1, strength 1, magic power 3, magic compatibility 2, magic manipulation 3, change 0 1 new, agility, quickness 0, dexterity 1 2, technology, equipment mastery, blunt weapons 1, light armor 1, intuition, detection 1, special, luck 1, divine protection 1. Oh, so it did change. With that, Karen's magic was confirmed to be thunder. The name of the skill change must be so because the magic changes into thunder when using it. By the way, Karen, increasing your divine protection will make you stronger. Shall I do that for you? Is that so? Karen's eyes were opened wide in surprise. However, I'm sorry, but could I stay like this for a while longer? Haruki had expected her to agree, but her refusal had confused him. Can I ask you why? I'd just like to get stronger by myself, by using my own power, at least for a bit. Though I might end up asking you to take care of it with that skill board of yours sooner than later. But if I use my board, you'll get stronger instantly. I'll never know how hard it would be to get that much power through effort if I don't actually make an effort to grow stronger myself. Besides, if I get too comfortable now, I won't be able to make that effort later. It might be too late for that then. The light in Karen's eyes shone stronger than ever. Seeing that, Haruki nodded once again. I see. I'm sorry. No, don't worry about it. Just let me know if you ever want me to increase your skills. Thanks. She had truly changed. She wanted to grow stronger by herself, through her own efforts. That being said, her eagerness for leveling up hadn't changed at all. What had changed was how she pursued that strength. Did she change after fighting together against the 9th floor's boss? Or was it because Akane had made her a sponsor candidate? By increasing her divine protection score with the skill board, Karen would undoubtedly become way stronger. That would be the shortest route to do it, too. But the experience of being cornered or having a great obstacle in front of you is also very useful. That way, you will never misunderstand how much power you truly have. Though Karen's reply was unexpected, her intention was more than welcome. Haruki received her determination with a smile. Well then, let's see those efforts of yours at once. Come on. Karen squealed from the back of her throat as Haruki moved about swiftly while having Ria shoot her potato bullets at the oncoming army of spoon worms. Even so, she still seemed to be able to use her magic in rapid succession, unable to run away because of Haruki being there. Haruki was fundamentally stronger than Karen. Even so, the one who ended up dealing with the most spoon worms was her. Walking together with Karen, who still had tears across her face. Haruki looked for the stairs leading to the 11th floor. The location of the stairs varies from dungeon to dungeon. They could be near a wall, or in the center of the floor. Besides, not all floors in a dungeon are a single huge room. After all, even in middle-tier dungeons such as this one, the best way to go through its floors was by mapping them. Haruki expected the stairs to be close to the walls, so he hugged them as he searched for them, but couldn't find them. It seemed that the stairs going down were somewhere else on the floor. Since the vegetation was rather thick, he couldn't just try to see the stairs from a distance. Haruki went on walking through the tall grass, which reached as high as his waist. As he carried on while defeating more spoon worms, he ended up finding a huge spoon worm under a big tree. It was about 5 meters long and approximately 1 meter wide. It's almost like a boss, huh? View updated from Novelbin. Karen felt discouraged as soon as she saw that monster. She didn't want to see another spoon worm. She even almost complained about it. Karen had worked very hard so far. Haruki decided to give her a rest and take care of the boss by himself. Chapter 61.2 61 Part 2. He readied his daggers and quickly approached the monster. Updated from Novelbin. Ria began to shoot her potatoes from his back. Her attacks did not miss, however. The potatoes were repelled by the monster's body. Ria's throwing ability exceeds her own level thanks to the influence of her divine protection. However, not even that seemed to be enough to damage the boss. Since the spoon worm's body had a higher resistance to blunt attacks, it received no damage. Still, its body was pretty shaken by Ria's attacks. When the potato bullets hit its body, the boss set its sights on Haruki. However, since its body was so huge, its movements were very sluggish. Haruki was easily able to dodge it. Haruki delved deep into his own consciousness. He was in a state of deep concentration. At that moment, a light flashed in front of him. Haruki selected the ball of light as he quickly got behind the boss back. He was able to see several points where the light flashed but never disappeared. He drove his dagger into those spots. The boss roared. It also bent its body several times as a reaction. While dodging the boss' erratic movements, Haruki cut the monster into 2, then into 3 parts. So soft. It offered little resistance. The ball of light where Haruki made his cuts was a visualization of the monster's weak spots, thanks to his newly acquired skill. That is, weakness exploit. Just by hitting those weak spots, the blade can cut through flesh without any resistance. Though when he cut through the lizardman's tail, he did feel a bit of resistance. This might need less skill than before. Of course, skills that allow one to exploit a monster's weakness were important. However, when attacking while using weakness exploit, being able to match the target's movements was more important than skills. Haruki was able to engrave the positions of each weak spot in his mind. He was also able to memorize his opponent's movements to the point where he can use that to predict their movements. For Haruki, it wasn't difficult to match the monster's weak spots. All he needed to do was to observe, memorize, assume, and then strike. If one could cut down a monster with that alone, then there would be little need for specialized dagger skills. If he wanted to raise those skills in the future, it might be better not to rely on weakness exploit too much. Karaboshi, holding her own jaw in astonishment, Karen approached him from behind. How can you cut through a 1 meter wide body with a dagger that is only 40 centimeters long? Was that some sort of wind-based skill or anything like that? Oh, not really. That was just a normal attack. The principle behind it is the same as when cutting bamboo branches in half. A normal attack. The weak spots Haruki aimed for could be seen as gaps between fibers, so to speak. By passing a blade through those exact spots, the bonds between the fibers can be undone. If you hit the tip of a bamboo branch vertically with a machete, it will crack all the way down through the middle, splitting in half. That was more or less the same phenomenon that Haruki envisioned. However, it wasn't clear if that principle was correct or not. Since he had instantly raised his divine protection with the skill board, Haruki had yet to fully master his skills. He could handle that power. However, it didn't feel like it was his power at all. Haruki wouldn't normally notice this, because up until that point, he would only raise one of his stats at a time. But when he fought against that lizardman, he had no choice. Now he realized that allocating more than 2 points at once could cause him to feel separated from reality. But what is normal, anyway? Still unfamiliar with his own power, Haruki clenched and opened his fist. Karen's face stiffened at Haruki's somewhat philosophical statement. After writhing for almost an eternity, the boss was finally dead. The floor flashed, and a staircase appeared under the big tree. Haruki's eyes glittered as he saw the stairs appear. He was trembling with anticipation out of what would be waiting for them on the next floor. His body was heating up. "All right, let's go." Yeah. Feeling relieved after knowing she was free from the spoonworm's curse, Karen followed Haruki, who was very excited about what kind of adventure awaited them from now on. The 11th floor looked almost the same as the 10th. However, Haruki could feel a nasty atmosphere clinging onto him as soon as he stepped into the 11th floor. "We've been spotted." He used his detection to expand his senses, but couldn't feel any monsters nearby. Looking at the distance, he could see some grass moving around. Was that distance 1 kilometer away? The monsters had noticed Haruki and Karen from 1 kilometer away. It seemed that the monsters on this floor had exceptionally developed perception skills. They can see us from so far away. What a wonderful place. He wanted to say hello to each of these monsters. Haruki took a deep breath, excited to see these monsters. Then, after somehow calming himself down, he activated the door's gate while on the lookout for monsters. Immediately after that he started walking, looking for monsters. Then, a monster appeared in front of Haruki, approaching with a proud gait. Oh, a covered type. He was half expecting the monster to be similar to him, but he couldn't help feeling slightly disappointed. What appeared in front of him was a chaka, a half-bear, half-man monster. Chaka is an Ainu word for Gramps. The monster was named like that because in Ainu folklore, bears were treated in the same endearing way one would treat an old man nowadays. It had a cute name, but it would be a bad idea to underestimate it. Brown bears are the most powerful land creatures in all of Japan. Their sharp claws can easily cut through an oil steel drum, and a single slap across a human's face is strong enough to snap their neck. They can run as fast as 50 kilometers per hour, and have a lot of stamina. They can catch their prey's scent better than a dog, and can chase it relentlessly across long distances. Their tough fur and a thick layer of fat under their skin make them very resistant to attacks. Even bullets won't do much damage to them unless they hit their vitals. The opponent in front of Haruki was a half-bear, half-man monster, as powerful as a brown bear. Its name, Chaka, might sound cute, but Haruki didn't let his guard down. Just as the Chaka approached, Haruki readied his daggers and got closer to it. Then, his blade flashed. A dagger crossed paths with a bear's claw. Chapter 62.1 62 Part 1 Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 62. Let's learn how to wield a sword. Just as the Chaka approached, Haruki readied his short sword and got closer to it. Then, his blade flashed. His short sword crossed paths with a bear's claw. Exclamation mark. So strong. The Chaka was stronger than the Barobros in Chikaho. But the Chaka still couldn't take Haruki down. Perhaps it was because Haruki had increased his strength by 4. Haruki pushed harder, forcing the Chaka's arm to recede. To be able to easily push back an attack made with a strength similar to that of a brown bear. Haruki's face stiffened as he realized how much strength he currently had. He felt as if he should no longer call himself human. Leaving that aside, Haruki braced himself and shouted, "Karen!" "Yes," Karen replied. At the same time, Haruki stepped back. In a split second, a flash. Vroo! The air was split, and thunder ran through. Gwu! Struck by lightning, the Chaka's legs gave up and it fell to the floor. It lay there, every part of its body twitching in shock. But it didn't seem that it had sustained much damage. The lightning wasn't as powerful as it had sounded. Perhaps normal magic should be used to damage it. The reason why her lightning didn't pack that much of a punch was because Karen's skill had a score of 1. Still, it was powerful enough to render the monsters on the 11th floor numb. It wasn't deadly, but still very dangerous. "I'm counting on you, Karen." "Ah, sure." Realizing Haruki's intentions, Karen stepped forward. Vroo! Gwu! Vroo! Gaewe! Vroo! Jaya! Again and again, Karen struck the Chaka with her lightning. The Chaka screamed with every strike. It was a bit pitiful, but Haruki and Karen had to do the same as they did with the centipedes. "Sorry, Chaka." "It's all for her experience. Just give up." Feeling sorry, Haruki waited for the Chaka's final counterattack before its death. The Chaka's head fell to the side as it died. Karen felt a weak case of level-up sickness. It might have been a rather strong monster for her. After that, By fighting lots of other Chachas, Haruki helped Karen to further increase her level. Still, Haruki's involvement was minimal. Fighting one-on-one took time, but Karen was quite capable of fighting Chachas on her own. Haruki's job was merely to create a one-on-one situation. At first, Karen needed as many as 20 lightning strikes to take a Chaka down. But by the end of their training, she had grown strong enough to defeat them with 7 or 8 strikes. Haruki took out his board to make sure, and confirmed that Karen's thunder magic still had a score of 1. Its increase in power was solely due to Karen having leveled up. After all, skills don't equal attack power. Perhaps one's fundamental strength was in their level, and skills merely added to that. Even if one were to acquire a lot of new skills, they would probably not be as strong as someone like Masatsugu. Haruki and Karen walked around looking for the stairs and the boss of this floor, but they were unable to get to the center of the room. The closer they would get to the center of the room, the more Chachas would appear. Since Haruki wanted to have Karen fight the Chachas one-on-one, they ended up going in circles on that floor for about a week. They were yet to find the stairs or the boss, so they stayed there. We need to get to the center. Right. Yeah. Was there anything else they could do? Haruki seemed troubled. Haruki could always join her as long as the appearance rate would rise to a certain level. However, the closer they got to the center of the floor, an unusual amount of Chachas would appear. At first, 2 would appear at a time. But the closer they got to the center, 3 and even 4 would show up at the same time. If they were to go any further, it would be possible that they would end up being against something similar to a monster parade. Haruki had faced several monster parades in the past, but that doesn't mean that he'd happily throw himself in front of one. An adventurer should be ready to find something worth dying for. That doesn't mean that an adventurer should throw himself at death's door. It means an adventurer should be prepared to die without hesitation when death is inevitable. Throwing oneself into danger isn't adventuring, it's plain recklessness. When throwing oneself into danger, one at least should make sure to have a safety margin. Trying to get closer to the center of the room, they confirmed that the number of Chachas increased drastically. At first, Haruki would hold them back as Karen stunned them with her magic. Those battles were stable enough, but they gradually became less and less able to keep up with their numbers. They were more often than not forced to split up and fight them individually. After some consideration, Haruki suggested they withdrew for the moment. Hey, Karen, let's round these up and leave for now. Oh, I see. Okay. Karen's eyebrows made it evident that she wasn't fully convinced by that idea. Ria tapped on Haruki's shoulder, probably having read Karen's feelings. I think I could go on a little further. That's what Ria was probably trying to say, but Haruki shook his head in negation. If they were to keep going, they would just be recklessly trying to push through. Of course, there are scenarios where it's necessary to push through, but this felt a little different from those scenarios. This is just a guess, but there must be some specific strategy for beating this floor. What do you mean? Though these Chachas have a wide detection ability, that doesn't mean that they have covered skills, right? I think there's something there. Their detection ability was so easily noticeable, even for Haruki. And even though they have such abilities, the way they fight seemed too ordinary. They didn't seem to be using any kind of strategy. They weren't making the best use of their abilities. They seemed a bit unbalanced. That's why Haruki thought there was more to them than what it seemed. He already had an idea of how to deal with that. All he needed to do was to get the necessary items. After returning to the prefab, Haruki threw the materials they had obtained that day on Akin's front desk. Huh? Did you go to the 11th floor? What happened to her? Her face went pale as soon as she saw the materials obtained from the 10th floor's boss. Why didn't you take me with you? Why should we? Because I'm Karen's coach. Of course you have to take me with you. Anyway, Karen, keep it up. Karen screamed out of surprise after seeing Haruki giving Akin the cold shoulder like that. She was probably glad that they would never have to fight another spoon worm ever again. Her face went blank and she dropped her shoulders. As Karen was relieved about never having to have a rematch with the spoon worms, Haruki sold off the materials and added the money to his card. Ah, that's right. Do you know a good swordplay training hall? Visit novelbin.com for the best novel reading experience. A training hall? Are you trying to fight them? That's not it. I want to take lessons in swordsmanship. Chapter 62.2, 62 Part 2. Why so suddenly? A lot happened. Haruki gave her an evasive answer. Haruki's new skill, Weakness Exploit, is a great advantage. With it, He could turn a battle around even if his skill levels are low. But if he were to go on like this, he feared he would end up depending on weakness exploit. If he did, there may be a time when he's faced by an opponent so strong that weakness exploit alone won't be enough to defeat it. Haruki felt that he would end up being stuck if he didn't try to improve his other skills. Changing something takes time. If the change takes place when the timing is bad, you may end up dying in the dungeon before you can turn a battle around. It might be all over before able to even begin to prepare your next steps. In that case, he should take this chance now. Right now, after having taken care of the monster parade at Chikaho, was the perfect opportunity to do this. The path ahead may close itself if he was too comfortable with his current results. So before that could happen, Haruki wanted to learn what he could. There are some training halls, but will they do you any good? Using a short sword after all. I don't mind that. Please tell me where they are. Akane tells him about the location of the training halls, a little far away from K-Town. A single day of training there seemed to get him completely tired for the rest of the day. If he trained for a day, that would be time he would not have available to go hunting. Taking that into account, training doesn't sound like much of a good idea. Perhaps it would be a better idea to continue being self-taught as he has been so far? He needed to stop and think this carefully. These two ideas were conflicting in his head. Are you going to the training hall, Karaboshi? Yeah. Oh, I see. Karen seemed disappointed as Haruki nodded. He had just recently returned from the monster parade and now he was probably going to continue to go do stuff on his own. That thought might have been what troubled Karen. Even if you go to the training hall, you wouldn't. No, never mind. What is it, Karen? You can tell me, you know? But number. There was a pressure emanating from Haruki's body, urging her not to say anything unnecessary. Should she say anything? Would she cry if she did? Well, at the training hall, you can watch and learn even when not doing any actual work yourself. Oh, that's right. Karen's words had suddenly brought about a good idea to Haruki's mind. Haruki turned on his computer as soon as he got back home. He played all of the videos he found by searching on the web one after the other. Karen was really something. The same was true back with the potatoes. It always gave Haruki some sort of revelation. Rubbing his hands together as he continued to hold Karen in high regard, Haruki concentrated on the videos. All of the videos he searched for were related to swordplay, practice session footage uploaded by every traditional school of martial arts in Japan. He was set on carving them into his head. How to move his muscles, the movement of the sword, the footwork, several components that work together in perfect harmony. Haruki can now understand them because he has accumulated a lot of battle experience and has his imitation skills. All of it was a very well thought, coordinated, and polished effort just for battle. Of course, Haruki had seen several videos back when he decided to become an adventurer, but at that time, his fundamental level was too low to understand the moves shown in those videos. And he didn't have his imitation skills back then, either. He couldn't replicate the moves he saw. But things are different now. Having increased his level and learned imitation skills, he was now able to understand these expert moves and make them his own. Haruki inspected the moves in every one of those videos. He observed, imagined, practiced, corrected, and practiced them again. Haruki adapted his movements to those of the experts shown in the videos. By doing that, he could quickly understand where he had been at fault all this time. To begin with, Haruki was putting too much strength to his grip. This limited his sword's movements. He only needed to grab the handle firmly at the moment of impact. Any other time, he had to hold it a bit loose. Instead of pressing it hard between his thumb and index fingers, he needed to hold it softly like a piece of cloth. Guess, imitate, and practice. At first, he felt as if his short sword would slip out of his hand and be sent flying. However, after practicing his swinging 10 times, he started to understand the correct amount of strength he needed to put into his grip. I see acceleration goes up by increasing the blade's range of movement, huh? It seemed like a small difference, just a single, tiny difference, but it brought about a big change. Understanding the correct way to hold his sword had clearly increased its speed. Even the sound it made as it cut through the air had changed. The next thing he learned was how to swing his blade with all of his might. So far, Haruki guessed he had been improving the way he attacked at full force, although little by little, but that was still not enough. All of the swords used by the masters in those practice videos had very fluid movements. They had flow, rhythm, breath, and a life of their own. It was just like with that werewolf from the stampede from before. The lines they drew as they were being swung were beautiful. Going against this flow would cause the wielder to use more strength than necessary, and that would disrupt the flow. That's the trick. If you follow this flow, you will not use any unnecessary strength. It's simply beautiful. Just looking at the lively movements of the people performing those moves in the videos is enough to get Haruki's heart racing. He was trembling with emotion and getting goosebumps all over. Haruki soon set out to imitate those moves. However, even though he had stepped on it lightly, the floor made a cracking sound. It seemed he was still putting too much strength to his moves. The flustered Haruki stomped on the ground as if he was throwing a tantrum. "What are you doing?" There was a sound like rustling leaves behind him. Haruki was confused. He was expressionless as he stared at Ria, who was sitting in the corner of the room. Ria was usually kept in a room specially dedicated to her, which received the most amount of sunlight. Haruki had left Ria there today as well. "What are you doing here?" Ria rustled her leaves once again. Then, she demonstrated how she managed to get into the room. Read latest chapters at novemberelbin.com only. Using her bottom leaves, which were long enough that they could touch the ground, she lifted the planter and moved as if walking, so it was possible for her to move about like that. Haruki was somewhat impressed by Ria's growth, but that was it. He was still a bit annoyed. "Don't come into my room without my permission." Shakes. Ria shook her body as if saying, "Come on, let me be here." "What, were you feeling lonely?" When Haruki made fun of her as he approached her, Ria slapped him with his leaves. That looked quite painful. When he gently caressed those leaves, they seemed to have lost some of their strength. As a matter of fact, she must have a lot of free time staying inside that room all by herself. The sun sets at night. After the sun is gone, plants don't have much else to do other than sleep. After Haruki stroked Ria's leaves some more, she shook her body as if she didn't like it. But when he stopped doing it, Ria seemed to be looking at Haruki with a sad face. Was she a plant, or a cat? Still, Haruki hadn't gotten involved with Ria very much lately. They were always going to the dungeon together, but he rarely brushed her leaves or spoke at all. At home, was he being a bit too cold-hearted with her? Haruki gave it a little thought. For a while, Haruki played with Ria's leaves until she had enough. Chapter 63.1 63 Part 1 Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 63. Let's use an item to defeat this floor. Haruki geared up after an over-pampered Ria hurriedly escaped from the room. There's only so much practice he could get to do at home. If he kept on practicing by watching videos, he could make a mess of his own room. It would be better to just go to the dungeon and put what he's seen into practice. With his armor on, Haruki stepped into the first floor of the dungeon. When you throw away your previous movements in favor of newly trained ones, your performance is expected to decline a bit. This was also true for the exercises Haruki had been doing. At first, new computers and software don't feel as user-friendly as old versions. In fact, at the time they are introduced, their efficiency seems to be even lower, and give the impression of not being as good as the old ones. But as soon as one gets used to the new ones, their quality and performance suddenly rises. In other words, no matter how better the software or technology you switch to, you will noticeably do worse with it until you get used to it. This applies to any work or activity in any area as well. That's why Haruki decided to start over from scratch and check his newly learned moves in the first floor of the dungeon. It had been quite some time since he had come across a centipede. Haruki trembled with anticipation while looking for centipedes. Come out, wherever you are. Deep into the path, he caught a glimpse of a centipede's shiny carapace. Letting out a battle cry, Haruki ran towards his target at full speed. Then he stopped in front of the centipede. He positioned himself trying to replicate the same posture he had seen on the videos. What's wrong? While avoiding the centipede's curious feelers, Haruki compared his movements with those he had seen on the videos. Like this? No. Like this? Focus on your feet, arms and torso. Hold your short sword lightly with your hand and let it flow as you move it. He raised it, then he brought it down. The centipede's two feelers danced in the air. It's still not perfect. The flow was interrupted midway. Bring the image back to his brain. Remember the moves, follow them, and make the cut. The short sword cut through the centipede's gooey carapace. That feels nice. He felt almost no resistance at all as he cut. It was an attack that had used the full strength of his short sword. But it's still not perfect. This won't do at all. It took him 30 seconds to defeat the centipede. Normally, this would have taken him only 1 second. As expected, changing the way he attacked had a serious impact. It was going to take him a lot longer to defeat monsters like this. I already know the theory. Now I need to practice until it feels natural. Haruki went back to searching for enemies to defeat. He attacked centipede after centipede. He attacked imitating the moves he had seen in the videos. He had to imitate them in order to make them his own. As his practice went on, he grew tired and full of discomfort, which interrupted his ability to focus. His body felt heavy and his breath felt hot. His t-shirt and underwear felt sweaty. His throat felt sore with thirst. So far, Haruki had gone on imitating the moves he had seen in those videos. Imitating and absorbing them. Updated from Novelbin. Since those videos mostly used wooden swords and katanas in their demonstrations, he had to adapt the moves he had seen in order to use them with his short sword, and practicing those moves also took him longer than expected. Just a little longer. He had reached a point where he could be sure his movements had become much better than before. Haruki sat down on the road and took out his board. Karaboshi Haruki, 27 gender, male. Skill points, 6-7. Class, Hidden Sword Master, Hidden Sword King. Divine Protection, Overthrow God. Vitality, Stamina 3, Natural Recovery 2, Strength, Strength 4, Agility, Quickness 4, Dexterity 4, Technology, Equipment Mastery, One-Handed Swords 3-4, Throwing 2, Light Armor 1, Kicking 1, Covered 3, Imitation 2-3, Intuition, Detection 2, Weakness Exploit 1, Special, Growth Acceleration Max, Time 1. Divine Protection Max. The results of his training were clearly shown in his skills. I see. Haruki could vaguely see the rule behind his natural increase in his skills. There seemed to be two conditions that needed to be fulfilled for a skill to increase. 1. One needed to get experience points. 2. One must use the skills one wants to increase. The required amount of 1 and 2 may vary depending on the skill one wants to increase. Still, based on his experience with improving skills, Haruki could guess that those two were the conditions involved. He had found a way to naturally increase his own skills, and paradoxically, he had also found a way to prevent other skills from improving. So it seems I should better not use my covert skill. Haruki was determined in keeping his covert skill score as it was. By the time he had left the dungeon, the sky had turned bright. That's weird. I thought I had entered the dungeon at night. According to his watch, it was 4 a.m. Hokkaido is located at a northern latitude, so during summer, sunrise comes quite early. Normally this is 30 minutes earlier than in Tokyo. There's a 2-hour difference with Ishigaki Island. For that reason, pulling off an all-that-nighter gets harder during summertime. There had been many times in the past where Haruki would feel burned out as he looked at the sky getting clearer during work. I'm not done with today's work and it's morning already. Anyway, it was morning. Chapter 63.2, 63 Part 2. When did it become morning? He couldn't remember at all. All Haruki had been doing was playing around with those centipedes. The morning dew gracefully covered all of the uncultivated land on the other side of the road. A beautiful sunrise appeared behind a small hill. Should I get some sleep? He would get 1 or 2 hours of sleep at most before having to get up. But even that was probably better than getting no sleep at all. Haruki dragged his feet back home. Updated from Novelbin. He quickly changed his clothes and got into bed at the same time as Ria woke up, having noticed the first rays of morning sunlight. Of course, after being exhausted from having fought the centipedes all night, Haruki couldn't wake up that easily. As Karen appeared in front of his house, Ria's bullets woke Haruki up from his deep slumber. Rubbing his eyes, the drowsy Haruki visited Aken's shop. He didn't expect the item he wanted would arrive so soon, but he needed it in order to be able to proceed with his strategy. Even though he had just entered the store, Akane was ignoring him. She seemed even less motivated than usual. Hey. Oh, welcome, Karen. I'm here too, you know. Sorry, your presence was so low that I hadn't noticed you. Was she still mad about Haruki and Akane going to hunt spoon worms without her the other day? Her provocation pierced deep into Haruki's chest. Oh, I see. I see. So that's the attitude you're going to have with me. That's a shame. What? I was thinking about helping you get through the spoon worm's floor. But if you're going to be like that, well, never mind then. Wait a second. Let's try this again from the start. If she was going to cry about it, then she probably shouldn't get that cocky to begin with. Haruki sighed and approached the counter. It might be a bit too early, but did the item I ordered arrive? I think it did, actually. Is this it? Akane took out a small bottle from under the counter. It was a medicine commonly found in Sapporo with a sticker that said, "This medicine makes sounds and smells disappear. Abuse is strictly prohibited." Of course, Haruki didn't want to use that medicine. It was important that the few remaining presents he had could disappear easily in case of an emergency. Still, Haruki felt that there would be no way he could go through the 11th floor without it. What are you going to do with this? Are you planning to make you even less noticeable by others? Do you think I would do such a thing? Haruki didn't want to erase his presence in that way. He wanted to increase it. Does that make sense? Don't get confused there. But you don't actually need this, don't you? Why is that? Do you want me to tell you? Haruki could almost hear her saying, you have such a little presence that you don't need to take this medicine at all. Please don't. He wasn't feeling like being ridiculed any further. Haruki shook his head. So what are you going to do with it? There are some monsters called Chaka that appear on the 11th floor. I'll try to get through them using this. Oh, I see. Oh, so you know what I'm trying to do? Even if I didn't, fighting Chachas, right? She probably hadn't realized the reason why Haruki needed the medicine yet. Akane proceeded to explain to Karen. Brown bears have a sharp sense of smell and acute hearing. Being half bears themselves, Chachas have those same abilities as well. Even adventurers with high covert skill scores cannot completely erase their smell and sounds. If you have a medicine that can do that for you, then it's possible to avoid fighting these kinds of monsters. The Chachas gathered around the center of the room as they noticed Haruki and Karen's approach. By detecting their smell and sounds, Haruki's guess was that the Chachas attacked them there in order to prevent them from getting closer to the floor's boss. So, how did I do? I'm a good clerk, am I not? So you can help me, right? Haruki headed for the 11th floor after constantly ignoring Akane's begging. He felt a bit sorry for her, so he couldn't help but agree to help her. But for some reason it seemed to get Karen more pumped up about it than Akane herself. I'm not relying on you, Karen, but on Haruki. Still too unreliable. Was that Akane's way to try to provoke Karen into becoming stronger? Haruki couldn't understand Akane's intention, but that was something they could talk about after clearing the 11th floor. When they arrived at the 11th floor, Haruki sprinkled the contents of the bottle onto both Karen and himself. Are our scents disappearing? Karen sniffed near Haruki. He also brought his arms closer to his nose and sniffed, but couldn't feel his own smell. They had no choice but to believe that their scents were gone. But it wasn't until they had started to walk that they understood the true potency of the medicine. Oh, we really make no sound at all. The sound of their footsteps was almost completely gone. Even when they kicked the floor, it sounded muffled. With this, no matter how good the Chachas' hearing ability was, they shouldn't hear them walking. Alright, let's go. Chapter 63.3 63 Part 3. After confirming the effects of the medicine on both Karen and himself, Haruki readied his two short swords. Ria shook her leaves as if agreeing with them. Akane nodded silently and held her staff tightly. Haruki prepared himself and began to make his way into the floor. His footsteps were stealthy. They walked on while making as little sound as possible. Wasn't there a chance that his covert skill would increase by doing this? That thought scared Haruki. He hurriedly took out his board to confirm, but his covert skill was still at 3. Phew. Haruki put his board away as he let out a sigh of relief. If his covert skill had increased, there would be no point to this. Haruki and Karen proceeded silently so as to not waste the medicine's effect. They reached the place where they had withdrawn the other day, but no Chachas appeared so far. But they must be somewhere close. Haruki's detection did pick up the presence of a few monsters on their way there, but they didn't seem to be getting closer to Haruki. They must have failed to notice them since they made no smell or sounds. After some more walking, they came across a Chaka with white fur. It looked like it could be the boss. Haruki sends a signal to Karen using his eyes and hands. When Karen nodded, Haruki took a deep breath and stopped. The next instant, Haruki jumped forward. 100 meters. 50 meters. The boss still hadn't noticed his presence. At 30 meters, The boss finally noticed him. It got ready for combat, but it was a little too late. Before the boss could finish getting ready, Haruki's blade flashed. With a fluid movement of his short sword, Haruki cut off the boss' right hand. Fresh blood gushed out from the smooth cut. There was no resistance from the attack at all. It even cut through bone with ease. Was this because his strength score was 4? No, this was all the short sword's own power. Both the magic sword in his right hand and his werewolf short sword on his left hand felt as if they were alive. "I'm sorry." Haruki apologized to his swords for having used them in such a sloppy way up until now. The boss counterattacked. It held his remaining left hand aloft. However, the boss' body was struck by lightning. The lightning attack stunned, but wasn't enough to make it fall onto the ground. Still, it prevented it from attacking. The thunderous noise caused by Karen's attack and the boss roar revealed our presence to the surrounding chachas. The ones that were closer began to run up to Haruki and Karen. Read latest chapters at novemberreelbin.com only. Haruki could tell as much using his detection skill, and it looked like Ria had noticed that as well. She quickly released a barrage of potato bullets onto any chachas that would approach. However, chachas are very strong and tough. Potato bullets weren't going to be enough to keep them at bay. There was no second to spare! Haruki attacked the stiffened boss with all his strength. He imitated the moves he had seen in the videos. The tip of his sword followed a smooth flow, danced beautifully, and plunged itself in the boss' chest. Then it came out on its back. The moment Haruki pulled his short sword out, the boss body collapsed onto the ground. The dungeon flickered, signaling the first time this boss had been defeated. The chachas that were drawing near suddenly turned tail after the boss' defeat, and fled the area. Apparently the boss of this floor was a surround-type boss, a kind of monster that Haruki had never faced before. Good grief! These surround types are quite bothersome. If something had happened that caused them to take longer to defeat the boss than they did, they would have been swarmed by the surrounding chachas. In that scenario, Haruki and Karen could have been forced to split, and the worst possible outcome could have happened. The difficulty of this floor is too high for a team of 2 to level up, or to increase the number of team members. If a similar boss appears in the future, Haruki could be forced to choose among these options. The boss corpse was absorbed into the dungeon, and a drop appeared. The drop for this boss fight was Chakra Fur and Magic Iron. These drops seemed a bit lackluster compared to the ones obtained on the 10th and 11th floors. Still, defeating a boss doesn't necessarily mean you'll get a good drop. Just because bosses can drop really good stuff doesn't mean that they will every time. From all the items Haruki had collected from bosses, the most useful so far was the magic vase. Other than that, most of them are just materials or trinkets for selling at a high price. Rare items don't appear that easily, though since this is a boss drop, one could easily expect it to be something really good. Haruki collected the items and disappointedly headed towards the 12th floor. After activating the gate, Haruki looked around. The 12th floor should be a food floor. What kind of food monsters would appear there? The floor looked just like the other ones. It was a vast grassland. However, the quality of the grass in the 12th floor looked a bit different. Yellow. The tips of the leaves had a slight tone of yellow, unlike those on the 11th floor. That was the only difference that Haruki could notice. Let's check things out. Okay. Haruki continued to walk together with Karen. At that moment, Ria became tense. Her leaves felt thorny as she posed them over Haruki's shoulder. What was Ria reacting to? Haruki hadn't been able to pinpoint the location of any monsters using his detection skill. He couldn't hear any noise either. As a precaution, Haruki expanded the range of his detection to the maximum, and then, He suddenly gulped. There were a large number of monsters at the edge of Haruki's detection range. As they were, Haruki and Karen were completely surrounded by monsters from a distance. Chapter 64.1 64 Part 1 Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 64. Let's regain the spirit of Japan. Karen, fall back. Haruki made a warning call as he stepped back, but the horde of monsters reacted to his voice. A large number of them appeared from out of the grass patches. They jumped out like a cloud of black smoke, throwing themselves at Haruki and Karen all at once. Rat-a-tat-tat. A startled Karen hid behind Haruki. Contrary to Karen's reaction, Ria had already begun to shoot her potato bullets at the group of monsters. She furiously unleashed her bullets, which previously hadn't been able to fatally wound any Chachas. The new group of monsters scattered through the air in all directions. These monsters seemed to have a lower defense compared to Chachas, but their agility was high. When they jumped out of the grass, even Haruki had a hard time following them with his eyes. Ria's ability with her potato bullets was terrific, being able to hit such nimble monsters with them. A soft body that can be shot through with potato bullets, thick legs that enable quick movement, a green body that mimics grass. These new monsters were rice grasshoppers. They looked like rice grasshoppers, but were between 50 and 70 centimeters tall. Could it be that the reason why Ria had stiffened her leaves into thorns was that these grasshoppers were her natural enemy? But these rice grasshoppers, they were so numerous that Haruki would get bored of chopping them all up. He was half expecting the monsters on this floor to be food. But wait, are these edible? These rice grasshoppers are also known as shore shrimp in the Nagano prefecture, where they are prepared as a preserved dish boiled in soy. Rice hoppers taste like shrimp. Oh no, no you won't, Karaboshi. Garen's voice came out as a shriek as lightning sparked from the tip of her staff. There's no need to act so scared. Her reaction seemed as if she thought Haruki would force her to eat those grasshoppers. Haruki laughed sarcastically at Garen's reaction. He used his short sword to deal with one grasshopper after another. Haruki hadn't checked these grasshopper monsters' data on the wiki yet. He didn't know whether they were strong or weak. Though they seemed pretty weak compared to the Chachas on the 11th floor, only their agility stands out. Everything else seems rather subpar. Their armoring looks so feeble that all it takes for them to die is a kick from Haruki. And Garen's lightning attack could pierce through them and hit several of them at once. Haruki felt that their strength seemed a bit low for a 12th floor monster. Should they simply press on? Just as Haruki considered that, they are attacked by another group of grasshoppers. Their numbers are unusual. They seem almost countless. It was almost like a monster parade. They seem to be slowly pushed backwards by them, even through Haruki's short sword, Ria's potatoes, and Garen's lightning. Let's run away for now. Why yes. At his signal, Haruki and Karen ran for the gate. Fortunately, rice grasshoppers were quite fragile. Since they could be killed with a single hit, making an escape route was quite easy. Haruki made way for them to escape by taking down one grasshopper after another. Any grasshoppers that came chasing after them were brought down by Ria's rapid fire and Garen's magic. Haruki and the others safely reached the exit. Read latest chapters at novemberrealbint.com only. When that happened, the swarm of grasshoppers quickly retreated into the grass. It was almost as if they had been chased by furious wasps. What on earth was that? This is going to be another horrible flaw, won't it? Karen's face seemed as if she had had enough. Even Haruki could understand that feeling. They had defeated a large amount of rice grasshoppers, but he couldn't feel any symptoms of level-up sickness. It would appear that the 12th floor is a place where a lot of low-level monsters appeared. Since their defense was low and they fell apart easily, they couldn't expect them to drop any good items. There was little benefit from fighting them. Haruki decided that they would traverse through the floor as quickly as possible. But how would they manage to do that? Haruki rubbed his chin as he stared away into the plains. They had thrown themselves straight ahead without thinking. These plains were overgrown with grass. However, there doesn't seem to be any grass near the floor's walls. There seemed to be some animal trails along the walls, while the middle was filled with grass. The whole place looked like a field where green manure crops had been planted as a measure against constant crop failure. Like an agricultural field in the middle of fallowing. What shall we do, Karaboshi? Let's hug the walls for now. If it doesn't work, well, retreat for a while. Still on Haruki's back, Ria faced the grass with her leaves still stiffened up and thorny. Haruki walks along the wall while trying to soothe her. While committed to tracking monsters with his detection skill, he continues to hug the walls. Several rice grasshoppers were lurking in the grass. However, even if he were to get 10 meters away from them, he couldn't feel any signs of them getting ready to attack him. Do they do poorly when they are closer to these walls? As a test, but in such a way that the dungeon would not judge him for attacking it directly, Haruki drove a dismantling knife into the wall, shaving about 1 centimeter deep into it. He collected the sand he obtained, kneaded it into a ball, and flung it at a rice grasshopper. Crash! He had flung it a bit too hard, and the grasshopper ended up being crushed by it. What are you trying to do, Karaboshi? Haruki could feel Karen's cold stare pierce through him. In contrast, Ria seemed to be cheering him on, as if saying, yeah, Let's kill some more. These rice grasshoppers had far weaker defense than the monsters on the 11th floor. They just die even if you go easy on them. Once again, Haruki scraped off the dungeon wall, made a dumpling-sized ball with it, and threw it at another grasshopper. This time he had put on his kid's gloves, throwing it very lightly. The dumpling fell in front of the grasshopper. However, the grasshopper almost didn't move at all, other than in order to avoid getting hit. He seemed to understand more. First of all, it didn't seem that the walls were made necessarily out of something that the rice grasshoppers didn't like. Chapter 64.2 64 Part 2 That grasshopper hadn't necessarily dodged the dumpling lightly simply because it hadn't seen it coming. But why didn't it attack Haruki after he had thrown the dumpling at it? And they had come after him in large numbers before. Is it because of the grass? Was it because the grass was these rice grasshoppers' territory? Or could it be that their range of action was limited to within the grass? After coming up with those estimations, Haruki continued to follow the path along the wall. Was there any way they could reach the center of the room? After looking for a while, they eventually found it. A point where the grass split apart, creating a path that seemingly led straight to the center. This looks like a trap, don't you think? Yeah, it definitely does. The path was surrounded by grass where these grasshoppers dwelled. It was a narrow road that cut through the middle of the room. If they were attacked there would be no way for them to defend themselves or to escape. Oh well, it looks like we're better off checking the wiki to see how we can get past them. There was a chance someone had posted a way to deal with the grasshoppers on their blog. Maybe checking on the internet before coming back wasn't such a bad idea. As he thought that, Haruki's detection skill picked up signs of battle. This battle seemed to be taking place at the other side of the suspicious straight path. Is someone else there? But who? When he focused his sight, he could see a big cloud of rice grasshoppers on the other side of the path. The grasshoppers danced in the air, painting it black. The one fighting those grasshoppers was a golden plant. Is that? When he realized, his body began moving unconsciously. His blood rushed through his veins. His heartbeats heated up his body. What's wrong, Karaboshi? Karen, Ria, let's give it our all. We have to completely destroy these grasshoppers. On this day, Haruki decided for the first time to completely eradicate monsters with a clear killing intent. Ria nodded vigorously, waiting for his instructions. That was because the golden plant that was fighting the grasshoppers was a rice plant. The soul of a farmer burned up vividly in Haruki's eyes. Wait for me, tasty rice grains. I'll go save you right now. Do you have anything to say for yourself? I'm really sorry. After the battle was over, Haruki found himself kneeling apologetically before a daunting Karen. Anyone who saw Karen smiling as if she had summoned both the wind and lightning gods behind her would go down on their knees on their own accord. If they didn't, they would be clearly showing a lack of survival instinct. This had been a battle between the rice grasshoppers and a rice plant where Haruki had just flared up and jumped right into. Rather than a mere battle, it seemed more like a war. The rice grasshoppers jumped into the sky in order to eat the rice, and the rice plant shot rice bullets at them in order to protect itself. Haruki, who jumped into the war between these two species, drove out the grasshoppers while avoiding rice bullets. He had jumped into such a scenario without a plan. Read latest chapters at NovemberRealBint.com only. Of course, he wasn't expecting to not be at the receiving end of their attacks. Naturally, Haruki had been hit by some rice bullets, and was rushed at by the grasshoppers. However, thanks to his coat reinforced with the scales dropped by the lizardman, he received no damage at all. Ria, who had been dragged into the war on Haruki's back, responded to the rice plant's bullets with her own potato bullets, which she shot at the grasshoppers with great murderous intent. Karen was the one who had the hardest time, having to jump into the crossfire of rice bullets and grasshoppers. Karen destroyed grasshoppers with her lightning magic while on the brink of tears. Karen hadn't been quick enough to defeat them all by herself. It was Ria, who had been as fired up as Haruki, who had come to her aid. Ria got rid of all of the grasshoppers that got close to Karen. Luckily, the hostility of both the rice plant and the grasshoppers hadn't been unleashed onto Haruki and the others all at once. Even though they had gotten themselves into the crossfire, neither side actively targeted any of them. If they had, the results could have been catastrophic for Haruki and the others. Do you realize we could have died there? Really? Really sorry. Haruki put his hands together and bowed apologetically. Karen had never been this angry before. Haruki had let himself be seduced by the rice and ended up putting her in danger. Haruki was completely at fault. But the rice plant had appeared before his eyes. He would be able to eat rice after such a long time. With that thought in mind, Haruki couldn't help but rush recklessly to its aid. He was sure most Japanese people would have taken those extenuating circumstances into consideration. Rice also appeared in other dungeons. The most famous one is the one in Nagata. In that dungeon, rice appears on the first few floors, so there is some supply of rice in that area. However, in Hokkaido, rice can be found in the middle floors. In the Asahikawa dungeon, rice appears from the 15th floor onwards. And in the garage floor, it's only from the 12th floor onwards. It's always on the middle floors. Since only intermediate adventurers can get to those floors, it made it really difficult to harvest the rice and create a proper supply line. Even if you wanted to eat rice in Hokkaido, the truth was that there was no way to do so. I'll pass judgment now. Okay, Karaboshi. When we return to the surface, you'll cook rice for me. Okay? Only then I'll forgive you. Ah, of course, the side dish is important as well. Okay? Leave it to me. Haruki stood up, holding his clenched fist upwards. He would do his best to grant Karen's wish. If he can be forgiven with only that, then it was going to be pretty easy. He took out his dismantling knife and began to harvest rice. Then, when he headed for the rice grasshoppers, we won't be using any of these bugs, okay, Karaboshi? But they taste like shrimp. Okay, Karaboshi. Karen's threatening smile sent a chill down Haruki's spine, who put his hand down. Chapter 65.1 65 Part 1 Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 65. Let's enjoy the taste of the spirit of Japan. After finishing the harvest and returning to the ground, Haruki immediately went to Mr. Kitora's house. Mr. Kitora was still working out in the field, perhaps because the sun hadn't set yet. Haruki called out to him from behind. Excuse me. Oh, Haruki. What is it? Even though he was in the middle of work, Mr. Kitora quickly noticed Haruki and stood up. With a heave-ho he stood up straight and slapped his lower back. Mr. Kitora had been taking care of Haruki ever since he was a child. That's why when Haruki, who had a low presence, calls him from behind, he always notices he's there. Actually, I managed to get some rice plants. What? Mr. Kitora's eyes widened as he heard the word rice, and grabbed Haruki by the shoulder. Ouch! His grip was strong enough to damage Haruki's shoulder even through his armor. Where was the 70-year-old body hiding this strength? Did rice drive people this mad? Haruki walked into the warehouse, joined by a suddenly lively Mr. Kitora. There were several machines lined up in there, large tractors and conveyor belts. Large iron boxes, which could hold up to 5 people each, were neatly arranged there as well. Mr. Kitora must have been wishing for getting back into the agricultural business someday. Otherwise, there would be no explanation as to why these agricultural machinery and appliances were not completely covered with dust. He often used to say I'm through with agriculture, but despite that, he's once again growing crops as a farmer. Having come in contact with Mr. Kitora's real motive for safekeeping all that stuff into the warehouse, Haruki clutched at his chest. As Haruki silently looked inside, Mr. Kitora approached with some tools he had brought from the back of the warehouse. Read latest chapters at NovemberRealBin.com only. Let me see those rice plants, Haruki. Ah, sure. Haruki took out the rice plants as he was told. It's certainly gotten dry. Yes, it was already like this when I harvested it. Commonly, rice is dried shortly after harvest. But since this rice plant was a monster, it became dry when it was defeated. Well then, let's begin with the threshing process. Put the rice plants here and step on this pedal. He pointed to a machine with a round drum. The name Chiyoda had been carefully engraved into it. It was a very old threshing machine. Following Mr. Kitora's instructions, Haruki turned to Chiyoda. Its drum had a protrusion. Haruki inserted the rice plants in there, and worked the pedal as indicated. The drum began to move, and the protrusion separated the rice from the stalks and husks. It felt good. It felt really good. Haruki's eyes gleamed in excitement for his first time ever threshing rice. Chiyoda diligently separated the rice from the chaff. The sensation of doing that by hand was really something else. After threshing, Haruki and Mr. Kitora collected the processed rice grains that had fallen to the ground. Then Mr. Kitora put the rice into something that looked like a small water wheel. "What is this?" "This is called Itami. It will separate the rice grains from dust and rubbish." While turning the device's handle, Mr. Kitora began pouring rice over a spout it had on its top. This action caused wind to blow into the device, which blew away dust and debris from the rice. Then the unhulled rice that resulted was put into a wood mortar. By rotating this mortar with his hand, he removed the rice husks. After this was done, the rice was washed in a wire-meshed wooden frame. By doing this, the unhulled rice became unpolished brown rice. This entire process took 2 hours. The harvested rice plants had turned into 30 kilograms of brown rice. It took 2 hours to make brown rice. Just to extract 30 kilograms of brown grains from rice plants took 2 full hours. This is quite a difficult task, huh? If you do the threshing with a harvester machine, it would take about 10 minutes in total. But this was done by hand. Don't you think that turning rice plants into actual rice grains is a wonderful job? I do. In the olden days, farmers used to do this much work. Although mechanization of work has certainly made work easier, it hasn't made it any less important. Thank you, farmers. All of the rice we have been able to eat until recently was thanks to your efforts. Haruki gave half of the brown rice to Mr. Kitora, and took the other half for himself. Upon returning home, Haruki took out a household rice mill from the storage room. He used it frequently to prepare polished rice for his meals, but he hadn't had as many chances to use it ever since the stampede. Does it still work? After carefully clearing off the rust, he plugged it into the outlet. Then the rice mill started up. It's been quite some time, but please give it your best shot. He put the brown rice in and pressed the start button. The device whirred softly, turning the unpolished brown rice white. Once the device was done, all of the rice had turned white. The beautiful pearly white of the rice grains fills Haruki's eyes. Oh, the smell of rice bran emerged as soon as the lid was opened. Haruki's eyes were instantly filled with nostalgia. He took out the white rice and put it into a rice cooker he hadn't used in a long time. While he waited for the rice cooker to finish, he went on to prepare side dish for Garen's desired meal. First, take out the potatoes that had been harvested in a large quantity, and peel them. After they were boiled and soft, he mashed them and added starch powder. Then he made columns out of the mashed potatoes and put them in the fridge. While waiting for that to cool down, he quickly went to the dungeon to get some eggplants and kokos, chopped them up and put them in a pot. After bringing those to a boil, he added miso to the mix. By that time, the potato mix was already cool, so he cut it into round slices and put them on a fry pan until they were crispy. The rice cooker beeped just as he finished preparing the side dish. At the scheduled time, Haruki had Karen sit on a chair at his house, and brought the food on a large platter. Thank you for waiting. Today's main course is chicken and eggplant boiled in miso, with crispy potato cakes. Yuwa. Chapter 65.2. 65 Part 2. After arranging the dishes on the table, Haruki sat down as well. For some reason, Ria was sitting next to him as well. She seemed angry when I tried to put her back in her room. Is she feeling lonely? Karen quickly picked up her chopsticks and eagerly waited for a signal. So thank you, farmers, for all the life you bring to our table. Let's eat. Thank you. The first thing Haruki did was pick up some rice with his chopsticks and stuff his mouth with it. The smell, the taste, it was irresistible. The strong taste of the rice spread inside his mouth as the grains came apart. The more he chewed, the more delicious it became. As the smell of rice climbed through his nose, Haruki's tears wouldn't stop falling. Before he knew it, Haruki had finished his rice completely without even touching the side dish. Garen's bowl was already empty as well. After helping themselves to another serving of rice, they reached for the chicken and eggplant dish. The crispy texture of the chicken and the savory texture of the eggplants were exquisitely mixed together. The miso favored the meat and the eggplants, and in turn, the flavor of the meat and eggplants favored the miso. Haruki had wished he had mirin and sesame oil as well, but the food was delicious even without them. This is great. Neither of them could stop themselves. The surface of the potato cakes was crispy, but they were sticky inside due to the mix of the potato and the starch powder. So tasty. I can't stop eating because of these side dishes. Ria also seemed interested in the potato cakes, so So she secretly extended her leaves and stowed one away in the treasure chest. What was she planning to do with it? Use her roots to absorb it? Where did it all go? Haruki had certainly cooked enough rice for 5 servings, but it was all gone before he noticed. It certainly felt like they hadn't eaten it all up. New novel chapters are published on. But the fact that it was already gone probably meant that they had done just that. With a sad face, Karen picked each of the last few rice grains left in her bowl, and brought them to her mouth one by one. Alright, I'll be sure to make some more next time. Well, eat rice to a heart's content again. Haruki was extremely grateful for being an intermediate adventurer. He put his hands together and thanked life for his blessings. Thank you for the meal. After their meal was over and they had finished cleaning up, Haruki put his armor back on. Oh, you scared me for a second. Did you come to see me off? Ria approached Haruki as he tried to leave the house. The other day, Ria learned how to walk using her leaves. However, Haruki was still not used to seeing Ria walking. It still got him every time. As Haruki tried to leave, Ria pinched him under his knees. It didn't look like she was trying to see him off. Take me with you. He heard a voice saying that. He had a bad feeling he'd be scared later if he refused. In that case, Haruki carried Ria on his back, and the two left the house together. Of course, they were headed for the dungeon. The other day, Haruki had put his new moves into practice, but during the fight with the rice plants and the grasshoppers, his old moves started to come out. It was still far from perfect. He had to be able to use his newly refined moves in any situation. Because of that, he planned to go practice with the centipedes once again. Then, he caught a glimpse of Karen, also equipped with her armor. She vanished into the gate without noticing Haruki. Perhaps Karen had decided to tackle the dungeon by herself. Since she used the gate before Haruki, Karen's destination was a few floors below him. Which meant, is she trying to harvest melons? Karen had a strong attraction towards melons. She had probably gone snack hunting. Don't eat too many snacks, okay? As Haruki murmured that, he headed towards the dungeon's first floor. Karen let out a sigh as she leant her back against the gate. No matter how many monsters she defeated, she felt like she would never be able to stand up to Haruki. She wanted to be able to help him. She wanted to get stronger so that she could repay his favor. Because of that, Karen had been secretly stepping into the garage dungeon to hunt throughout the night ever since coming to K-Town. At first, she had thought she would eventually catch up with Haruki, and as a matter of fact, thanks to her night training, she had been gradually closing the gap between Haruki and her. However, at some point, the difference between her level and Haruki's took a big jump. Haruki's growth rate had clearly changed after the incident with the 4 pots. Was this difference between the two purely related to their own ability, or did Haruki have a hand in that as well? Could it be that Haruki too had started going to the dungeon to train by himself at night as well? The speed at which Haruki moved in the dungeon was unusual. After defeating a monster, he would instantly search for the next one without even taking a break. At first, Karen was hardly able to even keep up with him. She would have trouble breathing and end up falling on the ground. This happened even now, too. As opposed to Karen, who is likely to get tired out, Haruki does not take many breaks. He continued hunting until he couldn't do it anymore. If he were to train all night without having to take any breaks, it would be impossible for Karen to reach his level. She was not strong enough yet. Haruki's back was still out of reach. She had to become stronger. To that end, she would do whatever she could. She would defeat many monsters and level up as much as possible. She would get stronger by leveling up. Then, once she was strong enough, she would be able to support Haruki. There was no time to feel sad. She couldn't afford to complain, either. Motivated, Karen headed towards the 11th floor. Not only about getting stronger, but about enjoying some tasty, freshly harvested melons on her way back. What's that? Haruki doubted what he had in front of his eyes. He wondered how something like that happened. After seeing Karen heading out to hunt some melons, Haruki turned to chase his beloved centipedes. No, I'm going to practice with the centipedes so I can perfect my moves. The centipedes were his training partners. The very moment he would find one, he would shred them into pieces. But this time around, Ria was standing in front of a centipede, as if trying to protect it. Chapter 66.1 66 Part 1 Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 66. Let's show our love to the little red one. How did this happen? Though still confused, Haruki recalled the beginning of this situation. Haruki was carrying out a special training using the caterpillars in the garage dungeon's first floor. Updated from Novelbin. After 2 or 3 hours of practice, he had come across a small caterpillar. That caterpillar was about 30 centimeters long, approximately half the size of the others. Besides, unlike the usual caterpillars, which had a dark brown color, this one was red all over its body, like a burning flame. Was this a baby caterpillar? Haruki was rather confused. However, be it a big or small caterpillar, they were all lovable to the point of having to defeat them all. Haruki approached the small caterpillar and slashed at it with his short sword. However, it's so tough and fast. Out of his 2 attacks, the first one was repelled, and the other one missed. There wasn't even a single scratch where his blade connected with the caterpillar's carapace. The attacks that had been able to destroy so many caterpillars before did not work on this little one. This got Haruki mad. Oh, come on. Haruki steps back, fearing a counterattack. However, instead of fighting back, the centipede ran away at full speed. Wow! Haruki was so confused he couldn't do anything but stand still with his mouth open. Even though he wasn't using his full strength, Haruki was powerful enough to destroy centipedes with nothing but a single fingertip. He could have never imagined one of them having such a strong carapace that not even he could cut through. To make things worse, the small centipede had fled instantly, without fighting back. It had been a completely unexpected outcome. Is it some kind of rare species? Haruki finally noticed that possibility. Its armor was so tough, and it was so fast even Haruki had a hard time following it with his eyes as it fled. It couldn't be just a regular centipede. Maybe it yielded a crazy amount of experience points when defeated. Enemies that are super tough and are quick to flee tend to give a lot of experience points. Needless to say, Haruki went after it. He expanded his detection range to the max to make sure he wouldn't lose the centipede. Haruki ran with all his might, laughing and drooling. He only had eyes for that red centipede. The only regular centipedes he would defeat were those who incidentally were in Haruki's way. Completely absorbed in his chase, Haruki had finally cornered the red centipede into a dead end. The cornered centipede still showed no signs of counterattacking. It was nervously shaking its little feet up and down. Time's up. Haruki stepped forward, spinning his short sword in his hand. Then, Haruki felt a loud slap on the back of his head. Ria. The sound had been caused by one of Ria's leaves. She had slapped him with it with all her strength. Then, skillfully using her leaves, Ria climbed down from Haruki's back, and got herself between him and the centipede. For a second, Haruki thought Ria wanted to fight it, but that wasn't quite what it looked like. Ria was actually facing Haruki. Watch out, Ria. Shakes. I'm fine. Not the dangerous one here. Ria made full use of her leaves in order to convey her intentions. Her message was clearly aimed at Haruki, but he wasn't sure about what exactly she meant by that. Had he misunderstood? Haruki's head tilted itself to the side in doubt. He didn't feel as if there had been any problem with his ability to understand her. Her message was definitely for Haruki. So why was Ria standing in front of him? A masked man standing with a short sword in hand. Ria standing in front of this man with her leaves spreaded horizontally, and a red caterpillar, trembling behind her. In this scenario, Haruki looked like the evil one. How did this happen? So, why are you getting in between, Ria? Don't joke around. It's not a bad monster. It's not a bad monster. Not all monsters were bad. Take Ria for example. Even though Haruki knew that, he still wondered if there were many more good monsters out there. Though there was a connection between Ria and Haruki, she was still a monster. Perhaps these monsters had a way to communicate with each other. Ria continues her explanation by shaking her leaves in front of a perplexed Haruki. Rustle, rustle, shake, clap. You want to be his friend? I mean, okay, but does this little guy know? Is he okay with that? The little caterpillar moved its tiny legs up and down as if nodding at Ria's words. Caterpillars had no necks, so they nodded with their feet. That was an impressively useless piece of information. So you're saying you'll take good care of it? Pat pat. Ria struck her stem with one of her leaves, as if saying leave it to me. Standing beside the caterpillar, Ria looked like a big sister to it. That must have been what Ria was going for as well. Putting away his short sword, Haruki crouched in front of them. I'm sorry, little guy. Can you forgive me? As Haruki bowed apologetically, The caterpillar restlessly wiggled its tiny feet. It looked so cute. Thank you. Chapter 66.2 66 Part 2. Haruki reached out with his hand, and the centipede timidly placed its foot over it. That little foot felt smooth, solid, and a little warm. This feeling warmed Haruki's heart. He lifted the little centipede, hugging it. Below, Ria was moving her leaves in an aloof manner, as if saying, "But it's mine." "I'm sorry, Ria, but the first hug is mine." Haruki gives it a soft hug so as to not crush the poor thing. "Ah, but don't go about nibbling on my armor." The centipede raised one of his feet as if saying okay. What a lovable little guy. Putting away a jealous Ria in his bag, Haruki left the dungeon, still hugging the centipede. "What should we call you?" "You're a centipede, so maybe K-Tuck." Another slap by Ria on the back of his head. "Please stop." Going to leave a dent. Since Ria's level was increasing, her slaps were getting stronger. Haruki thought it might be a good time to start covering the back of his head better. Ria was trying to make Haruki come up with a proper name. "Well, Red, so how about Ri?" Before he could finish that phrase, a thorny leaf posed itself on the nape of Haruki's neck. "Okay, I got it. I'll give it a good thought next time. Please refrain from threatening me with sharp, pointy objects." Visit novelbin.com for the best novel reading experience. Taking a deep breath, Haruki began to think. Centipedes are beneficial insects that help with pest control. They eat smaller bugs that are troublesome for humans. You could say that they are like spirits that take care of the house, and this one had a red carapace that looked like a sacred fire. How about Vesta? It reminds me of Vesta, the Roman goddess of the hearth, home and family. Originally regarded as the goddess of the hearth, Vesta gradually became a guardian deity of the home and family in ancient Roman mythology. She was also known as Hestia in Greek mythology. She was said to live in a sacred flame, an insect that eliminates pests, and a goddess that protects the home. A red carapace that looks like fire, and a goddess that resided in fire. Because of these similarities, he came up with that name that resembled that of the goddess. Ria nodded at Haruki's selected name. The centipede also excitedly wiggled its feet, expressing its joy. It looked like it was the most overjoyed by this. Suddenly, Haruki stopped. "When did I feel this exchange before?" Haruki quickly put Vesta on his shoulder and took out his skill board. He hurriedly swiped its screen, and then, "I knew it." Haruki's face went blank. Vesta, 0 gender, male. Skill points, 3, vitality, stamina 0, natural recovery 0, strength 1, damage reduction 2, agility, quickness 3, dexterity 1, technology, equipment mastery, carapace 4, intuition, detection 1, special, armor break 3. Unintentionally, Haruki had tamed the centipede. But the tame skills description stated that for it to work, both sides needed to mutually agree to it. There were some discrepancies between what the skill said it did and what actually happened just now. Could it be that it could feel my love for centipedes? Probably not. Haruki went back on his guess. The reason why he was able to tame Vesta was probably because of Ria's intervention. Ria had probably asked Vesta to agree, and Vesta in turn had probably agreed so as to be free from the threat of Haruki. Haruki wasn't sure why exactly Ria was so interested in Vesta, but that's what probably had happened. Still, very strong, Vesta. Haruki talked to himself as he looked at the skill board. These were his starting values. They were so high that the starter values of Ria, Karen, and even Haruki's couldn't compare to his. Quickness 3, carapace 4 and armor break 3 were particularly high. Just keeping those values as they were as he leveled up would keep him in the middle tier. There are some skills here I've never seen before. Damage reduction, carapace, and armor break. The carapace skill was treated like equipment, just like light or heavy armor. Armor break was this centipede's special ability to nibble on armor. The first one that caught Haruki's attention was damage reduction. So there are skills like this one, huh? Damage reduction 2, reduces damage received, max 10. The higher the score in this skill, the less damage this little one would receive. Actually, when Haruki attacked Vesta earlier, his first attack was repelled by Vesta's carapace. His carapace score of 4 probably wasn't enough to completely offset Haruki's short sword score on its own. Even so, his attack was still repelled, so it must have been because of his damage reduction skill. The problem was that the damage reduction skill was under the strength tree rather than under the technology one. Wouldn't it make more sense that your constitution played a part in repelling damage? Constitution. For centipedes, it's their carapace. For humans, it's their muscle. If it were a technology, it would be possible to learn that skill. But skills under the strength tree, the ability to learn them did not depend on a degree of difficulty, but rather it depended on the nature of one's body. Unfortunately, it would be very difficult for Haruki to grow his muscles in a considerable way even if he underwent heavy muscle training. In his case, his chances for learning this skill were extremely low. Bacon probably has this skill, though. Chapter 66.3, 66 Part 3. That guy was very proud of his muscles, so it wouldn't be strange if he had mastered that skill. Read latest chapters at NovemberRealBint.com only. There were many stories about that guy that could account for that. He would say stuff like, if you have strong muscles, even getting hit doesn't hurt and a brawny body doesn't get injured. He went missing during the Shinjuku Stampede, but had probably survived because of this skill. With these thoughts in his mind, Haruki left the dungeon and went back home. Before getting in, Ria gave Asta some indications. Then Asta lifted his right foot and climbed the house's wall. Hey, are you staying outside? Asta nodded with his little feet. Was it okay to leave him outside? Haruki almost felt sorry for him. Asta seemed to notice Haruki's worries. He wiggled his legs once again. Ah, you need to be outside to catch your prey? I see. You'll take care of pests. Caterpillars are a beneficial insect. They were specialists in pest control. It seemed convenient for Asta to spend some time outside. Okay then. Let me know if you need anything. Then don't go too far off, okay? And don't nibble on the walls or on the roof, please. Asta saluted with his feet as if saying understood. If he was going to protect the house, he needed to be compensated for it. Haruki asked Asta what was his favorite food. Rice grasshoppers. Huh? Haruki felt he could finally understand why Ria was so interested in Asta. Early in the morning, Akane repeatedly took deep breaths as she turned the key on the prefab's door. Okay, the weather today is very clear and beautiful. Not as much as me, though. She laughed and raised her jaw. Her laugh froze there in an instant. She was staring with her jaw raised as it was. There was a monster stuck to the wall of the adventurer heir's house. Why is there a monster outside his house? Moreover, wasn't that monster one of those insectivores that appeared in the middle layers of Shinjuku? A cold sweat dripped down Akane's forehead. Insectivores were very difficult to attack as they were very nimble, and their jaws can tear through any kind of armor. Even if a single one of those insectivore monsters were to be mixed in a group of regular monsters, even whole teams of seasoned adventurers would be defeated in no time. They were that troublesome. Why was such a monster out here? As Akane was frozen on the spot, a masked man Karaboshi Haruki came out of his house. Watch out, run. Before Akane could say any of those things. Morning. Haruki raised his hand, and the insectivore raised its feet in response. Akane was even more shocked after seeing that. Karaboshi Haruki is one of the adventurers that Akane is currently most interested in. He had a unique fighting ability that allowed him to struggle through the monster parades, and possessed the rare ability to tame monsters. He knew about the top-ranker Masatsugu even when he himself was a beginner adventurer, and he was scouted by Keigemitsu, a very influential person in Sapporo, for a rescue mission as soon as he became an intermediate adventurer. Karaboshi Haruki was that kind of adventurer. By all rights, Akane wanted to recommend him to the company and have the company support him. However, his presence, no matter how much of a rough diamond he was as an adventurer, there was no way to advertise someone with as little presence as him. Besides, his weapon of choice was the short sword, which wasn't very popular. Moreover, he was always wearing a special mask, feathers were growing out of his neck, always had a monster on his back, and his body was scaly. And now he had an insectivore crawling around his house. Supporting someone like him would be a bad idea for any company. He was rather disappointed to learn that Karen had been selected as a candidate for sponsorship, but there was nothing to do about it. After all, Karen was the perfect example of normality as a human being. If he wanted to be sponsored by a company, he ought to be more normal as an adventurer. Although, Akane smiled. No matter how hard you looked, you would never find an adventurer as weird as him. Besides, Karen was always near him. Karen had a power that many adventurers seeked. Currently, Karen was still a bit too green to be called an intermediate adventurer. She wasn't very used to protecting others, perhaps because she had been taken care of for so long. An adventurer is someone who protects others. If you don't learn how to protect someone, you'll eventually hit a large wall in the middle of your path. That's why Akane was dedicating herself to teach Karen how to protect others. By purposefully making blunders and getting attacked by monsters, she continued to create situations where Karen would have to help her. She believed that Karen would grow substantially and shed her skin as an adventurer as soon as she internalized the art of protecting others. When Karen finishes shedding her skin, the team of two formed by Karen and Haruki will shake Japan to its core. There was a big possibility that they would become quite influential. There was no one who would have witnessed their growth as close as Akane. If that wasn't something to be glad about, then what was it? Then, she would be able to give priority to buying the treasures they bring back home, and her colleagues from Yakibashi would be overwhelmed. She would have a big laugh standing in front of such treasure. She could almost see the dumbfounded faces of her colleagues. She would quickly climb up the high stairs of Yakibashi. By the evening, this same Akane that had been indulging in her wild thoughts, "I'm gonna go bankrupt," was shedding large tears after seeing the huge pile of materials that Haruki had brought her. Chapter 67.1 67 Part 1 Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 67. Let's explore a new floor. Yeah, this is weird. After a good night's rest, Haruki found himself confused by the situation that had been thrust upon him. An adventurer was someone who investigated dungeons and protected people from the threat of monsters. Haruki had become an adventurer because he wanted to be someone that could save people. Following this initial plan, Haruki became stronger, and to some extent, he gained the power to protect people. However, things had gotten a little too strange. A potato monster was living together with him, and now a centipede was taking care of his house. Both were monsters that he had tamed. There was probably nothing wrong about Ria, though. Having her on his back had been giving Haruki a certain safety margin. Several of the monster parades he had broken through would have been impossible without her help. But Ista was a different story. Haruki had wanted a silver wolf to be the kind of monster that would be protecting his house. A caterpillar was definitely not what he had expected. The night before, Haruki didn't question it because he was extremely tired of hunting all night long. In all honesty, what happened the day before happened by mere chance. Well, he's kinda cute, so he should be fine. Leaving home, Haruki said hi to Ista. Then Ista replied by cheerfully wiggling his feet. He was really cute. Ista's gestures smashed Haruki's doubts. A silver wolf taking care of his house? Nonsense. The one to protect his house had to be that centipede. Can I ask you something? Karen, who had showed up in front of Haruki's house, seemed rather troubled. What is it? What on earth happened last night? Her question made sense. There was nothing crawling on his walls the day before, and now there was a centipede there. It's tame. Huh? I tamed this centipede. His name is Ista. He's in charge of taking care of the house. Karen's face showed she was having a hard time fully grasping the situation. You really are the type to come up with the most ridiculous things the moment I take my eyes off you, huh? Haruki felt as if more than come up with, she had meant something like have me suffer. How rude. All Haruki was doing was taking his adventuring life seriously. He had always taken things seriously when it came to adventuring. It was just that the results so far have been a bit unexpected. The other day, after harvesting rice, Haruki activated the door to the 13th floor. So they headed to the 13th floor and began exploring. Since it was an odd-numbered floor, there would only be regular monsters there. Haruki progressed through the floor with more caution than what he normally had for even floors. Like in the 11th floor, there were chachas on this floor as well. But unlike the chachas on the 11th floor, these had brown fur. Brown chachas? They looked a lot more like brown bears. Haruki thought of attacking one in order to see what their abilities were. They were stronger, as the silver wolves varied in the color of their fur. Their strength increased little by little. Compared to that correlation, this chacha was something else entirely. It was very strong. Its attacks were quick. And it was considerably tough. This is good. This is really good. Haruki licked his own lips. Wielding his short sword with notable elegance, he delivered one attack after another. The chacha counterattacked, relying entirely on its own brutal strength. If that attack were to connect, Even someone like Haruki would be easily blown away. The sound the attack made in the air as the Checha's arm went down made it easy to understand its sheer strength. Seeing through the Checha's movements, Haruki was able to parry its attacks. Karaboshi. Read latest chapters at novemberelbin.com only. At Karen's signal, Haruki stepped to the side. At that moment, a flicker, vroo, lightning struck and the air was shattered. Shortly after, a white magical wave motion followed the path the lightning had gone through. Thud. It exploded on the stunned Chaka. The shock made the Checha's eyes roll back. Haruki did not miss that chance. He quickly readied his blade and attacked the Chaka. What Karen had done was to let loose a series of consecutive magical attacks. Her first attack was meant to paralyze the opponent, to make sure that the second attack would hit. It had been a well-executed tactic. This is good. This is really good. Haruki got fired up after seeing Karen's new techniques. Karen was working hard. He couldn't let himself fall behind. Haruki continued attacking in quick succession. Slash, tear, thrust, and cut it down. Though it was a Chaka with higher defense, it stood no chance before Haruki's onslaught of repeated attacks. After his attacks were over, Haruki put away his blade and loosened up. By that time, the Chaka had already drawn its last breath. After taking a deep breath and turning away, he noticed that Karen was puffing up her cheeks a little. Haruki wondered if she was holding some kind of grudge against him, or maybe she was just mad because her new techniques seemed to go unnoticed by him. Those consecutive attacks were really something. Do you really think so? Karen opened her eyes wide. She seemed to doubt Haruki's words, but there was a glimpse of a smile on her face as well. It would appear that the latter was the correct answer. Maybe it wasn't the right time to be giving praise, but Haruki was glad he did anyway. Haruki really meant what he said. These Chechas are way harder than the ones in the 11th floor. Yeah. Do you think they will hear our footsteps and come to us as well? There's a possibility. Yeah. Haruki took out what little medicine for removing smells and sounds, and sprinkled it on Karen and on himself. They approached the center of the floor without making any sound. However, they seemed to have noticed us. Haruki's detection picked up the sign of a monster approaching them. Once again he got ready for battle, and defeated the incoming Chaka. Haruki was ready to escape at any moment if it turned out they needed to, but the Chaka came alone and didn't call for any reinforcements during their battle. The Chechas on the 13th floor were clearly different from the ones on the 11th floor. Could it be that they were using their eyes to find them, rather than their noses and ears? Also the phenomenon which linked all of the Chechas on the 11th floor together did not occur here. Haruki used the medicine just in case. But had it been really useless? Haruki and Karen pressed forward as they kept on defeating Chechas. The level of the monsters on the 13th floor was getting closer to the one seen on the last monster parade and the lizardman that Haruki fought recently. However, since Haruki's ability with the short sword had improved, he had an easier time keeping up with his opponents. He could currently defeat a single Chaka in 20 seconds. As long as he fought them one-on-one, there wouldn't be much of a problem. But what would happen if he was forced to fight two of them at a time? Should he level up a bit more? Leaving Haruki's concerns aside, having felt a level up sickness several times, the difference with the Chechas quickly became evident. The reason for that sudden difference was due to the influence of Haruki's growth acceleration skill. However, it seemed that Haruki's and the Chechas' abilities were not as close to each other as Haruki initially anticipated. Chapter 67.2 67 Part 2 Haruki hadn't used his weakness exploit yet. His attacks were purely made out of his own physical strength and his skill with the short sword. Also, his breathing hadn't been upset during the battle. He still had lots of energy left. It seemed that there shouldn't be any problems going any further without leveling up. After 3 hours of search, they came across a particularly big Chaka. It seemed to be the boss of this floor. Haruki got ready and signaled to Karen. Vroom. Karen's fully powered lightning attack critically hit the Chaka. The direct hit caused the boss to collapse onto the ground, with every muscle in its body trembling. After twitching for a couple of seconds, the boss slowly got back on its feet. Seeing that, Haruki opened his mouth while staying vigilant. You can take care of this one on your own, Karen. Sure. Having seen the boss get stunned by Karen's attack, he decided that she should be okay handling the boss on her own. He thought that she would probably be able to win safely by repeatedly hitting the boss with her lightning magic. If the boss somehow managed to withstand her attacks, then Haruki could intervene. Haruki's level was good enough for now, so he decided to focus on raising Karen's level first. The stronger those lightning attacks become, the safer they would be when hunting monsters of a higher level. Those stuns sure did come in handy when needed. There was no loss in helping Karen level up. More than 30 lightning strikes were shot on the boss. However, Karen ran out of power before being able to finish off the boss. The tired Karen fell on her knees. But the boss wasn't dead yet. Her ability to fire off 30 lightning strikes in quick succession wasn't enough to defeat this boss. This lack of power could prove to be fatal in the middle tiers of the dungeon. Perhaps it was possible for that kind of magic to do the trick, though. After dealing the finishing blow to the boss, Haruki took out his skill board. Karaboshi Haruki, 27 gender, male. Skill points, 79. Class, Hidden Sword King. Divine Protection, Overthrowing God. Vitality, Stamina 3. Natural Recovery 2. Strength, Strength 4. Agility, Quickness 4. Dexterity 4. Technology, Equipment Mastery. One-handed swords 4. Throwing 2. Light Armor 3. Kicking 1 2. Covert 3. Intuition. Detection 2 3. Weakness Exploit 1. Special, Growth Acceleration Max. Taming 1 2. Divine Protection Max. He had gained quite a lot of skill points. Just looking at that 9 on his board made Haruki get excited. Where should he spend those points? He fiddled with his skills in assimilation. However, when it came to confirming the changes, he found himself unable to proceed. The distribution of skill points was greatly related to the chances of survival in dangerous battles. For someone with as little actual battle experience as Haruki, it was difficult to determine which skills he would need to improve in order to increase those chances when fighting monsters of a level similar to his own. He wondered if the skills he had selected were okay, and in the end, decided not to do any changes. He couldn't just keep randomly allocating points forever. And if he kept on increasing his skills naturally, then his desire to use the board to manually allocate points would gradually decline. But should I just not do it? I have this power after all. After checking his own stats for a while, he swiped the screen. Ria, 0 gender, female. Skill points, 0-3. Class, dual-wielding leaf demon. Divine protection, guardian deity of underground treasures. Vitality, stamina 1-2. Natural recovery 0. Strength, strength 3. Agility, quickness 1. Dexterity 2. Technology, equipment mastery. Throwing 3. Double leaf throwing 1-2. Intuition, detection 1. Special, treasure chest 2-3. Divine protection max. Ria was growing pretty well. Her treasure chest skill was still increasing. Probably she was always shooting. Haruki wondered how big her treasure chest actually was, but he had no way to make sure. Kurosaki Karen, 18 gender, female. Skill points, 4-7. Class, hammer-wielding spirit master. Divine protection, human 1 less than greater than peaceful 1 less than greater than. Vitality, stamina 1-2. Natural recovery 1. Strength, strength 1. Magic power 3. Magic compatibility 2-3. Magic manipulation 3. Change 1-2. Agility, quickness 0-1. Dexterity 2. Technology, equipment mastery. Blunt weapons 1. Light armor 1. Intuition, detection 1. Special, luck 1. Divine protection 1-2. Karen's growth was also coming up nicely. Her skills had increased considerably due to her consecutive use of lightning attacks. Read latest chapters at NovemberRealBin.com only. Also, her divine protection score has increased too. Karen's divine protection had gone up by 1. Ever since Karen's divine protection first appeared, nothing seemed to have changed in her. According to her, all she had been doing was leveling up in the garage dungeon. Had she grown so strong thanks to having Akane follow her around? Still, it was unlikely that her divine protection had also grown because of that. If it were for that, Keijamitsu's divine protection would have been there maxed out a long time ago. Hey, Karen, your divine protection went up, huh? Really? Yeah. Haruki nodded, and turned the skill board over so that Karen could see for herself. Do you have any idea what could have caused it to go up? No. I can't think of anything in particular. Though he asked her, Karen didn't seem to recall anything related to that. She tilted her head to the side as if trying to remember. The conditions that caused a divine protection to rise were still unknown. Haruki could have been able to find out by letting it rise naturally. However, he had already mixed it out manually. He had wondered about the conditions before, but the divine protection skill was relatively cheap to max out. Perhaps it would have been better to let it rise naturally. Still peaceful one? Haruki thought about what kind of god would be related to that as he looked at the board. Certainly, Karen possessed a kind of inner peace that was not common in this day and age. It was so human of her. It was something that had been rapidly disappearing from Haruki, but that Karen still preserved. That's probably why this god gave his divine protection to Karen. Yet the god's name was still unknown. Haruki was curious about this god's name. He wanted to manually increase Karen's skills in order to find out, and if only Karen would let him allocate her points to raise her magic power level to 4, her skills would become even more impressive. Hey, Karen, would you let me allocate some points for you? No, sorry. I still want to do this my way. I see. Her willpower remained untouched. Allowing him to allocate her skills points now would put that willpower at risk. He really wanted to allocate Karen's skill points, but it wasn't as if they were having much trouble with the monsters on this floor. It was probably better to watch over her, only stepping into battle if and when things get out of hand. Haruki decided to honor Karen's commitment to her endeavor. The 14th floor looked a bit different than the ones they had traversed so far. A wetland? The vegetation looked the same as the one on the previous floor, but the ground was rather flooded with water. It looked as if it had rained recently, though some spots seemed safe enough to walk on. Looking closely, it seemed that there were some traps in a large puddle of water. Was it a deep pond, or was it more like a swamp? Of course, Haruki wasn't willing to intentionally trigger the trap to see what it would do. There are quite a few traps here, so be careful. Okay. After warning Karen, Haruki carefully moved forward. The fact that there was water all over the place hinted at the possibility of water monsters showing up. Something like fish or even frogs. As they kept moving forward thinking about that, something came out of the water. What are you? Chapter 68.1, 68 Part 1. Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 68. Let's have a rematch with a beautiful monster. What are you? Eek! Karen let out a little shriek. Haruki, who was standing beside her, looked at the creature that appeared with a bit of disappointment. It was a little over 1 meter long, and thick like a baseball bat. Its deep black body was covered with a slimy membrane. The 8 pairs of eyes on its head all looked straight at Haruki simultaneously. The thing that appeared from out of the water was a slimy eel, a type of monster that had been helpful to him many times. But this is a food floor, so why did this monster wait? Food floor? While avoiding the slimy mucus the eel had fired at him, Haruki suddenly realized, maybe you can eat these guys? The moment he realized that, he moved fast. After cutting off its head, he proceeded to cut the eel vertically along its body. The eel's entrails and mucus make a loud noise as they fall onto the ground. Ugh! When she saw that, Karen's face went pale. She then covered her mouth with her hand as she crouched, trembling. Leaving Karen alone, Haruki then proceeded to pick up the slimy eel he had just defeated. Haruki had already used these eels before, but up until now, he had only seen them as something used to ward off other monsters. But after handling this eel now, he quickly understood. These slimy eels had the best type of white meat there was. White rice and fresh eels. Laughing creepily, Haruki jumped into the wetlands. Bam! With an explosive sound, Haruki stopped as his legs felt numb. He had 6 eels on both hands, and 4 more were hanging from his belt. Ria, who should have been on Haruki's back all this time, was instead waiting for him at the gate with Karen. Huh? What had come over him? Haruki tried to remember his own actions so far. After defeating the first one, Haruki gave way to his appetite and made every effort to get as many eels as he could. Read latest chapters at novemberreelbin.com only. However, even though they were food monsters, they were still monsters in an intermediate floor of this dungeon. The slimy mucus from the eels hampered Haruki's ability to attack with his short sword. The eel's defense was rather high as well. The slimy membrane covering their bodies also lowered his blade's sharpness whenever it came into contact with them. Defeating those eels took Haruki an exceptional amount of work. Still, The battle ended rather quickly. The slimy mucus released by the eels was so effective that even the eels themselves had a hard time moving around it. Haruki mercilessly stabbed the eels' necks with his short sword as they became stuck with the slimy mucus they themselves had released. If you can't control a powerful ability, it could become a hindrance. The fact that something meant to protect them would become their ruin was quite the irony. With his legs completely drenched in slimy mucus, Haruki approached the gate making wet-sounding footsteps, trying his best not to slip and fall. Shakes. Karen and Ria stared at Haruki, looking as if they were staring at a wild beast. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm sorry, I got so immersed that I ended up hunting them all on my own. No. Don't worry about that. Then what was it? Unable to understand, Haruki tilted his head to the side. Haruki took out all of the eels he had and lay them on the ground. The moment he started to chop them up, both Karen and Ria stepped away from him. What is it? Don't mind us. Please go on. Oh, okay. Urged by Karen, Haruki continued to chop up the eels. There were 10 eels in total. Just with that many, there were several possible dishes that came to Haruki's mind. He tried to stash the processed eels into the magic bag, but Karen refused. Then he tried to put them in his own backpack, but Ria got angry. Oh, come on. There was no helping it. To have to take them back home in his hands. Frustrated by both Karen and Ria's rejection, Haruki headed for the gate while holding 5 eels in each hand. After returning to the surface, Haruki went to the prefab. Phew! Aken's eyes went wide open as Haruki entered the shop. It was rare for Haruki to see Aken react to him so quickly after coming in. I've come to sell these. No, don't come any closer. Don't you dare come near me looking like that, you degenerate. What the hell did I do? Why was she being so harsh with him? He wasn't some sort of criminal or anything like that. No matter how you looked at him, Haruki was an upstanding adventurer like any other. To be rejected to that extent. Karaboshi? What is it? It might be a little weird for you to go into the shop looking like that. Haruki finally realized. His entire body was completely covered by the slimy mucus released by the eels. Haruki was heartbroken because even Esther tried to avoid physical contact with him. He washed his body as well as his tears away by bathing with water from the well. After selling the materials, he gave some leftover grasshoppers to Esther as a treat. Then, Haruki prepared the brazier. He cut the harvested eels into small pieces and placed them over the grill. The eel's fat bubbled upwards and then fell onto the brazier's hot stones. Smells good. Aken's nose was tingling. She already had her chopsticks ready in her hand. Why are you here? Of course, Haruki hadn't called her. Just as he started grilling up the eels, she flew to it like moths drawn in by a lantern. You've gotten my shop dirty with that slimy stuff you brought in, so you owe me some kind of apology. Don't you think? Certainly. Haruki had entered her store while being completely covered by that slimy stuff. He had been in the wrong there, so he should treat her to some eels as an apology. But the nerve. She was so mean to him when all he was trying to do was sow some good business. He prepared the dishes by laying some grilled eel steaks over rice. It would have been great if only he had some wasabi soy sauce, but they do without. After adding some salt on top, the dishes were ready. Well, enjoy. Both Haruki and Karen start by trying some eel steak. Aken also skillfully used her chopsticks to dig in. The eel's fatty meat spreaded inside their mouths. The more they chewed on the fatty meat, the tastier it became. Its texture was the best, with a crunchy mix of cartilage and meat. The strong seasoning was not enough to deceive the senses, as the eel's natural flavor was evident. Its flavor was similar to that of other white-fleshed fish. Its texture was more like that of a lamprey or a hagfish rather than the usual fakabayaki. Chapter 68.2 68 Part 2. It didn't smell of mud or anything like that. Its smoked flavor was simply amazing. If only he had some sort of dipping sauce, even some wasabi soy sauce, Haruki would have probably lost his mind due to its sheer flavor. He continued to chew on the delicious eel steaks, completely delighted. It was the first time he had tasted such a delicious eel. Amazing. Karen was shedding tears of happiness as she chewed on the food. Aken was getting piece after piece of eel steak into her mouth, as they gobbled down their meal. Esther, who had just finished eating his grasshoppers, rubbed himself against Haruki. What is it? Do you want some? Haruki presented him with a piece of eel steak. Esther celebrated by lifting all of his little feet at once. He was really good at expressing his emotions. Ria, on the other hand, kept her distance from Haruki. When Haruki asked her, "Don't you want any?" she waved her leaves horizontally, skillfully knocking her water bottle over so that its contents got poured into the planter. She didn't seem too interested in eels. The 10 eels Haruki had hunted were quickly devoured by the 3 of them, and a certain centipede. "I probably have to level up a bit." Those were Haruki's thoughts as he dominated the 14th floor. His skill levels weren't an issue. Haruki, Ria, and Karen can hunt monsters reliably. However, his basic level was becoming insignificant. This fact had become apparent to him as he hunted through the 13th and 14th floors. Up until then, he could hunt up to 20 or 30 monsters before starting to feel a slight level-up sickness, but now he started feeling some strong cases of that sickness and even headaches after hunting about 10 monsters. His basic level was starting to fall behind the necessary level to reliably defeat these intermediate floors. Haruki and the others were still in their first year as adventurers. Although he had made it all the way down to the intermediate floors and became an intermediate adventurer, he had far less fighting experience than other adventurers. If his battle experience stayed that low, he would eventually become unable to deal with unexpected events. Battle experience doesn't accumulate overnight. It takes time. Currently, Haruki had no choice but to try to keep defeating dungeons while compensating for his lack of battle experience with his skills and his basic level. If his skills and basic levels were higher, he would then be able to deal with unexpected events. Though he was able to tamper with his skills using his board, there was no other way to increase his basic level other than steadily leveling up. Haruki ought to roll up his sleeves and raise his level diligently before he got himself dragged into an unexpected event that could lead to an accident. The slimy mucus released by the 14th floor's boss was so powerful that none of Haruki's attacks seemed to work against it. However, Garen's lightning magic was able to settle the battle in a very interesting way. It would appear that Garen's magic was better suited for dealing with this boss than Haruki's melee attacks. The boss was so drenched in its own mucus that it ended up being drained by the dungeon, as if someone had flushed the toilet with a boss in it. Perhaps when someone defeats a boss by themselves, the level-up sickness they suffer must have been quite severe. Karen, being the person who made the biggest contribution to the battle, ended up cowering on the floor, holding her mouth. The boss wrapped around itself in mucus as it disappeared, and a drop and a set of stairs appeared where it had been. The drop was some slimy eel skin and eel replicas. There were 2 pieces of material that each looked like one of those eels. As Haruki held them in his hands, he didn't feel anything particular happening. He figured he would ask Akane about them later. Unlike the 14th floor, the 15th floor looked more like a normal grassland. Sometimes the wind would blow the sand on the ground upwards, painting the air with a light brown hue. After activating the gate, Haruki quickly started to look for enemies. The hairs on the back of Haruki's neck stood straight up. He suddenly felt a murderous intent coming from somewhere. Haruki gulped down, as it became more and more evident that this floor was of a different caliber than the previous ones. His detection skill picked up the sign of a single monster. Haruki got ready for battle. As he took his 2 short swords in hand, a monster with silver fur appeared in front of him. Werewolf. Haruki's blood boiled instantly in excitement. He had fought against a werewolf before during the stampede. At that time, he was sure he never wanted to fight one of those ever again. However, as his level increased, he started to feel the desire to have a rematch with that monster. Its strength, its beauty, they had been deeply engraved on Haruki's mind, and he couldn't forget about them. How much stronger had he himself become compared to that time? To what extent would his current power be useful against the werewolf? Haruki couldn't help but worry about those things. We finally meet again. We finally have a chance to settle the score. He excitedly dashed forward. Haruki and the werewolf clashed in the middle. Clang! The short sword was met with the werewolf's claws, causing a high-pitched sound to be heard. Their strength was equal, and the same could be said for their agility. But the one to fall on his back was Haruki. The werewolf's claws dashed over the tip of Haruki's nose. Amazing as always, a cold sweat ran down Haruki's back. If he had waited an extra decimal of a second to dodge, the werewolf's claws would have been driven deep into Haruki's skull by now. The werewolf's moves were more elegant than Haruki's. Since it made no useless moves, it can deal consecutive attacks quicker than him even though they have the same agility. Read latest chapters at novemberreelbin.com only. Haruki felt a chill down his spine. This is good. This is really good. So far, Haruki had been imitating the werewolf's movements. In addition, he had learned the way a swordsman moves by watching videos. But it still wasn't enough. Not yet. Huh? Could it be that the reason why it still wasn't enough was because that other werewolf was weaker than this one? Since Haruki continued to base himself purely on memory, his mind started to get a bit weary. Before he even noticed, the image he had of the werewolf was slightly worse than how it actually was. He had to start over from the beginning. Though he was a bit disappointed to be still a bit behind the werewolf, he was feeling more motivated. It was even more beautiful than what he had remembered. That fact made him excited. There was more. It was better than expected. So, focus. Concentrate. Haruki dove deep into his own consciousness. Focus, remember, imagine, theorize. Make an attempt, correct yourself, and try again. Haruki attacked the werewolf once again. Slash, stab, kick, and parry. Dodge, roll away, rush, and counterattack. Ria was helping him repel any dangerous attack. Therefore, Haruki was able to keep diving deep into his own consciousness. At some point, Karen called out to him. Haruki stepped away at that moment. An instantaneous flicker, a loud thunder pierced through his ears. However, Karen's lightning couldn't stun the werewolf even for a fraction of a second. The skill had hit him directly, but it simply hadn't been strong enough. Still, it did create a slight opening. It had forced the quick werewolf into a halt. The werewolf had to regain its focus. At that very moment, Karen struck it with another lightning attack. Chapter 69.1 69 Part 1 Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 69. Let's defeat our rivals and become stronger. Vroom. Haruki reacted in less than a fraction of a second. The movements of the werewolf he once fought against, the moves he had learned from the videos, and the movements of this other werewolf standing right in front of him. Remembering, summarizing, his body bordered the ideal. Then a light flashed behind the back of his eyelids. Weakness exploit. The light became a path, telling Haruki where to attack. A beautiful flow. A blade that flowed like water. The blade made contact. In an instant, the werewolf's left arm was sent flying far up into the air. The werewolf was thrown out of balance. There, it turned around and lunged. Ria managed to block the werewolf's counterattack. Haruki's blade once again made contact, making a large cut through its opponent's abdomen. Karen's lightning slipped into its wounds. Vroom. Both flesh and blood burned. Its seething blood rose and turned into a white steam. Everything turned into red and white in an instant, followed by the stench of burned iron. Then, Haruki stabbed the stunned werewolf, delivering the finishing blow. The werewolf slowly fell forward. Updated from Novelbin. After a single twitching on the floor, it stopped moving. At that moment, a strong level-up sickness welled up inside Haruki's body. However, it wasn't strong enough to make him lose consciousness like before, so it would appear it still wasn't enough. Haruki laughed at his own insignificance. Even though he had become an intermediate adventurer, the pinnacle of adventurers seemed to be still way too far away. Though it pained him to admit that, he was still glad for all he had achieved. Haruki's level-up sickness was replaced by a strong sensation of dizziness. However, Karen and Ria's own level-up sickness still looked pretty serious. Ria's stalk looked as if she was going to fall at any moment, so she took refuge in Haruki's back. Karen was pressing her forehead with her thumbs as she sat down. "Are you okay?" Yes. She definitely did not seem to be okay. With a bitter smile, he approached Karen while expanding his detection skills range. Fortunately, none of them were targeted by any werewolves while they were recovering. But they may not be so lucky next time. Let's fight as close to the gate as possible. In the event that they were attacked while in the middle of the level-up sickness, they should be able to run away through the way as long as they don't lose consciousness. It was a bit less efficient since they wouldn't be able to walk around as freely, but it was a better idea to fight safely until they got fully better. Starting from the gate, Haruki went looking for werewolves on his own. The plan was to find one and bring it back to the gate where Ria and Karen would be waiting. At first, Karen was sitting down the whole time due to her sickness, but after the first few werewolves she was able to get back on her feet. Besides, there was a large gap immediately after each level up. The same was true for Haruki. His level up sickness decreased with every werewolf they defeated. But it didn't disappear. His basic level was still low compared to this floor. He wasn't getting any good drops, either. However, he was getting the best experience there. No matter how many chachas or grasshoppers he defeated, they would never yield as many experience points as a single werewolf, and the battle experience was also way different. Each individual werewolf had a different way of fighting. Some preferred to use their claws, others would use their fangs instead, and others would attack by punching and kicking. Their dispositions were different as well. Some would get angrier as the battle went on, making their attacks unpredictable, while others fought in a more calm and sophisticated way. He could experience each individual's own fighting style. Haruki could feel how each battle gave him a great deal of battle experience. This is great. Even though he was fighting the same kind of monster over and over, he felt as if he had been fighting a completely different monster every time. As their fighting styles differed, Haruki's approach to them had to change as well. Each werewolf that he fought provided him with that valuable battle experience that he had lacked. This was it. There would be no other floor for Haruki and the others. After several battles, Haruki decided that they would stay on this floor in order to keep leveling up. The road to a noticeable presence. A nostalgic monster in the 15th floor. Hello, this is Air Karato. We've made it to the 15th floor today. The monsters featured on that floor were werewolves. Those were the monsters that I fought against during the stampede. Carrot. I hadn't fought one of those for a long time, so I was a little scared. Greater than underscore. I thought I was getting better at this, but those werewolves are strong. I feel like I still need to level up some more. I have to get stronger. Much stronger. That way I won't be ashamed in front of those strong werewolves anymore. Greater than underscore. I worked hard to level up today. I wonder if I'm one step closer to that future where my presence is recognized. To be attempted regarding Chikaho 98us. 607 name, nameless attempter. So, there's been a monster parade in Chikaho. 608 name, nameless attempter. Keijimitsu and his cheerful companions dealt with it. 609 name, nameless attempter. Actually it was Keijimitsu, his cheerful companions, and Tentacle Mask. 610 name, nameless attempter. What's with that guy? More than cheerful, he's a little weird, isn't he? 611 name, nameless attempter. I say he's pretty cheerful himself. A mask that floats in midair. Potatoes on his back. Feathers that grow out of his neck. And now, scales on his body. 612 name, nameless attempter. Okay, so he's a monster, right? He has to be a monster. 613 name, nameless attempter. He's not a monster. Well, I'm not too sure myself, but Keijimitsu spoke really well of him. He said that if that guy hadn't been there, he would have died for sure. 614 name, nameless attempter. No way. Can someone like Keijimitsu really die like that? 615 name, nameless attempter. A mob from the 30th floor appeared there. 616 name, nameless attempter. Each of the small monsters from that mob were as strong as the boss from the 4th or 5th floor, right? Chapter 69.2, 69 Part 2, and Keijimitsu and the others had only reached as far as the 24th floor themselves. Whoa. I'm glad Keijimitsu didn't die lol. 617 name, nameless attempter. It seems to have been a really close call though. I've heard them rambling about that in the heroes bar, so I know that for a fact. 618 name, nameless attempter. But how did they manage to defeat it? 619 name, nameless attempter. It seems that masked guy was somehow able to cause a lot of damage. 0, and with a short sword. I've heard that his attacks gave Keijimitsu the chance he needed to defeat the boss. 620 name, nameless attempter, and with a short sword. No way. Isn't Keijimitsu the strongest adventurer in Sapporo? Even if someone like Keijimitsu, who uses a great sword, could not damage the boss. To think that someone with the weakest type of weapon could cause that much damage. It doesn't make sense. That masked guy has to be a monster. According to Akane, the slimy eel dolls, they seem to be made of several things that could be used as monster repellent. As Haruki anticipated, the effect of warding off monsters during regular battles wasn't that strong. But they intensified when water was added to the dolls, and it lasted until they dried up. Still, since they were dolls, the base effect was lower than that of an actual living eel. Since the boss had dropped 2 of those, he tried splitting them half and half with Karen. However, she refused her share, saying I don't need it. The eel doll rejected by Karen seemed kind of cute. Haruki could almost see the 8 eyes of the doll drooping down. He felt a bit sorry for it, so he decided to use both of them carefully. Of course, that didn't mean that Haruki was going to battle while holding both eels in his hands. Haruki's bag was one of Yakibashi's 1 series. It was stronger than regular bags, but it offered no protection against attacks. Haruki hadn't experienced many attacks from behind, but that didn't mean that it couldn't ever happen. There was a possibility that Ria's planter could end up destroyed as a result of an attack from the rear. Poor Ria wouldn't deserve that at all. That's why Haruki thought about reducing the chances of being attacked from behind by attaching those eels to his bag. Of course, just attaching eels to his bag wouldn't be enough to ensure he would never receive an attack from behind. Updated from Novelbin. However, if an incoming attack could be delayed even for a moment due to the eels, then either Haruki or Ria would have enough time to react to it. This was all for Ria's protection. With that, Haruki was able to persuade Ria, who wasn't initially too fond of having eels hanging around near her, to agree with him. They went to the 15th floor to hunt, then returned to the surface in order to sell the materials they had obtained. Then at night, they trained with the centipedes on the 1st floor until it was time to sleep. The next morning, they went once again to the 15th floor to level up. At first, Haruki would experience a level up sickness after defeating a single werewolf, but he was gradually getting to a point where he wouldn't feel anything until defeating 10 or 20 of them. At the same time, Haruki's basic physical abilities had improved very quickly. Even though some fights still proved to be quite difficult, even when Haruki gave it his all, he was able to turn around about 80% of them by himself. And Garen's lightning seemed to be able to stun them for longer. The results of their training were finally showing. Haruki's eyes were getting better too, probably because of his training. He was now able to follow movements he wasn't able to before. His visual acuity had improved because of him leveling up. The werewolf's finer muscular movements were now clearly visible to him. With that, it became clear to Haruki. None of the werewolves in this 15th floor were as strong as the one he had fought against during the stampede. His memory was worn out for having tried to remember too hard. Still, that werewolf's smooth, beautiful movements remained clear enough. Even if Haruki were to use all of his current power, he would still have a hard time standing up against it. Back then, Haruki was able to defeat that werewolf because he had put his life on the line. At that time, Haruki was under an extreme situation, and his concentration was significantly higher than usual. But he knew that his current power still wasn't enough against that werewolf. The more he leveled up, the more evident it became. The more he could see it, the more questions that came to his mind. Questions like, how did I survive back then? No matter how hard he thought about it, there was no explanation. When that battle finished, Haruki was the one left standing. Whether it was a coincidence or a miracle, in the end, Haruki won. He ought to think about the lesson behind it, but there was no point thinking about how he actually won that battle. After all, thinking about it now would only yield an opinion based purely on the outcome. All he had to do now was getting stronger. 20 on the first day, 24 on the second day. They were steadily increasing the number of werewolves they defeated each day. When they started to feel that their level up sickness was getting weaker, Haruki and the others started to fight the werewolves away from the gate. The number of werewolves they were able to defeat increased tremendously. Though they were fighting non-stop, they never felt unsafe during those fights. Akane was dumbstruck by the amount of materials they had amassed in a week. Wahahaha! She was very pleased with the results of the sales of those precious werewolf materials. Then, after 1 week of non-stop material gathering, Haruki and the others were hunting on the 15th floor when suddenly, a light flashed somewhere. That was a phenomenon that only happened inside a dungeon. It was the sign that the boss had been defeated. However, the only ones to have gone this deep into the dungeon were only Haruki and Karen. Apart from them, members of the self-defense force could have gone into the dungeon to hunt as they occasionally did, but they wouldn't be strong enough to reach the middle floors. Was that the sign of the boss being defeated? Looks like it. Haruki had no idea why it had happened. Did the boss just suddenly die by itself? Or was it defeated by another monster? No, those things just didn't happen. Did the dungeon emit that light because the boss had been defeated after all? No matter how hard he thought about it, it made no sense. What on earth was happening? Haruki was getting tense due to this irregular situation. Then, before Haruki's eyes, a shadow slowly emerged from the center of the field and approached them. Was it a rare species? Haruki's alertness skyrocketed. Then, The shadow gradually became clearer. What are Chapter 70.1 70 Part 1 Read latest chapters at NovemberRealBint.com only. Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 70. Let's take on a certain ranker. The shadow gradually revealed itself. A sky blue armor covered its body. A long sword hung from its waist. Its dark, glossy hair was tied up in a ponytail. The walking figure showed no signs of being careless. However, there was a rather vague expression on her face. When Haruki realized, his whole body trembled. He had seen that figure many times in a certain blog's top page. She was one of the top rankers from Seki Shigyur. After posting that she was going away on an expedition, she stopped posting any further updates. Her teammates commented on her blog, lamenting how they hadn't been able to contact her back when the stampede happened all over Japan. Haruki could have never imagined he would encounter someone like her in the garage dungeon of all places. Mirenchu Shigeru? Haruki's own astonishment interrupted him. She had been more than 50 meters away from Haruki, and before he knew it she appeared to be only 1 meter away. It was as if she had teleported in front of him. The wind that followed behind Shigure's movement gently brushed Haruki's mask. Shigure's lazy expression changed into wonder. Found you, huh? It was the first time Haruki heard Shigure's voice. Her thin voice didn't seem to match her dignified appearance. Then, Shigure's hands touched Haruki's body. Haruki's head overheated. Wait, what? Why? Those were the only 3 words repeating themselves inside his head. What are you doing, Karaboshi? Karin's worked-up voice, and Rare's murderous intent. Haruki was well aware of both, but he couldn't move an inch. It wasn't because his brain had melted down after being touched by this top ranker he had been looking up to. Every time he tried to get away, she anticipated every one of his moves before he could even make them. Shigure's ability to read someone else's moves was terrifying. Haruki's moves were completely sealed by Shigure, blocking away all possible escape routes. That rumored masked guy, aren't you? I guess. Haruki didn't know about any rumors, but as far as he knew, he was the only adventurer that wore a mask. Still rumored? Haruki's cheeks, which were hidden behind his mask, turned deep red. Could it be that his presence had increased so much without realizing, and now even rankers are hearing stuff about him? What should I do? This calls for a party, right? His brain had indeed melted, but for another reason. Still, you seem much more normal than I thought. Haruki's chest went cold after hearing those words from Shigure. Much more normal. There's nothing wrong with being normal. Rather, Haruki had been longing for a normal presence for the past 27 years of his life, so being called normal didn't rub him the wrong way. Instead, it brought him satisfaction. Still, those words did hurt him a bit. They had hurt his pride as an adventurer, which he had been accumulating little by little. The number of intermediate adventurers didn't go over 10% of the total number of adventurers. So Haruki couldn't help but feel he was a bit special for becoming an intermediate adventurer. Normal. That word downright denied him that. Of course, from the perspective of a ranker such as Shigure, Haruki must seem normal. Thankfully, he wasn't seen as someone below normal. Still, that word stuck to Haruki's chest like a thorn that wouldn't come out. What kind of rumors are you talking about? Someone cleared the monster parade on the upper floors of Chikaho by yourself, and then defeated the one on the middle floors together with Keijamitsu. That was you, right? Shigure was touching the edge of her mouth with her index finger as she tilted her head to the side. Seeing her make that pose made both Karin and Ria seem to be enraged. They both seemed to want to jump at her throat. Haruki, on the other hand, suddenly became calmer than before. It's true that I fought together with Keijamitsu. So that turned into a rumor? Right. A mask that floats in midair, feathers growing from his neck, and a plant on his back that attacked with its tentacles, and a scaly body that repelled all monster attacks. Oh, but I'm not like that. He wasn't some kind of monster. Haruki shook his head in denial. Then, he felt a thorn prickling him on the back, as if saying, no. Wrong. Totally wrong. Your mask is floating. You have feathers growing out of your neck. They are not growing. Is that a plant? And you have scales too. And are those tentacles? No, I don't have any tentacles. Then what are those? Shigure pointed at Haruki's bag. The other day, Haruki had attached the 2 slimy eel figurines that he got as a drop from the boss on his bag. Depending how you looked at the slimy eels, they certainly could pass for tentacles. They could look like tentacles, but still, Shigure pointed at Haruki, who was at a loss for words. "It has to be you, oh." The evidence was conclusive. Shigure's eyes looked sharper, as if urging Haruki to confess. Haruki was the one who fought alongside Keijimitsu against the monster parade in Chikaho. There was no problem there. But admitting to that also meant that he would confirm the disgraceful rumor that he was a masked tentacle man who grows plants on his back, feathers on his neck, and scales on his body. Haruki was worried. He kept knocking around both affirmation and denial. No matter how much he wants his presence to increase, he wasn't sure he wanted to accept that. But before Haruki could answer, "Say, Mr. Masked Man," Shigure continued to speak on the assumption that Haruki was the person she had heard about. He could feel both Ria and Karen snickering behind him. "Damn it, just you wait. Would you like to play a game with me for a while, huh?" Fighting between fellow adventurers is strictly forbidden. However, there are loopholes around it. Chapter 70.2 70 Part 2 Bar Brawling. For example, when adventurers are exchanging words and they break out into a fight, it's usually not much of a problem unless they are seen by the police, depending on how bad it actually gets. Hot-blooded adventurers often talk with their fists, but the police actively intervening often leads to the adventurers having their license revoked, and this could potentially become a disadvantage for Japan in the future. So as long as it's considered a one-sided act of violence or there are no serious injuries, the police will usually let it pass. At least it helps blow off some steam. Shigure's game was another one of those loopholes. She wanted to have a training session. It was dangerous to arrange for something like that without knowing when a monster would show up. For that reason, they returned to the surface. Their training session would be held in a section of Mr. Katra's fallow land. How did this happen? Sighing, Haruki checked his equipment. He was going to fight Shigure. She was one of the few warriors that have actually defeated Masatsugu in combat. While Masatsugu was recognized as being the one who reached the deepest part of a dungeon, it was said that Shigure was cut above the rest when it came to swordsmanship and PvP. There was no way Haruki could feel motivated to fight someone like her. The fight would end in an instant. That's the only future that Haruki could see. The one most excited about this match was Ria. Her leaves were all thorny, as if she was asking Haruki to let her join the fight. Haruki could almost hear Ria thinking this country girl isn't even in good shape, but it probably was just his imagination. However, Haruki thoroughly persuaded Ria and convinced her not to participate. Haruki didn't necessarily have to win this battle, so it was best for him to just fight one-on-one. Updated from Novelbin. Seom, teaming up with Ria in order to face someone much stronger than himself wouldn't have been an act of cowardice. But something inside of him wouldn't allow it. The fact that Shigure had called him normal still seemed to be pulling on Haruki's tail. But this is a great chance. Seeing it in another way, this was a great opportunity to have a match against a top ranker. This wasn't something any nameless adventurer could ever dream about doing. Of course, Haruki wasn't hoping to use this opportunity to show her his real strength or anything like that. He knew he wasn't strong enough to be recognized by Shigure. She would notice that instantly. Bluffing would be pointless as well. Even if he were to try to show off, it wouldn't help the battle go any better for him. The most important thing for Haruki was to be able to see Shigure's moves. Haruki had the imitation skill. Just being able to see the opponent's moves would mean a lot to him. This was an opportunity that would probably never present itself again. When she finished her preparations, Shigure took her longsword in hand. Just as she did that, the air around them became sharp. Haruki felt a chill run down his spine due to the sudden change of air. The top rankers' weapons were given names by a third party. Masatsugu's weapon was called Excalibur Longsword. He really seemed to hate that name. Bacon's weapon was My Toy's Power. One would think that his fists were regarded as weapons, but it was actually his muscles. And Shigure's longsword was called Bloody Sakura. It was named like that since it was said there was nothing it couldn't cut down. No one knows if that was actually true or not, but no one has ever seen anyone or anything blocking one of her attacks. Most of Haruki's interest in fighting Shigure was just in seeing her use her Bloody Sakura. Katanas are some of the weapons that have been established as both a work of art and a powerful weapon, all while being very enticing for a large number of young people. They are much sharper than Western swords. However, they are much more difficult to use, as even making the slightest mistake in how the blade is lifted can easily damage it. They were weapons for professionals. Just being able to use a katana was proof enough of one's ability. Haruki wished to someday be skilled enough to be able to properly handle a katana. Both Shigure and her bloody Sakura were a symbol of Haruki's goals as an adventurer. Taking his eyes off Shigure's sword, Haruki took a deep breath. Breathing out, he deeply expanded his consciousness. A fallow land where apeseed, winter vetch, and sunflowers were gently brushed by the wind. His consciousness took a bird's eye view of that. Haruki's concentration made a single second feel like an eternity. Rhea threw a potato stone high up into the air. The match would start when the rock touched the ground. Focus. Concentrate. Look at your opponent and observe them. Imagine with every single fiber in your body, and make assumptions. Even if the match were to be over in an instant, grasp your opponent's power and imprint it in your brain. The potato stone thrown by Rhea entered Haruki's field of vision, and then it made contact with the floor. In an instant, Shigure was in front of Haruki. There was no preparation, no build-up, nothing. As soon as Haruki realized she was moving, she appeared in front of him. It was the apex of mobility, so wonderful and beautiful. But Haruki had also started to move as well. Haruki moved almost instinctively, though he hadn't seen Shigure head his way. His experience fighting a few formidable monsters moved his body. Just like Shigure, he kept all build-up to a minimum as he moved away. For a split second, Shigure raised her eyebrows. The bloody Sakura was drawing near Haruki's neck. He lifted his magic sword in order to try to block the attack. Then the bloody Sakura stopped, and suddenly changed direction. Wow! Haruki unconsciously screamed after seeing such an abrupt move, which was so different from Shigure's previous elegant and fluid moves. Avoiding Haruki's block attempt, the bloody Sakura once again headed for his neck. Instead of an aggressive slash, the bloody Sakura flowed over Haruki's nape of the neck. I've lost. Shigure lifts her chin a bit after hearing Haruki surrender. He couldn't even cross swords with her. The fight lasted less than a second. It would have been an instant kill. Karen, who had been watching from behind, lets out a greatly discouraged sigh. Haruki also sighed, feeling the exact same as her, thinking how quickly the match had been decided. But that discouragement gave way to an uplifting. Indeed, he had seen some good stuff. Her approach with zero build-up, her beautiful footwork, and the chaotic flow of her sword. If he could imitate all these things, he would surely be able to reach new heights. Haruki was convinced of that. Again, huh? Let's do it again. But, get ready. He thought it had been over already, but Shigure offered him a rematch. Haruki was caught off guard by Shigure's unpredictable words. Shigure's face seemed a bit bent as the word rematch came out of his mouth. Had she been displeased by Haruki's ability? Could it be that she's actually pitying me? What should I do? Haruki's knees began to tremble after Shigure's half-angry expression. Chapter 71.1, 71 Part 1. Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 71. Let's face the apex of skill. Having studied the art of Iaido from a very young age, Shigure earned the qualifications to become an adventurer right after the first stampede. Becoming an adventurer wasn't a matter of proving one's strength in a dungeon. It was about continuously honing one's skills. In Iaido, the opponent is a stationary target, such as a straw or bamboo mannequin. But that is no way to master the truth about Iaido. Wielding one's own sword and heart together, delivering a single strike to vanquish your foe. New novel chapters are published on. It's much more beautiful and splendorous. That was the essence of Iaido that several masters have continued to seek from ancient times until this day. That's what Shigure had been seeking as well. Of course, she had the skill needed to move quickly and cut the enemy down, but she still needed to go down into dungeons so as to strengthen her own body. In order to improve her technology skill, she needed to be able to freely handle heavier types of swords. By defeating monsters and leveling up, she should be able to control his sword more freely than ever. Improving her own physical level was essential for increasing the technology skill. The reason behind her leaving her base in Shinjuku on an expedition was to hone her own skills, to fight more enemies and get more battle experience. All of that in order to get better control of her sword. She headed north, to Nagata, Yamagata, Akita, Amari, and finally arrived in Hokkaido. Then, after hearing the stories about a certain weird masked adventurer, Shigure made her way towards the garage dungeon. However, He's not here. After defeating the boss, a blinding light flashed across the dungeon. It seemed that the masked man hadn't reached that far into the dungeon yet. She had thought she'd eventually come across that guy if she kept advancing through the dungeon, but she had no such luck. Then, as she was ready to give up and head back above ground, she finally saw it. A mysterious mask that floated in midair. At a glance, it was difficult to see anything below his neck. To Shigure, that mask certainly seemed to be floating. This masked man was regarded as a monster in the forums. Nobody knew his name. Since they've been referring to him as Mr. Masked Man in the forums, she had thought that that could be his nickname or something like that. However, looking for information about adventurers with the word mask yielded no results. It was a man shrouded in mystery, but he was still known as Mr. Masked Man on the internet. Even Masatsugu was worried about that. Shigure was glad to have finally gotten the chance to meet this masked guy. Immediately, Shigure's body fired up with excitement. Her entire body was overwhelmed by delight. How on earth did someone like this Mr. Masked Man become so popular? Just how strong was he? After taking a look at his complexion, he seemed very much normal instead of the horrible monster he was rumored to be. It was a bit disappointing. But she had come all the way there in order to meet this man, so she figured she might as well fight him. Shigure immediately asked him for a match. She was stubbornly greedy when it came to earning battle experience. Even when she could feel her opponent's ability on their first meeting, she was keen on engaging in a fight without reading his opponent beforehand. But the battle with Mr. Masked Man was literally over in a second. Shigure's sword reached Mr. Masked Man's throat. If it had been a real battle, that would have been enough to kill him. Shigure had won. But that wasn't the kind of result that she had expected. The reason for that is that Mr. Masked Man had seen her. He had seen her perform her Shukuchi, a skill she only used on the 40th floor of Shinjuku's dungeon. Shukuchi is a martial arts technique that allows for quickly approaching the enemy by eliminating the preliminary steps one usually makes when breaking into a dash, making it so that the enemy is unable to realize and react properly. It took Shigure 3 years to master that technique. Ever since she mastered that technique, no one had ever been able to see through it. Not even Masatsugu could properly react to her Shukuchi. On the other hand, Mr. Masked Man not only reacted to her Shukuchi, who Shigure was most confident about, but he also tried to dodge it. He had to be moving as fast as her in order to do that. There already was an overwhelming difference in the combat ability between adventurers who are 5 floors apart in level, and no adventurer could ever be a match for another one who is 10 levels higher. There was absolutely no way this unnamed masked man, who was stuck hunting on the 15th floor of a dungeon, should have been able to react to a technique that she had mastered while on the 40th floor of another dungeon. And yet, the masked man did react to it. Had that guy really dodged her using his own ability to move? Or was he just lucky? That couldn't be. Shigure was not able to accept what had happened in front of her. The scariest of it all was that not only Mr. Masked Man reacted to her Shukuchi, but he also tried to block her attack with his own weapon. She had been forced to change the direction of her attack. She had only a fraction of a second to do that. However, during that time, she had actually given him the chance to counterattack. Shigure had been the one who had actually hit her target. The tip of her blade ended up touching Mr. Masked Man's throat, but the short sword on his left hand had gotten in the way. If Shigure had taken even a little longer to launch her second attack, it would have been his blade against her throat instead. There are no ifs in a battle. But if he had been an adventurer from the 30th floor instead of the 15th one, I would have lost for sure. Shigure was able to win because she had an overwhelming advantage due to her difference in their basic levels. The fact that her victory was due to her basic level rather than her actual skill hurt Shigure's pride. It mortified her. Again, huh? Let's do it again. Did her offer come as a surprise? The masked man's presence vanished in an instant. Even someone like her had lost sight of Mr. Masked Man's presence. To try to slip past Shigure's eyes even right before her, it looked like some terrible sort of hidden form ability. Had he used this ability in battle, Shigure would have had an even harder time to react to his short sword earlier. No way was he going easy on me. Now she had more of a reason to have him fight her again. Next time, Shigure would completely defeat Mr. Masked Man. She would not forgive him for having tried to block her attack like that, and her victory would be indisputable. Chapter 71.2 71 Part 2. Still, Even after defeating him a second time, there was still something bothering her. When on earth did he actually use that hidden form? Does he usually wait for his opponents to show some sort of opening? Shigure was becoming more and more wary of this Mr. Masked Man. In the third match, the flow of the battle clearly changed. Shigure was wielding her sword with all her might. She was the most skilled amongst all adventurers, but her usually calm and serene attacks were assaulted by a certain cloudiness. The reason for that cloudiness was Mr. Masked Man's footwork. Up until now, he had been moving like a novice, but in this third match, he was actually moving in a pattern that was very similar to hers. Her usual feeling of being in control of the match was being distorted by this clash between similar movement patterns. And Mr. Masked Man began to grasp the flow of her sword. More than that, he seemed to be absorbing it. He's too quick. Of course, it was impossible to use a short sword like a long sword, no matter how much you try to imitate it. However, Mr. Masked Man was adapting those patterns to his own type of weapon, and all this while in the middle of a fight. Using a short sword in the same way Shigure used her sword had a certain trickiness to it. His two short swords may be rather rustic, but they were quickly beginning to carry his will. Interesting. That word almost escaped Shigure's mouth. How amusing. It was the first time she ever had a battle like this. Shigure, who aimed to be the most skilled adventurer, was certainly drawn in by this man's ability. Having fallen on his back, Haruki's breath had gone coarse. His muscles felt completely worn out after having pushed them so far. Moreover, the tip of Shigure's sword had come in contact with his body several times. His entire body was in pain. In the end, Haruki hadn't been able to land a single hit on her. Just a little more. It seemed he was about to catch onto something. However, unlike his senses, his body would not respond at all. It was just like back when he had just turned into an adult, during his track and field days, when he wanted to sprint with all of his might. His head would issue the commands perfectly, but his body would do as it said. As a result, he would fall on the ground. Many things changed during his fights with Shigure, but even with the moves he had learned in his previous fights, she was still able to nimbly dodge his attacks. No matter how much he tried to imitate Shigure's movements, she was always one step ahead. He couldn't see himself ever defeating Shigure. However, he had this strange feeling that he was getting one step closer to it. Must be my imagination. Haruki shook his head so as to shake that feeling away. Thank you very much. It was fun. Oh, no, thank you. Haruki felt that he should be the one to be grateful. He pushed himself into getting back on his feet. He had learned a lot of new moves from Shigure. Haruki was convinced that her matches with her were a huge boon compared to having fought any other kind of enemy. The experience he had earned in these series of battles would certainly come in handy in the future. Well, then, with that, Shigure turned around. Haruki was a bit fascinated by her mannerisms for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Shigure, you still can't get back to Tokyo, right? Right. I still haven't been to Chikaho yet. Most of the advanced adventurers were talking about moving to retake Shinjuku, so I thought maybe you should join them. After hearing that, Shigure quickly stepped in front of Haruki and leaned over. What was that? Haruki couldn't find the words to respond to Shigure's reaction. It seemed that Shigure wasn't aware of what had happened in Shinjuku. She was a person of few facial expressions, but her inner thoughts could be seen by looking at her eyes. I didn't know. Shigure's eyes wouldn't stop moving. Read latest chapters at NovemberRealBint.com only. She seemed to have gotten a bit impatient. Almost as if to confirm Haruki's suspicions, a cold sweat began to form on her forehead. There had been certainly many opportunities for her to get information. However, she didn't know anything about the destruction of Shinjuku, probably due to her own personality. Haruki guessed that Shigure probably had little interest in anything that wasn't related to her honing her skills. Even as Haruki spoke, he could almost see his words go in one ear and out the other. Her teammates would surely be worried about her. Haruki tried to talk Shigure into at least getting in touch with them. Masatsugu seems to have been able to rescue Bacon. Perhaps you can catch a train to Shinjuku some other time. Shigure's eyes looked upwards and to the right, and she seemed to be thinking about something. So what are you going to do next, Shigure? For now, I'll go to Chikaho. That was my original plan after all. Yeah, but if Masatsugu is on the move, then it's fine. Of course, little can go wrong when Masatsugu is in charge. But wouldn't it be even better if Shigure was there to help as well? Perhaps Haruki's thoughts were all over his face. Shigyu shook her head. Masatsugu is an expert when it comes to monsters. I would play no role there. She declared that very clearly. Shigyu had defeated Masatsugu once in a practice match, but defeating him in combat didn't mean that she would be able to defeat a dungeon floor of a higher level than Masatsugu. While Shigyu excelled fighting against other people, Masatsugu was the strongest when it came to fighting against monsters. Even when she was very strong, she could never defeat Masatsugu in a monster-killing contest. Still, Haruki couldn't fully understand. He couldn't imagine a reason why an advanced adventurer like her would not be necessary for retaking Shinjuku, and yet she herself said that she would play no role there. Was there any reason that Haruki didn't know about, or could it be that she simply wanted to go to Chikaho? At any rate, Haruki, as an intermediate adventurer, was in no position to keep pushing his opinion onto her. He couldn't do anything but keep his mouth shut. After their conversation was over, Akane appeared and approached Haruki at the most perfect timing, and there was a huge smile all over her face. I know you just got your ass handed to you, but do you have a moment? Hey, Karen, do you want to get something to eat? Don't you ignore me. Hey, I'm talking to you. I seem to be hearing stuff. It might be because I just had my ass handed to me. Wahahaha, my bad. Listen, I'm sorry, okay? Just hear me out. When Haruki started ignoring her, Akane quickly apologized with tearful eyes. Haruki knew all too well about the hardships of being ignored. Perhaps for that reason, when he saw Akane cry, some painful memories rushed into Haruki's mind, causing him to get tears welled up in his eyes as well. Why am I feeling sad about someone like her? So, what is it? I have a request for you. Chapter 72.1 72 Part 1 Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 72. Let's handle the Nakusatsunai dungeon request. 1. A request? Yeah, I want you to go to Nakusatsunai dungeon to get some hot stones for me. Haruki tilted his head to the side. But you could ask a local adventurer to do that. Why are you asking me? These hot stones can be primarily mined on the intermediate floors of the dungeon, but all local intermediate adventurers who could go there are now heading to Shinjuku. Haruki reflexively struck his own forehead. Updated from Novelbin. Certainly. They were just in the middle of the operation to retake Shinjuku. Most of the intermediate to advanced adventurers were gathering near Shinjuku. Because of the operation to retake Shinjuku, the requests that are normally handled by intermediate adventurers are being delayed, and as a result some of the items that can only be obtained inside that dungeon are becoming scarce. Then, Akane added, not that I'm saying that retaking Shinjuku is a bad thing, though. If they were to leave Shinjuku be, the large amount of monsters coming out of the dungeon would eventually fill the entire country. Every native and non-native species in Japan will be hunted down by the monsters, and there will be less and less safe places for people to live in. The operation to retake Shinjuku was something that neither adventurers nor ordinary people should overlook. However, since most intermediate to advanced adventurers were assembling at Shinjuku, problems started to arise in other places. One such problem was the last monster parade in Chikaho. Under normal circumstances, a large raid party centered around Keijimitsu should have been enough to exterminate it safely. But due to the lack of intermediate adventurers in the area, both Ariel and Haruki had to walk into a very dangerous situation, and this problem with the lack of dungeon items was no different. Those hot stones were essential in armor crafting. If the retaking operation were to take longer than expected, there was a chance that the factories would run out of raw materials, rendering them unable to produce any armor. And if the armor supply were to be cut short, adventurers all over the country will have a hard time exploring dungeons. Realizing the importance of the matter, Haruki frowned. Oh, that's a bummer. That's right. I want to get enough stones for 2 or 3 months worth of supply. That's a lot, huh? How many hot stones would he have to haul back in order to get that many? This request looked like it would be a long-term expedition. It's not that much of a big deal. I need about 100 kilograms. Not much, you say? The hot stone Haruki had obtained as a drop from a boss some time ago weighed about 5 kilograms. But 100 kilograms of that? Feeling a slight headache arising, Haruki held his temple down with his fingers. We need quite a large amount right now. But don't you worry. Nakusatsunai Dungeon's middle floors are famous for being a hot stone quarry. If you go to the 11th floor there, You can hear them rolling around. Rolling around? For real? For real. But they're small. If what Akane said was correct, then he should be able to collect 100 kilograms in a few days. The reason why such a material was able to stay at a high value despite being relatively simple to obtain was that it was located in the intermediate floors of the dungeon. Also, since most adventurers don't have a magic bag like he does, it was only rarely mined. Haruki had been able to sell his own 5-kilogram hot stone for 100,000 yen. So 100 kilograms should be worth around 2 million yen, that plus commission fees. Haruki felt he could take on that request. But there was something else to consider. Leveling up with the werewolves allowed Haruki and the others to increase their level steadily. And Haruki had learned some sophisticated moves from Shigure. He was finally building a foothold to break through the 15th floor. The lack of reserves of hot stones was truly something that needed attention. But Haruki wondered whether this was the right timing for him to take such a request. Aren't there any other adventurers who could take on this request? I'm good with human resources. I've searched all over Hokkaido and there are no other intermediate adventurers than you in the area. What about Ariel? But they are advanced. So this request was for intermediate adventurers only. Considering the contents of the request, it was clear that it didn't make much sense to send Hokkaido's stronger team on such an expedition. Karen, who had been silent until then, spoke to the troubled Haruki. Can't we accept this request, Karaboshi? I mean, we were going to go back to train on the 15th floor, right? I wasn't sure if I should do this or not. Would it be okay with you if I did? Sure. There were no signs of discontent on Karen's face. You're always one step ahead of me, Karaboshi. You should definitely go collect those materials. In the meantime, I'll be sure to catch up to you. Haruki had never shown his own skill tree to Karen. But even then, surely Karen had already noticed. She was definitely aware that their growth rates were different. If Haruki were in Karen's position, if my partner were to keep growing stronger while his own growth wasn't that quick, he would definitely be feeling a tremendous amount of pressure. Or he would be driven to despair for growing at such a low rate in comparison. Haruki wasn't putting pressure on Karen. But Karen probably felt very anxious when he realized just how quickly he would grow in strength. Perhaps taking a little break would be a better idea than just hurriedly trying to get stronger non-stop. Akane was also there. It should be alright. Got it. I'll accept the request. Haruki nodded. If you run straight ahead with all of your might, you'll quickly see what's ahead of you. But taking a moment to stop allows you to take a look at those things that you cannot see while running. Haruki had never been to the dungeon in Nakasatsunai. This was a good chance to explore a dungeon he had never seen before. There might be something good to see over there. Wait a second. Going on your own? Yeah, why? Apparently, Akane was running some numbers through her head. Her face was all weird as she seemed to be writing things on the air with her finger. Yeah. You'll be alright. It seemed to have been quite a difficult calculation. Her weird expression was gone, and now she was smiling. Haruki had no idea what kind of calculations Akane was actually doing, but she said he'll be alright, so he was sure there wouldn't be any problem. The time limit for the request was 2 weeks, including travel time. The rewards for the quest was 440,000 yen, plus expenses. In addition, he will be paid for the total worth of the hot stones at an additional 5% of their value. Chapter 72.2 72 Part 2. It had been quite a long time since he last traveled alone. It also had been quite some time since he last explored a new dungeon. Haruki's heart was beating quite fast. Read latest chapters at NovemberRealBint.com only. Just what kind of place was Nakasatsunai Dungeon? The road that connected K-Town and Nakasatsunai was in a pretty bad shape. Though it was supposed to be perfectly passable, it had been blocked by a landslide, and it had such bad cracks all over it that one could travel through it by car at a regular speed without risking damage to the tires. It was so bad that it might have been a better idea to go there by foot rather than by car. Haruki borrowed Karen's magic bag, so he brought Ryo along. He had asked Karen to look after Asta's grasshopper supply. However, since she steadfastly refused to do that, Haruki had no choice but to take Asta with him as well. I wonder if I'm going to be able to find a hotel. There were hotels that allowed for pets, but no hotel would allow for monsters to stay. So Haruki planned to stash both Ryo and Asta in the magic bag at the hotel's front door. Otherwise, he would most likely end up having to set up camp for quite a few days. He would like to avoid that if possible. In the car, Ria was sitting still on her chair. On the other hand, Esther was moving about excitedly, since it was his first car ride ever. Ria scolded Esther for moving around too much. As a result, the saddened Esther ended up resting his chin on Haruki's shoulder from behind the driver's seat. Nakasatsunai, located to the south of the center of Hokkaido, was a village with a population of about 4,000 people before the first stampede. It was the most populated village in the Takaki area. However, since the first stampede, its already small population has declined even further, standing a little below 2,000. Even so, there was a dungeon in that village. It was famous for serving as a means to procure food in Hokkaido. The area was often visited by adventurers who earned a living by hunting food-type monsters. Although Nakasatsunai is mostly abandoned due to its decrease in population, there were many hotels and private lodgings in the village because adventurers often went there to hunt, so there was no need to worry about vacancies. After arriving in Nakasatsunai, the first thing Haruki did was try to secure a hotel room. Naturally, both Ria and Esther had already been put away inside the magic bag. Heading to the hotel's counter. "Welcome!" The man at the front desk let out a scream. "What?" Haruki quickly turns around to see if there was something behind him. He wondered if perhaps something happened inside of the hotel that caused that man to scream like that. But there was nothing behind Haruki. There was nothing particularly suspicious around him. But what? When he turned around once again, the hotel clerk screamed again. "Is he scared of me?" Haruki was confused. He was happy that the man had noticed the very moment he entered the hotel. It was a wonderful moment for him. But he was sad that the reason he noticed him was because he was scared of him. After all, Haruki's face wasn't that scary. It was more like a regular type of face. "My face?" Haruki took off his mask. "It's gone. That's why I hate taking off my mask." "Damn it." Haruki rudely wiped the tears from his face. After putting his mask back on and appealing to the hotel's clerk with a desperate human, Haruki somehow managed to have a conversation with him. When he told him that he was an adventurer that had come to visit the Nakasatsunai dungeon, the clerk became a little less alert of him. He must have figured that adventurers were usually quite the eccentric fellows, so it wouldn't be too weird if one of them wore a mask. Haruki's room was in a triangle cottage called Fairy House. It was a two-story building with a living and a kitchen on the first floor. The second floor was for the guests. His room was a little too big for just one person, but Ria and Esther were with him. Unexpected problems were less likely to occur if the room was independent, even if it was a little too big. Haruki had looked for information on the Nakasatsunai dungeon on the wiki, but he figured he would get better information by asking around at the general store and the armor shop. After putting his luggage away in the cottage, Haruki quickly headed to the general store. The Iyakibashi general store was just a few steps away from the Nakasatsunai dungeon. Its building looked very similar to the prefab in K-Town, only much bigger. Haruki opened the prefab's door while looking around. The store clerk turned around with a smile, and she let out a muffled scream. It was the same reaction that the hotel clerk had. But unlike the hotel clerk, the store clerk's reaction didn't end there. Surprisingly, she picked up a weapon from under the counter. Wait, I'm a customer." The confused Haruki raised his voice. As a response, the store clerk stopped in her tracks. "Are you Mr. Karaboshi, aren't you?" "Ah, that's right." The store clerk took a deep breath and put the weapon down. Since she called her Mr. Karaboshi, she probably heard about him from Akane. That's why she put her weapon down. "I'm sorry, I overreacted." "When Miss Akane said that you had feathers on your neck, a plant growing on your back, scales on your body, tentacles on your waist, and a mask that floated in midair, I thought she must have been joking." Then she laughed. Yufufu. Haruki also laughed. "Ahaha. What was that all about?" Haruki thought Akane should be more serious when it comes to describing someone else's features. "How is that supposed to make someone know that I am Aya?" Haruki's smile was hiding a deep resentment for Akane. "Huh?" Having realized something, Haruki's smile froze over. The clerk had said, "I thought she must have been joking." Was she saying that this is what Haruki looked like despite her thinking it was a joke? Damn it. According to the store clerk, the hot stones could be found on the 11th floor of the dungeon. Other than that, her information was pretty much the same as what he had already found in the wiki. He should be able to get to the 11th floor just fine. Haruki headed for the dungeon, thinking about what would be the best way to collect those hot stones. The Nakasatsune dungeon was said to be the easiest dungeon in Hokkaido. However, even though the monsters in there were said to be weak and that it would be very difficult for an adventurer to actually die in there, that didn't mean that it would be an easy dungeon to defeat. The risk of death was always there, and there would be certain monsters that he would not find in the garage dungeon. Haruki couldn't say that he was disappointed. There weren't as many adventurers visiting the Nakasatsune dungeon as seen in the one in K-Town. Thinking that there would be police officers standing at the entrance, Haruki put both this 2 and Ria back into the magic bag as he approached the dungeon. But there was no special guard like the police or anything like that. After all, it seemed that these dungeons wouldn't be guarded unless they were really big ones, like in Sapporo. Relieved, Haruki took Ria and Asta from the bag. Aiming to reach the middle floors of the dungeon, Haruki stepped into the first floor. Chapter 73.1 73 Part 1 Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 73. Let's handle the Nakasatsune dungeon request. 2. Edamame about Nakasatsune dungeon 11 Chicken steak. 112 Name, Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. Somebody help, some weird dude has arrived at Nakasatsune. 113 Name, Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. What do you mean? A weird dude. Was it a monster? 114 Name, Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. I have no idea. But he's weird. He's really, really weird. 115 Name, Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. Well, if all going to say is that he's weird, then I have no way of telling. What does he look like? He could be just an adventurer. 116 Name, Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. A mask that floats in midair. Feathers on his neck. Plants on his back. Scales all over his body. Tentacles that come out of his bag. And he's infested with bugs. 117 Name, Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. Sounds like Thululol. 119 Name, Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. You must be imagining things. Maybe it was some sort of misunderstanding. 119 Name, Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. Man, the suspense. Lol. 120 Name, Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. No, I'm sure, I really saw him go into the dungeon with my own 2 eyes. You gotta believe me, guys. Today's early summer rain by Shigure. It's been a while. I'm in Sapporo now. Hokkaido was way hotter than I expected it to be. I've come back to my blog for the first time after the expedition. Thank you for all your kind PMs. I'd like to apologize to all of you. I'll be reading all of your comments. I've met an interesting person before coming back to Sapporo. He was a man behind a mask. Read latest chapters at NovemberRealBint.com only. He made me look forward to what's to come. P.S. To my team members, don't forget about the charger anymore. I'll do my best, so please forgive me. Haruki walked through the dungeon's first floor while looking at its monsters. It was his first time visiting this dungeon, so he couldn't use the gate to teleport to his destination. Since he had to start from the very beginning, Haruki wondered if he should hurry to the 11th floor. Still, Haruki took it easy. There were 2 reasons for that. The first one was that this was a dungeon he had never been to before. No matter what would be waiting for him there, it would be a new experience for sure. By carefully looking at the dungeons and the monsters that appeared in it, he should be able to accumulate experiences he wouldn't be able to. That was the best part of this expedition. The second reason was Asta. Since Ria was comfortably set on my backpack, Asta would inevitably walk on the ground. But he wasn't too amused by that. Shaking its tail as if saying "Big sis is so sly," he would coil around Haruki's legs and climb all the way to his shoulders. That seemed to annoy Ria somehow. Haruki wouldn't normally be out there on the field with Asta. He had wanted to spoil him a bit by letting him do as he pleased, but he would get in the way during battles. For that reason, Haruki decided he would look for a place in his body dedicated to Asta, so that he didn't become a hindrance during battle as they made their way through the dungeon. The places he was looking into were his shoulders, his back, and his belly. Ria was strongly against sharing my back with anyone else. Hey, isn't my own back, well, mine? Next was the shoulders, but he would constantly bump into Ria's nozzle, which would make Ria angry. So in the end, Asta ended up wrapping himself around Haruki's belly. He looked like some sort of red buckled belt. It was like something out of a death metal stage. After a few battles, Asta seemed to have finally found the right spot. Just below Haruki's belly, he settled around his waist like an actual belt. From time to time, he would leap from Haruki's waist and hit monsters with his carapace. He was like a belt that could shoot itself like a bullet. Because of his own body weight and physical strength, Haruki wouldn't feel any knockback even when Asta jumped out of his waist to attack. But the same could not be said for the monsters on the dungeon's first few floors. Whenever Asta jumped, the monsters made a really painful sound as he collided with them. Boy, Asta is really something else. Haruki was really impressed by Asta's ability to defeat monsters just by pouncing at them. It brought tears to his eyes. Asta was even able to one-shoot black raccoons. After all, it seemed that not only his base skills were higher than Haruki's initial skills, but his basic level was higher as well. While totally enthralled by Asta's performance, Haruki caught a glimpse of another adventurer. Wow! Having noticed Haruki had spotted him, the other adventurer became stiff. However, he was still in the middle of his own fight. He had let himself wide open. Ria. At Haruki's signal, Ria brushed off the black raccoon that was about to attack the adventurer. Once it had landed on the ground, the black raccoon looked around him twice, wondering what had hit it. Don't kill it, just knock it away. The fact that just calling her name was enough to fully convey Haruki's thoughts to Ria made Haruki smile. That was wonderful. Asta, that's all right. We don't need to attack it anymore. Haruki comforted the disheartened Asta who was still attached to his waist. Sorry if I startled you. Keep it up. Thanks. He waved at the adventurer and then quickly left him so as to not get in his way. Regardless of this event, Haruki still went on exploring the dungeon with Ria on his back and Asta around his waist. Edamame about Nakasatsunai Dungeon 11 Chicken Steak 149 Name Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. Somebody help. I saw some weird dude in the dungeon. 150 Name Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. Again? What is it this time? 151 Name Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. It's that mask again. That mask that floats in midair. The same as in the previous topic. He went further down through the dungeon. 152 Name Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. So was it a monster going back to its lair or what? Or maybe he's an adventurer on his way to defeat the dungeon? Could you be a bit more specific? 153 Name Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. Chapter 73.2 73 Part 2 Suddenly I saw a mask floating in midair while I was in the middle of a battle. Then something like flew out of him and knocked out the monster I was fighting. 154 Name Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. Sounds like he was lending you a hand. 155 Name Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. Oh. He certainly seemed quite frank despite his looks, but still he was very scary. He was so hard to look at. I won't be able to go to the toilet in peace at this rate. 156 Name Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. A frank guy, huh? Now you've got me intrigued. Oh well. I'll take a look at other adventurers' records. 157 Name Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. Please do. The road to a noticeable presence by Air, arriving at Nakasatsunai Dungeon. Hey there, Air here, Karato. This time around I'm tackling Nakasatsunai Dungeon as part of a request. The Nakasatsunai Dungeon is one of the leading food-based dungeons in all of Hokkaido. However, there were very few adventurers actually in for a food-based dungeon. I had imagined a landscape where there were many adventurers working hard to collect food, but the interior of the dungeon was actually rather quiet. I didn't actually think that everyone would be going away in order to go to retake Shinjuku, ===. Anyway, for the time being, I've reached the 5th floor. Getting to the 5th floor in one day of exploration is a really quick pace. Greater than _. Tomorrow I'll be stepping even further into the depths of this dungeon. At this rate, I'll be able to finish this request in no time. I wonder if this will bring me closer to getting a more noticeable presence. Haruki had reached the 5th floor on his first day exploring the dungeon. The first monsters he encountered were big rats and black raccoons. As he went further down, he started to find slightly stronger monsters. Unlike the garage dungeon, the floor's difficulty was directly related to one's level, so it was indeed a great dungeon for beginner adventurers. On the next day, He started on the 5th floor and finished by activating the gate at the 9th floor. Haruki was progressing at a rather quick pace, and this wasn't just because his level had drastically increased, but because Ria and Asta were working hard together. Ever since Asta's position was settled, Haruki had rarely participated in any battles on the way there. Ria and Asta simply take care of the monsters before Haruki could even join them in the fight. Haruki wanted to fight as well, but neither Ria nor Asta wanted to share their targets with him because of their burning rivalry with each other. I want to fight too. However, they had fought against every single monster that had appeared on the way to the 9th floor. Rather than persistently trying to get in their way, Haruki decided to stand back and watch over them. If a strong monster were to appear, then he could fight it with all his might. The next morning, armed with both Asta and Ria, Haruki headed for the 9th floor. A gatekeeper to the middle floors was set to appear at the end of the 9th floor. Just to make sure, Haruki took out his skill board. Asta, 0 gender, male. Skill points, 311. Class, Carapace Bug. Asta had accumulated a significant amount of points on their way to the 9th floor. It was said that the gatekeepers were as strong as the regular monsters found on the 14th and 15th floors of the dungeon. Both Haruki and Ria had already fought against a gatekeeper in the past, but that wasn't the case for Asta. Just in case, Haruki thought it would be a good idea to allocate some of Asta's points. Is there any specific skill that you want, Asta? Rustle. Asta moved up to Haruki's chest and looked into the skill board. Then he touched several skills with his feelers. Okay, so you want to be even tougher. Asta nodded at Haruki's words. Well, in that case, let's grant your wishes. Haruki taps into Asta's chosen skills. Asta, 0 gender, male. Skill points, 11-2. Class, Carapace Bug. Hard Shell Bug. Vitality, Stamina 0. Natural Recovery 0-1. Strength 1-2. Damage Reduction 2-5. Agility, Quickness 3-4. Dexterity 0-1. Technology, Equipment Mastery, Carapace 4-5. Intuition, Detection 0-1. Special, Armor Break 3. After improving Asta's skills, Haruki let him rest for a while so he could get used to his new abilities. The monsters appearing on the 9th floor were kicking Kokos. Haruki thought Asta should be fine fighting them, even if he was still a bit woozy after having his skills allocated. Having a skill increased by even a single point can bring one's body out of balance. Updated from Novelbin. Asta seemed to be confused at first due to the sudden change. Still, he was gradually able to regain control of his body. Asta's jumping started to echo in Haruki's belly, perhaps due to his increased strength. It was too bad that Asta wouldn't have a proper foothold to rest on Haruki's chest instead of his waist. Haruki still had that lizardman coat, but though it offered great protection against blades, it didn't have any shock retardant effect. He wasn't in pain. But if Asta were to keep on jumping like that, he would surely begin to take damage. In order to prevent that, he would need some iron plating around his waist, or maybe some chest armor. But he couldn't decide which one to go for. He decided to work on his abs and see what to do from there. Oh? Haruki's eyes turned to something while Asta was still struggling with his body. Instead of the usual white ones, a brown kicking Koko appeared. No way, is this the local species from Nakasatsune? The same type of monsters could appear in different dungeons, no matter how hard apart they were. However, even though they were the same type of monster, each dungeon could have their own endemic species. The same happens in the garage dungeon. Some red variants can be found among the regular onion monsters. The white onion monsters are the regular ones, while the red variants are the garage dungeon's endemic species. Their level and strength are about the same, but they do look a bit different. In the case of food monsters, there was a difference in flavor as well. For instance, white onions can't be eaten without cooking it, but the red ones can actually be eaten raw. The Nakasatsune variant of kicking Koko was rather famous as an endemic species of Hokkaido. It was well known for having a very rich flavor. Yum. The kicking Koko turned around as soon as it saw Haruki slurping. But of course, it was too late. Haruki approached the Koko by using Shigure's technique. In a split second, he had already snapped the monster's neck. He skillfully peeled off its skin and chopped it up. It took him less than a minute. If there had been a skill on the board called dismantling, Haruki would have already mx'd it out. Alright, let's get back to the hotel and have a taste of it. Haruki was about to turn back, but Ria and Asta got on the way. Ria began tapping him on the head, whilst it coiled around his legs. Sadly, it seemed that tasting the local chicken would have to wait until later. Chapter 74.1, 74 Part 1. Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board. 74. Let's handle the Nakusatsunai dungeon request. 3. Haruki headed for the 9th floor's boss with his bag packed full of the local chicken meat. The boss of the 9th floor was a huge Koko. Haruki blinked his eyes repeatedly. There was no mistake. This floor's boss was a big Koko, and it was the 9th floor. There was no error there either. Since he could see the stairs on the other side, there was no way this wasn't the boss room. Haruki didn't understand. Why was the 9th floor's boss, who was also the gatekeeper to the middle floors, a big Koko? What? He was sure he was going to go up against a demi-human type of monster, but all that was waiting for him was a big Koko. It looked very much like the one he had faced back in the garage dungeon's 7th floor. Don't tell me it's because this is the Nakusatsunai dungeon? Haruki remembered. The Nakusatsunai dungeon was considered the easiest dungeon in all of Hokkaido, but he didn't expect the difference in difficulty to be this clear. Wait, maybe he's super strong or something? He knew he shouldn't probably underestimate it. Even if it wasn't a demi-human type, a boss is still a boss. Though it couldn't be seen by its appearance, it was possible that it was incredibly strong. Focusing his mind, Haruki got ready to fight. Ria fixed her nozzle on Haruki's shoulder. Asta began building up his power while sitting on Haruki's waist. After taking a deep breath, Haruki advanced with all of his strength. He followed Shigure's movements to approach the enemy while minimizing his action's build-up, to not let his opponent realize he had moved in the first place, so that by the time they do realize, it's too late. With such a clean movement, he reduced the distance between the boss and himself. As Haruki held up his dagger, the boss finally realized it worked. But it hadn't been perfect. The boss noticed him before Haruki had attacked. Shigure wouldn't have been noticed until her attack actually connected. He grinded his teeth at his own half-heartedness. Haruki's attack easily slipped into the boss' neck. The boss didn't take any evasive actions. With a slash, the boss' neck was cut in half. Blood gushed out as its artery was ruptured. Ria fires her bullets at that spot too. After hitting it with quite a few bullets, the boss' head was sent flying. Then Asta tackled the boss. The boss' body was blown away by Asta's attack, and crashed into a wall. New novel chapters are published on. Haruki tilted his head while still keeping his fighting stance. After all, it was pretty weak. Was this the gatekeeper to the middle floors? Unbelievable. With bosses this weak, intermediate adventurers could be mass-produced here. In fact, though they aren't the majority, there were some adventurers who would aim towards easier dungeons in order to become intermediate adventurers more easily. At least just for the title. Becoming an intermediate adventurer allowed one to obtain a divine protection. And having a divine protection increases one's abilities. So there should be a lot of strong adventurers around. Just as Haruki was getting all excited about that, his head suddenly cooled down. So, are intermediate adventurers being mass-produced here? Nope, they are not. The difference in difficulties among dungeons is a well-known fact. Even then, the adventurers didn't seem to be taking this opportunity to easily turn intermediate. But the monsters here are too weak, right? Even if someone were to become an intermediate adventurer in an easier dungeon, it didn't mean that they would be able to tackle stronger dungeons. And the fact that becoming an intermediate adventurer granted a divine protection was something only Karen and Haruki knew. Others might be just wondering if they had even become stronger at all. It was hard to notice the actual benefits of becoming an intermediate adventurer. Simply becoming an intermediate adventurer doesn't mean that companies will back you up, nor that you will be able to sell materials for more money than before. Both armor store clerks and general store clerks checked their customers' ability with great detail. Even if you call yourself intermediate, that doesn't necessarily mean that their treatment will immediately change. There surely would be some fellow adventurers who would be eager to go to the middle floors of a dungeon even if their own levels are low. However, even if they were to force their way into the middle floors, there would be little they would be able to gain from it. The most they would be able to do would be to brag about having become intermediate adventurers. Adventurers were putting their lives on the line. Going outside of one's league is a sure way to lose your life, so it might be hard for an adventurer to boast about becoming intermediate. With that thought, Haruki proceeded to the 10th floor. At the usual time, Karen left the hotel and rushed over to see Akane, who was already waiting for her at the dungeon entrance. Late, Karen. Sorry to make you wait. Finally, Air's not here anymore, so let's go level up like crazy. Aken's fighting spirit was burning brightly. Apparently, she was thinking that she would be able to significantly raise Karen's level while Haruki wasn't there with her. Though she was an armor and general store clerk for Iakaibashi, Akane also trained novice adventurers as a side activity. Whenever she found someone who could be a good candidate for an Iakaibashi sponsorship, she would turn from a regular armor and general store clerk into an adventurer's personal trainer. She was in high spirits, eager to show her abilities as a support for adventurers to Haruki. She was puffing up her nostrils as she fantasized about bragging to Haruki, thinking, how about that, what do you think of my abilities? Are you amazed? This is the power of a goddess, I tell you, a goddess. Get down on your knees and revere me. Such desire coiled around Aken's spine. She was completely eager about it, and without a doubt had the ability to do it. Karen had seen it when they went to the dungeon together the other day. She was able to single-handedly defeat the 9th floor's boss, the gatekeeper, to the middle levels without attracting the attention of any other monster. She wasn't Iakaibashi's fighting clerk only in name. Come on, let's go. We can't lose to Air. Akane vigorously pulled on Karen's arm. I know it's just collecting hot stones, but will Karaboshi be okay? Why? I looked it up online last night. Seems like it's quite difficult to do it alone. He'll be alright, Akane replied with an indifferent tone of voice, denying Karen's concern. How are you so sure? For starters, he's got your magic bag. That alone will make it much easier for him to collect the stones. And he's also got good eyes. Good eyes? Yeah, Akane nodded calmly. Good eyes? Was she talking about his eyesight? Karen tilted her head in confusion. You saw him too, right? That guy was actually matching Shigure's movements. That was certainly something very impressive. Impressive? It's absolutely impossible for an adventurer who has been qualified for only a couple of months to be able to see through Shigure's Shukichi. Even worse, he actually was able to copy her movements for a moment. Shigure did respond by changing her movements, but she must certainly have been thrown off by that. Chapter 74.2 74 Part 2. Karen was impressed by Aken's observations. She had no idea what happened in that battle. She was watching from a distance, but her eyes couldn't follow what was happening. She hadn't even realized that Shigure had to change her movements to begin with. All Karen had been able to see during that battle was both Haruki and Shigure's hands and feet disappear, but Akane seemed to have seen deeper into the battle. Shigure's technique is super first class. He was able to imitate it because his eyes are good enough to not overlook those of changes in movement, no matter how minute they were. Those eyes of his must be related to his stupidly insane growth rate. Karen closed her mouth and cast her eyes down. Akane didn't know about the skill board. Karen couldn't even imagine what kind of face she was making at the moment. She felt that if she could see what kind of face she was making even for a bit, it would be one that Akane could easily see through. And Akane would probably say something like, oh, didn't you know about Haruki's abnormally extraordinary growth rate? So those good eyes of his will help him collect the hot stones? Right. It's very easy to collect hot stones if you have good eyes. Anyway, stop worrying about him failing the request, and get to hunting. Right. Oh, where are we going to level up today? I've been to the 15th floor. But are we staying on the 10th floor? Akane stopped suddenly. Her body shivered all of a sudden as well. Hey, Karen. You know the middle floors are a dangerous place to be by oneself, right? So you'll definitely need my power there, huh? Yeah, the middle floors are dangerous, but what? So you do need my strength? So you'll help me break through the 10th floor, right? Why are you silent? Hey, help me out. You can help me out, right? Wahahaha. After that, Akane wept vigorously as she clung on to Karen, even though her body was covered with bodily fluids from the spoon worms they had been hunting earlier. It seemed that leveling up wouldn't be an easy thing for Karen. Edamame about Nakasatsunai Dungeon 11 Chicken Steak 202 Name, Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. I know the identity of that masked guy. 203 Name, Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. No way. What is he? Is he a monster? Is he a ghost? I wouldn't be surprised if he were a ghost. 204 Name, Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. Sorry if you were expecting otherwise, but he's a human. 205 Name, Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. Nah, no way. That can't be human. 206 Name, Anonymous who shoots a damn aim from their nostrils. No really. I've been looking into him ever since the Chikaho incident. Apparently that guy was involved in the destruction of Chikaho's monster parade. 207 Name, Anonymous who shoots a damn aim from their nostrils. Come on, we all know he's some kind of evil spirit. 208 Name, Anonymous who shoots a damn aim from their nostrils. No, you guys are wrong. Though I got to admit that there's something devilish about him lol. 209 Name, Keijamitsu. Yo, is this a thread about the appearance of that masked guy? 210 Name, Anonymous who shoots a damn aim from their nostrils. It's the guy himself. This is great. Seriously. But why are you here? I'm so excited. I'm getting a nosebleed. 211 Name, Keijamitsu. Don't get a nosebleed for someone like me lol. That masked guy is just that. Just an ordinary guy who's really hard to look at, that's all. 212 Name, Anonymous who shoots a damn aim from their nostrils. That's Keijamitsu for you. Treating the guy that exterminated the monster parade like just an ordinary guy. 213 Name, Keijamitsu. Ah, that's not what I meant lol. I did say he looked like an ordinary guy, but his fighting ability is something else. He's probably the only person in all of Hokkaido to be able to take on an entire monster parade all by himself. He's a pretty decent guy. He's hard to look at, that's all. So give it up already. Not even I can do anything about that. 214 Name, Anonymous who shoots a damn aim from their nostrils. No way. Aranka is saying there's nothing he can do. 215 Name, Keijamitsu. It's not that. All I'm saying is that he looks the way he does in order to restrain his own abilities. 216 Name, Anonymous who shoots a damn aim from their nostrils. 215. Restrain his own abilities. Gasp. 217 Name, Anonymous who shoots a damn aim from their nostrils. What? Would dropping his mask lay a curse all over Nakasatsune? Lol. 218 Name, Keijamitsu. I've just finished reading all of your posts. Sorry. The fact that he has scales on his body is my fault. 219 Name, Anonymous who shoots a damn aim from their nostrils. 218. 220 Name, Anonymous who shoots a damn aim from their nostrils. What on earth have you done, Keijamitsu? The 10th floor of the Nakasatsune dungeon looked like a maze, very much like the floors before it. However, unlike those other floors, the corridors in this floor were wider. The walls and ceilings of those corridors had changed from their usual cave-like appearance into more akin to man-made tunnels. Perhaps that's why it felt so chilly in there. Haruki activated the gate as he rubbed his upper arm. What kind of divine protection did Asta get? The excited Haruki took out his skill board and swiped. Asta, 0 gender, male. Skill points, 2-3. Class, hard shell bug. Asta's skill tree didn't seem to have a row for a divine protection. Was the skill board broken? Haruki swiped through the board several times, but there were no signs of any divine protection. Apparently, getting down to the 10th floor doesn't grant a divine protection in the Nakasatsune dungeon like it did in the garage dungeon. Now it makes sense that this dungeon is so easy. Shortcuts exist for a reason. One could always spend lots of money and get a small gun that would let them waltz through the upper floors of a dungeon. However, the strength of a weapon will always be the same. Eventually, the monsters will become more powerful as they go deeper into the dungeon, and the weapon alone just won't cut it. But while that may be true, having a more powerful firearm could cause something like a monster parade to occur. Updated from Novelbin. When a stray bullet hits the wall or the ceiling of a dungeon, it could be so powerful that it could be considered attacking the dungeon. If you can't hit a monster with a small firearm, a bigger gun won't solve the problem. Having said that, even hurrying up to change into stronger weapons made out of materials obtained from the dungeon wouldn't work. If the adventurer's level isn't high enough, they won't be able to equip those weapons. In the past, people who tried to use regular guns to defeat a dungeon quickly found themselves at a stalemate. No matter what, the easy way around things will always be rigged with traps. It's important that exploring and defeating a dungeon is done in a steady manner. Well then, Haruki was still concerned about where exactly in this dungeon would one get a divine protection, but still he changed his perspective. He put down his backpack and detached the 2 eel replicas that were hanging from its sides. Then he put his backpack on again, and held the eel replicas in his hands after soaking them in water. Asta, you don't have to attack monsters that much now. Ria, Just attack the dangerous enemies. You should follow Ria's lead, Asta. After giving his instructions to both Ria and Asta, they started exploring the 10th floor. Nakasatsune Dungeon's 10th floor was well known as a savage floor. There was a natural monster parade generator there. Letting one's guard down on that floor was a bad idea. Bracing himself, Haruki proceeded into the floor with caution. Chapter 75.1, 75 Part 1. Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 75. Let's handle the Nakasatsune Dungeon request. 4. Nakasatsune Dungeon's 10th floor was well known as a savage floor. There was a natural monster parade generator there. Though it didn't actually require a lot of skill to defeat it, not taking the appropriate measures before taking it on would surely force anyone into retreating due to the sheer number of monsters. The monsters that did get captured were stuffed and sold at second-hand stores across the entire country. Those monsters were Pyakos. Haruki had used one of those to attract the monsters' attention during the monster parade in Chikaho. These Pyakos lived in great numbers in the Nakasatsune Dungeon's 10th floor. Originally, Haruki had been trying to avoid them, but the hot stones he was supposed to collect were located on the 11th floor. Read latest chapters at novemberrealbint.com only. There was no avoiding them. Before Haruki even started to walk into the floor, a small, fluffy yellow monster appeared. It was a Pyako. Though it seemed cute, Haruki knew what it was capable of. Pyakos could call out for other monsters in great numbers with a loud poo. Haruki became a little scared. What was he going to do about that guy? Haruki's nervousness seemed to have caused the Pyako to notice him, but, the Pyako suddenly froze, and then ran away while flapping its tiny wings. Oh, even though they are replicas, these slimy eels are pretty good. Haruki shivered in excitement as he saw the Pyako run for its life. Just as he had seen back in Chikaho, the slimy eels were really effective. When dealing with monsters, just take your eels in hand and wave them around. Haruki thought that could be a good slogan. Of course, the strategy for defeating the 10th floor of Nakasatsune Dungeon was written in the wiki page. 1. Don't reach out to the Pyakos with your hands. 2. Try to use slimy eels to scare them off. 3. Be careful when trying to catch them. It looked like a really simple and clear strategy. But what would actually happen if one were to follow it? Would one be really able to defeat the 10th floor with it? Only by trying it out one could get the actual experience of doing it. Only then one could see, feel, and experience such vivid emotions. With this, he could break through the 10th floor without reserves. Haruki steadily continued to walk through the 10th floor as he saw the Pyako escape. Wait a moment. I see I can't. Akin's crying head was swallowed by a spoon worm. Her body suddenly became still. Akin. Karen hurriedly fired a lightning attack at the spoon worm, forcing it to spit Akin out. I wanna go back home. Akin's eyes still shed tears after having escaped from the spoon worm's grasp. Due to certain events, her way of speaking had suffered some kind of childish regression. Akin was very strong in close quarters, so much that she wouldn't fall behind some monsters from the 10th floor of this dungeon. The proof of that was that even though Karen's lightning had gone completely through her as it hit the spoon worm, she hadn't taken any damage at all from it. Her physical abilities were so high that not even Karen could harm her. Still, such an unpleasant thing had happened to her. The reason for that was Akin's weapon. Her weapon was not too compatible with the spoon worms. Though Karen wanted to comfort the sobbing Akin, she couldn't bring herself to get near her, since she was covered with slime all over. Since Karen was used to attacking with magic from a safe distance, she never risked being swallowed by the spoon worms. Fortunately enough, her lightning attacks were powerful enough to stop them before they had a chance to get close to her. The spoon worms were a great choice of game for Karen. If Karen were to get anywhere near Akin, she would say something like, "Oh, but you're looking gorgeous, aren't you? I'll have you suffer the same fate I have," and rush to hug her at a tremendous speed. As a matter of fact, Akin had already hugged her before arriving at the 10th floor. A hug devoid of any slime or a single ounce of romance. To make things worse, having Akin's plump chest pressed against her hurt Karen's pride. That hug had traumatized her. She had suffered all sorts of trauma thanks to Akin's hugs, so she would definitely not get anywhere near Akin. Well then, we're getting closer to the 11th floor, so let's keep going. I don't want to see another spoon worm ever again. Mining hot stones was much easier than Haruki had thought. There were several stones of various sizes piled up along the sides of the corridors on the 11th floor. Among them were a fair amount of black pebbles of about 2 to 3 centimeters each. Though they were mixed along those other stones, these pebbles were about 5% darker. Haruki's eyes, which had been trained in the process of plate making, had no way of missing that difference in color. He tried touching one to make sure. It felt as hot to the touch as a pocket heater. Those were without a doubt the hot stones he was looking for. Chapter 75.2 75 Part 2. There was no way these items, which were a well-known magic tool, were just randomly lying around this place. Haruki was rather suspicious until he saw for himself that seemed to be the case. He had expected magic tools like these to be more rare. Haruki's illusion fell to the floor and shattered like an old skylight. He started hauling all of the hot stones he found along the sides of the corridor into the magic bag like he was in a supermarket during a discount sale. The floor in the dungeons Haruki had visited so far was made out of soil, but it seemed to be bedrock in this one. From the 10th floor onwards, both Chikaho and the garage dungeon's floors were a single huge room, but this one looked more like a coal mine. Moreover, unlike those other two dungeons where the floors were filled with grass, nothing seemed to grow here. It was just stones and pebbles everywhere. And about 1% of those pebbles were magic tools. These hot stones were like the grass and trees of other dungeons. They could be considered a basic part of the floor's landscape, so even if people were to come pick them all up, they would respawn. If the layout for those other dungeons was grassland, then this one is mine. It's a type of dungeon that lured people in by allowing them to mine and collect resources. Haruki collected the hot stones using both his level 3 detection skill and his eyes, which didn't miss out on even the slightest details. After 5 minutes in, Haruki's detection picked up the signs of a monster. The monsters on the 11th floor are. Just as he started to remember, the monster appeared before him. Just like Ria, it was a plant-type monster who could walk by skillfully using its roots. Its leaves were round like those of a potato plant, but it was taller than a potato plant. The stalks that branched off its center had pods hanging from them, each containing a large amount of beans. Yum! Seeing that monster made Haruki's mouth water. The monster before him was one of Nakusatsunai Dungeon's endemic species. It was an edamame monster. The edamame stopped about 20 meters away from Haruki and began planting its roots one at a time. What was it doing? The monster finished planting its roots while Haruki stood there watching. Then, the monster started shooting its beans at him. He was still 20 meters away from the monsters. It was farther away than what potato monsters tend to be when they shoot. What's more, even after flying for 20 meters, none of the monster's bullets had lost any speed. No wonder this was an intermediate class monster. Updated from Novelbin. Ouch! Ria slapped him on the back of his head with one of her leaves. She seemed to know what he was thinking about. I'll never look down on potato-type monsters ever again. Sorry. Haruki confronted the edamame while trying to restore Ria's mood. The edamame monster had 20 pods hanging from its stalks. With 3 pins per stalk, it had 60 shots before it would run out of ammo. Due to their smaller size, the flight speed of its pins was higher than that of potatoes. They were fast enough to startle Haruki to some extent, even with his current abilities. But they weren't so fast that they couldn't be avoided. Haruki easily dodged the edamame's bullets. However, his opponent kept on firing at Haruki so as to try to drive him into a corner. Haruki made a small groan every time a bullet passed by him. Come on, what a waste. He could harvest them the same way he would do with potatoes, but then he wouldn't be able to enjoy that feeling of popping the beans out of their pods and straight into his mouth. If only he could harvest the beans while they were still inside the pods. Behind Haruki's back, Ria was staring warmly at the edamame monster. Apparently, she felt some sort of companionship with it. Her leaves had become thorny at their encounter with the monster, but after seeing the edamame attack, they had gone back to their usual roundness. She seemed to empathize with the feeling of not having anything else to attack with as soon as you run out of bullets. That was a feeling that Haruki could not understand, so he left Ria be. While avoiding its bullets, Haruki used his short sword to quickly separate the stalk from its roots. At that very moment, the edamame's leaves lost their strength. Haruki had intended to defeat it quickly, but sadly, The edamame monster had already lost half of its beans. Damn it. Next time I have to destroy it as soon as I find it. Haruki swore that with all his heart. The beans deteriorate faster when removed from their branches. For that reason, the beans were left as they were, and the stalks were bundled together with ivy. Asta's feelers hit Haruki on his belly several times as he rested on his waist. Huh? Do you want to eat some of those beans? He seemed to be interested in the beans that had fallen onto the ground. Even if the beans are outside of their pods, they can be enjoyed when boiled. Zander bean paste can be made by crushing them, and edamame miso can be made by adding yeast. But the absolute best way to enjoy them is by eating them straight out of their pods with a bit of salt. Chapter 75.3, 75 Part 3. But it would be a shame to let food go to waste. Asta could take care of the beans that had fallen on the ground. Sure, you can have them. Asta shook his tail excitedly as if saying yay, and happily nibbled on the fallen beans. Haruki continued cutting down edamame monsters as soon as he found them while collecting hot stones. If possible, Haruki wanted to store the edamame in the magic bag, just like he was doing with the hot stones. However, if he were to put a lot of different things inside the bag, he would have a hard time taking everything out. Although the magic bag could store a large amount of items at a time, it had the disadvantage of not allowing its user to look inside it. When retrieving an item from it, all the user is allowed to do is stick their hand inside and feel their way into finding it. Since the contents of the magic bag were always invisible, it was way harder to get a specific item out of it than from a regular bag. So Haruki decided to store the hot stones in the magic bags, and hang the edamame stalks with their beans from the sides of his backpack. Ria would make an ugly face when regular monsters were attached to the backpack. She even seemed to not be too happy about having Astu around. But this edamame was a monster with which she had certain attributes in common. From her leaves, Haruki could see that she accepted sharing the backpack with the edamame with a certain hint of compassion. At first, Haruki thought he was getting pretty close to gathering the required 100 kilograms of hot stones, even if they actually were small pebbles. Each hot stone would weigh about 100 grams. Even if it were to take a full minute to gather a single one, the job should be done in about 16 hours. So he assumed that fulfilling Akin's request would take him a day or two. However, even after spending an entire day gathering hot stones, he hadn't even reached the 25-kilogram mark. The reason for that was simple. The hot stones were much smaller and lighter than what Haruki had anticipated. The stones didn't weigh more than 50 grams each. Visit novelbin.com for the best novel reading experience. On rare occasions he would find stones that weighed up to 200 grams. But these were very rare indeed. So it was no wonder that Haruki could only collect 25 kilograms in a day. No matter how hard Haruki tried his best to collect as many as possible. That Akin, she tricked me. Haruki's misunderstanding was Akin's fault. Since she had said that to find the hot stones rolling around, Haruki thought there would be a huge lump of them all over the place. But with their actual size, it should have been more accurate to say that they would be lying around. You'll be so sorry when I get back home. Haruki directed his resentment straight at Akin, in the distant K-town. Before the store closed, Haruki returned to the surface in order to sell the hot stones he had collected. He took out the stones out of the bag and placed them one after the other over the counter. When he did that, the store clerk's face stiffened for some reason. Her face also stiffened when he entered the store. Was that a habit of hers? Are these the stones that you've collected today? Yes. The clerk's face went pale after Haruki's reply. Was this not enough? Haruki became anxious. Maybe the local adventurers would normally be able to bring back a lot more than he did in a day. It would sure be nice if her face didn't have this guy only brought 25 kilograms today. Huh? That won't do written all over her face. Seeing the clerk's facial expression, Haruki felt a deep-rooted fear welling up from the bottom of his heart. Then, Munchak. Having returned to the cottage, Haruki devoted himself to enjoying a big plate of the local chicken with a side of edamame beans. The tender beans felt chewy. However, as soon as he chewed on them, the beans grains began to come loose in his mouth. And as they came loose, he could feel the beans' strong sweet taste. He couldn't stop. He wouldn't stop. The chicken legs had been deep fried. He had only put salt on them. He actually had wanted to season it with soy sauce and ginger, but there he had none, so there was nothing he could do about it. However, They tasted amazing just with salt. The Naka Satsunai chicken had a naturally rich flavor. Just enhancing its natural flavor with salt was way better than using any other seasoning. The juiciness of the meat filled his mouth with every bite. Its fat was smooth and had no stickiness to it. He had never had such a fatty meat that would make him want a beer to enjoy it with more than this one. Munch. Munch gulp. Local chicken and green edamame beans were the prize for his haul today. Although the level of the monsters was pretty low, the dungeon itself had a lot of potential. The Naka Satsunai dungeon is amazing. Haruki gave Ria some boiled beans. Esther was given some beans straight from their pods along with some fried chicken. All in all, Haruki and the others enjoyed their best dinner ever. If I could ask for the one thing that would make this absolutely perfect, Haruki couldn't help but wish he had some beer to go along with his meal. Chapter 76. Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 76. Extra Aken's White Day. Author's note: it is White Day at the time of me writing this, so I thought I'd write a nice side story. Please note that this is set in a different time and point of reference from the main story. Hey, do you know what day it is today? Akane approached Haruki with a nasty smile on her face as soon as he entered the prefab. It looked like the kind of smile a drunkard looking for a fight would make. Though it was March already, it was still snowy outside, and both the early morning and the late evening were below freezing. Akane must have had a few drinks in order to warm up her body. Haruki approached the hot stone stove and raised his hand. Dunno. It's White Day. Ooh, right. That was still a thing. Haruki picked up a steaming potato from the stove while saying ooh and every now and then to show that he was paying attention. He carefully took out the burnt black skin to expose its contents. The insides were pure amber. The potato's natural sugars raised to the surface, becoming something much like a caramel cover as they were heated. The potato crumbled into pieces inside his mouth the moment he took a bite. The sugars broke apart, and the intense sweetness flooded into his mouth. Baked potatoes on top of the stove are the absolute best for the cold winter. That's not what I'm talking about. Wait, is that the potato I've been taking care of? She said that she'd been taking care of the potato, but that didn't mean that she had grown it or anything like that. She had merely put the potato on top of the stove and was waiting patiently until it was ready to eat. Hey, give it back. Give me my potato back, the teary-eyed Akane protested, wondering just how much did this guy wanted to eat a potato. Oh come on, I'll get you another one. You bet your ass you'll get me another one. Right now. Move it. Akane glared angrily at Haruki as she yelled at him. Speaking of which, I got some dried sweet potatoes from Mr. Kitora. Failed you. You can go ahead and put those on top of the stove. Her facial expression changed instantly, and her eyes were sparkling. But who said Haruki was going to give her any? Haruki unintentionally blurted out a response at Akane, who seemed to have been drawn in by the sweet potatoes just like a horse would be when hanging a carrot to the tip of its nose. So you want me to give them to you as your White Day present? No way, there's no way. TCH. Haruki regretfully clicked his tongue. He felt deceived. Come on, am I not a beautiful goddess? Do you want me to smack you? I don't condone violence. Akane quickly covered her head with her hands. If she was so scared, then why did she provoke him? Aren't your adventures always stress-free because of me? Yeah, sure. Once again, Haruki made it look like he was paying attention. Certainly, thanks to her shop, he was able to sell materials and purchase weapons, which made for a stress-free adventure. If it weren't for Akane's shop, Haruki would probably have to go all the way to Sapporo in order to sell his materials. It was safe to say that he was able to have an easier time focusing on his adventures thanks to her store. That is, the only one who didn't seem to be free of stress was Akane, but Haruki didn't care to argue too much about it. He was a bit more concerned about having more potatoes. How delicious were hot potatoes baked on top of a stove in winter. So delicious and splendid. So you better make sure to properly thank me for it. Akane's index finger was pointing straight at Haruki. She seemed to be growing impudent due to Haruki's lack of response. Her face was full of a mysterious self-confidence, and her eyes were sparkling. Still neglecting her, Haruki finished eating his potato. Hey, Akane, where's your trash can? It's right under the counter. Ah, thanks. After disposing of the rest of the potato skin, Haruki set out to leave the prefab. Hey, wait up. What? Just as he was trying to leave, Akane's hand grabbed him by the shoulder. The pressure applied by her fingers was not something even Haruki, being as strong as he was, could easily break free from. Did you just come here to eat potatoes and then leave? He wanted to jokingly reply something like just to eat potatoes, but couldn't. Akin's grip was so strong that it enraging her further would end up causing serious damage to his shoulder. Why was she so desperate? No way. Haruki sighed and turned to see Akane. Do you want a White Day present that much? Wait a minute. Why are you looking at me with those eyes? Akane, who called herself a beautiful goddess, hadn't been treated by anyone that day. Even though it was White Day, she felt miserable because of that. Thinking that might be the case, Haruki's eyes showed his pity for her. The reason why Haruki was sad as well was that his own memories of past Valentine's days had overlapped with each other. Back when Haruki was a student, he would always get nervous about Valentine's Day. Whenever he tried to give a gift to someone, he would carefully check the shoe racks and inside the desks, and he would walk around restlessly in the school grounds at recess, and when school was over for the day, he would try to create a moment in which he would give chocolate to the other person while keeping the impression that he was being his own regular self. Read latest chapters at NovemberRealBint.com only. The result was as expected. Not once a girl had come to give chocolate to him. Far from it, not a single girl seemed to know him. Since he's always had zero presents, no one could have liked or disliked him to begin with. Stop it. Haruki shook his head. Thinking about the memories of his past was too depressing. Haruki wiped off his tears. Alright, I completely accept your feelings. What are you going on about so suddenly? Just don't finish what you were saying. I'll make sure to prepare a special present for you, since you've been feeling this lonely this year. Wait, what? I'm getting the feeling you've got this all wrong. Akin's voice was getting louder behind his back, but her words weren't reaching Haruki's ears anymore. Let's make this a memorable day for poor Akane, who has been feeling so lonely. Haruki rushed through the dungeon. He was filled with an ardent passion. Tears moistened his cheeks. Then, later that day, shortly before Akin's shop closed for the day, Haruki gave Akane a large amount of monster material as a present, for a fee. This is completely different from the kind of present I had in mind. Oh no, not that. I've seen Let's Be an Adventurer. Look, she's so happy she's been brought to tears. With this, Akin's White Day would surely be a wonderful day she would not soon forget. Haruki's face was filled with satisfaction for a job well done. Chapter 77.1 77 Part 1 Let's Be an Adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 77. Let's handle the Nakasatsunai dungeon request. 5. Edamame about Nakasatsunai dungeon 11 chicken steak. 277 name. Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. I saw that masked guy today too. I was a bit far away, but I saw him killing the boss of the 9th floor in an instant. The battle lasted for about a second. For real. 278 name. Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. What? The boss of the 9th floor is the gatekeeper to the middle floors lol. And he killed it in an instant? 279 name. Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. I was really surprised to see that boss taken down in a second. That boss even one-shotted me. 280 name. Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. 279 RIP. I can imagine someone insta-killing normal monsters, but a boss? Whoa. Just how strong is that masked guy? 281 name. Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. Nakasatsunai truly is the weakest. What a disgrace of a dungeon. But oh well, that guy was connected to Keijamatsu, right? Could he be stronger than Keijamatsu? 282 name. Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. Hey, I saw that masked guy too. He really does look scary. But who said he had tentacles hanging from his backpack? That was a lie. The tentacles were in his hands lol. 283 name. Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. Lol what? It was so scary to be near him lol. Read latest chapters at NovemberRealBint.com only. 284 name. Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. And what about that plant growing on his back? It looks so overgrown it almost looks like a carnival costume. He's like a one-man version of the Rio Carnival. 285 name. Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. A one-man version of the Rio de Janeiro Carnival in Nakasatsunai lol. 286 name. Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. This isn't a laughing matter. I can't sleep at night after having been so close to him. 287 name. Keigemitsu. Sorry. He's not a bad guy. 288 name. Anonymous who shoots at aim from their nostrils. Keigemitsu lol. 289 name. Anonymous who shoots at aim from their nostrils. And listen up, wanna know how many hot stones that carnival man got in a day? 25 kilograms. 290 name. Anonymous who shoots at aim from their nostrils. Is that carnival man an organization or something? 291 name. Anonymous who shoots at aim from their nostrils. More like a tribe lol. 292 name. Anonymous who shoots at aim from their nostrils. He was alone. A single dude collected 25 kilograms in a day. 293 name. Anonymous who shoots at aim from their nostrils. What do you mean, 25 kilograms by himself? He must have had friends with him, right? 294 name. Anonymous who shoots at aim from their nostrils. He was alone, I tell you. It's the first time I've ever seen someone collect that many in one go. 295 name. Anonymous who shoots at aim from their nostrils. 294. Calm down lol. That can't be true haha. 296 name. Anonymous who shoots at aim from their nostrils. Well, I understand how you're so upset about it. The usual amount of hot stones anyone can collect in a day is no more than 2 or 3 kilograms after all. 297 name. Anonymous who shoots at aim from their nostrils. That's because they are so hard to tell them apart from normal stones. If you look at them really close, you can see that they are colored ever so slightly different, but still. The Path to a Noticeable Presence by Air Nakusatsunai Dungeon, and thanks for your views. Hello there, Air here, Karato. I'm visiting the Nakusatsunai Dungeon today. I've come to this dungeon on a request to collect hot stones. I'm not strong enough to go to Shinjuku, but by doing this, I can help out from the backstage, so that the adventurers going to Shinjuku can fight to their fullest without any worries, so that once they've retaken Shinjuku and returned home, they can live once again in the same hometown they've left behind. I'll do my best to protect this area. Greater than _ And now, finally, my blog The Path to a Noticeable Presence has reached 1,000 views. Greater than _ Yeah. This is all thanks to you all. Thank you all so much. I worked really hard today to keep leveling up as well. I wonder if this will bring me closer to that future where my presence is noticed. After posting this on his blog, Haruki received a congratulatory message from Keigemitsu, which made him so happy he was brought to tears. However, Haruki couldn't notice the unspeakable grief behind the warm words in Keigemitsu's message. At last, we've finally arrived at the 11th floor. Akane raised her hands high up towards the sky after having finally overcome her intense struggle against the spoon worm's evil clutches. Her eyes were full of tears of joy. Though she exuded an aura of having broken through her obstacles with her own power, pretty much every battle was handled by Karen alone. All Akane did was get eaten by the spoon worms over and over. Why was she getting her own head eaten by the spoon worms up until that point? Was that her goal all along? But those days were over. Now, they were faced with a regular monster, a Chaka. Karen was planning to fight the Chaka while having Akane provide her with practical guidance. However, the Chaka died after a single strike of her lightning attack. Back when Karen first visited the 11th floor, her lightning attacks were merely able to somewhat stun the Chakas. It was unreasonable to think that she'd be able to one-shot them. But now, things were different. Perhaps her magic had become stronger thanks to her training with the werewolves. Karen was confused. Of course, it was all thanks to her training. But her skill level had probably increased as well. As her skill with her once unripe lightning attack increased, and her basic level increased as well, her attack became so powerful that it was now capable of defeating a Chaka in a single hit. Not going to get much training like this, aren't you? Yeah. If the enemy was defeated in a single strike, it could hardly be considered as training. Determining the enemy's movements and dealing with them appropriately while attacking was necessary. Only by doing that one could get battle experience, which doesn't accumulate just by leveling up. We should go down a few more floors. At Akane's suggestion, they went further down. After going through the battle between the rice plants and the grasshoppers, they arrived at the 13th floor. However, The Chechas on the 13th floor were significantly slowed down by Karen's lightning attacks. The damage it dealt to them seemed to be moderate as well. It didn't look fatal enough since their eyes still had a burning fighting spirit despite being struck by lightning. But still, their movements were slowed. Your lightning attacks seem to have some kind of special effect. Yeah, maybe. Chapter 77.2 77 Part 2. The Chechas on the 13th floor were stronger than the ones on the 11th floor. It took around 4 to 5 lightning strikes to finally kill them. However, the first lightning strike would be enough to get their legs all wobbly, forcing them to fall on the ground. If it were a regular stun, all they would need to do was to wait a few seconds and they would recover. But the Chechas wouldn't be able to get up even after a short period of time had passed. This may not be training at all either. Sorry, why are you apologizing? Your magic has a special effect. That's a great advantage. So keep at it. Akane proudly puffed up her chest as she said that. But why? Why did the gesture fire her up so much? Shivers. With things like they were, both battle experience and physical experience were ineffective, so Karen and Akane decided to go to the 15th floor to train with the werewolves. Karen figured they would be able to hunt them safely as long as she could stun them with her lightning attacks, and if needed, Akane could assist her at the front line. They should be alright, so Karen and Akane began to move towards the 15th floor. However, the monsters that were waiting for them on the 14th floor would once again push them down to hell. It was the 4th day in a row Haruki had collected 25 kilograms of hot stones in a day. At long last, he would be finally done delivering the requested amount. It had taken him much longer than what he had anticipated, but he made it in time for the request's deadline. He wanted to be done with it without delay so that he could return to the 15th floor of the garage dungeon. Haruki quickly exited through the ticket gate and headed for the general store. On the way there, "You, the one in the mask, stop right there." Haruki froze after hearing such a harsh voice. "What's going on?" He turned in the direction the voice had come from. There was a man wearing a suit of armor there. There was a police logo on his chest. It was Special Police. The man was keeping an eye on Haruki. But why? Haruki was slightly annoyed. Up until that point, he had never had any trouble with the Special Police. He was a good-willed adventurer. So why? "Who are you?" "My name is Karaboshi Haruki. I'm an adventurer." The mask speaks. Hey. Haruki was on edge due to the officer's sudden rush. "Take off that mask." "Wait. Can't you take it off?" Shouldn't you be able to take it off if you don't have anything to hide?" Okay. He really didn't want to, but those were police orders. Nothing good would come out of resisting them. Haruki removed his mask, just as he was told to. The policeman got ready to be frightened, but as soon as Haruki was done taking off his mask, he opened his eyes wide and yelled, "It's gone damn it, that's why I didn't want to take it off." Tears began to form in Haruki's eyes. Sorry, you can put on the mask back if you'd like." Yes. Haruki put his mask back on while trying to not let those tears escape his eyes. When he did, the air around the special police officer seemed to have been softened, and his face showed a hint of affection. "So you are that? No. I'm sorry I've doubted you. Can I go now?" "Yeah. Sorry I held you back." "Keep it up. I'm looking forward to it." Sure. Thank you very much." Without anything else to keep him, the special police officer released Haruki. Though he had been very strict when he apprehended him, he was now rooting for him. What was that about? Haruki was confused. Could it be? What Haruki started to assume caused his nose to start tingling. Did he notice my presence? Oh, what am I going to do? He was finally noticed after visiting this city for the first time. Haruki's nose started tingling even more and a wide smile began to form on his face. What a wonderful day it was today. Happily skipping his way to the general store, he was received by the clerk, who seemed scared for some reason. What was so scary? Haruki, who was about to be informed of something, sold his remaining hot stones while having a hard time erasing his previous smile from his face. Edamame about Nakasatsune Dungeon 11 Chicken Steak, 545 Name, Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. I finally did it. I spoke to that masked guy. 546 Name, Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. Well done. So, how was it? 547 Name, Anonymous who shoots edamame from their nostrils. He was an incredibly normal guy. I feel kinda stupid for being so scared of him up until now. But like others have said before, the moment he takes off his mask, He disappears. 548 Name. Anonymous who shoots air aim from their nostrils. Is that some kind of metaphor? What is he like? 549 Name. Anonymous who shoots air aim from their nostrils. It's not some metaphor. He becomes invisible. I had thought that some kind of disaster would befall upon me if he were to take his mask in front of me. But I was really surprised when nothing like that actually happened. He's got to be using some sort of tools that repel monsters that are found in the dungeon, right? One of those tools must help him erase his presence or something. 550 Name. Anonymous who shoots air aim from their nostrils. If he were to use that he would surely be able to erase his presence. But wasn't that some sort of liquid one has to sprinkle over their body? If that's the case, then our masked guy is an unexpectedly timid person. 551 Name. Anonymous who shoots air aim from their nostrils. Maybe he's just careful? He didn't do any careless movements back when I called out to him either. There was no time for that. He said help out, so I gladly took him up on his offer. Lol. He's definitely a good guy. Just like Keijamitsu said. 552 Name. Anonymous who shoots air aim from their nostrils. 551 So it's your fault. 553 Name. Anonymous who shoots air aim from their nostrils. Whoa, wait, what? 554 Name. Anonymous who shoots air aim from their nostrils. You took him up on his offer. Now that guy is coming and going as he pleases. And he came really close to me. I was so scared I almost pissed my pants. 555 Name. Anonymous who shoots air aim from their nostrils. Lolwood. He's not that scary lol. You must be quite the scaredy cat haha. 556 Name. Anonymous who shoots air aim from their nostrils. I heard someone humming Nausicaa's Lalala. It was almost dark already as I was about to close up shop for the day. Then that mask suddenly appeared. The eerie way it floated about. I didn't want him to come any closer. 557 Name. Anonymous who shoots air aim from their nostrils. 554 So mean. 558 Name. Anonymous who shoots air aim from their nostrils. Okay, sorry, my bad. 559 Name. Anonymous who shoots air aim from their nostrils. Phew, I'm definitely going to have nightmares now. Visit novelbin.com for the best novel reading experience. Chapter 78.1 78 Part 1 Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 78. Let's take them to the 15th floor. Updated from Novelbin. After finishing with the request, Haruki returned to K-Town. After a week and 2 days, the vegetation in K-Town had quickly grown due to the summer's heat, sunlight, and rain. It was greener than ever. After parking the car, Haruki took out his luggage and left it in his house. Then, Haruki went to the prefab to check on things, only to find that they were dead. There were 2 dead bodies in the prefab. Both Akane and Karen's faces were devoid of expression, as if they were actually dead. Haruki felt he had already seen this scene before. He opened the prefab's door while pressing his thumb strongly against his temple. Hey, I'm back. All Karen and Akane did in response to Haruki's voice was move their eyes. This won't do. It's so hot in here. Thinking he would get heat stroke if he didn't do something, Haruki hurriedly opened the window. So what happened this time? Wahoo. When he asked, it seemed to have stirred some memories on the back of Akane's head. She suddenly began to cry while shouting and trembling. Don't tell me you're still stuck at those spoon worms? No. Long time no see, Karaboshi. Welcome back. Thanks. So, what happened? Well, after having come back to her senses, Karen slowly began to recount what had happened. They had overcome their fears of the spoon worms, and reached the 11th floor. It seemed that Karen's level had increased considerably due to her training with the werewolves. The Chachas weren't much of a training partner, so they decided to go to the 15th floor to train. But on the way, they were held back by the slimy eels of the 14th floor. Well, actually, the only one who had been held back was Akane. Wahoo. Akane's tears tried to reject reality. She could be barely heard saying, but they didn't make any sense. What were we supposed to do? Certainly. Even with his sharp short sword, Haruki had trouble slicing through them since they were covered with slime. Akane's blunt weapon would have had an even harder hitting them. So you got stuck at the 14th floor, huh? Yeah, sorry. Karen apologized because she felt sorry for herself. Her lightning attacks worked well against the slimy eels. What she had lacked in order to defeat them was raw power. Still, If the one at the rear guard fails to keep the monsters in check, then the battle will end up going south. The reason for that is that whether the ones at the rear guard use bows or magic, the time between each of their attacks is much slower than that of the ones at the front lines. The damage each of their attacks can deal is very high, but their attack rate is low. If they are swarmed by monsters, they will be inevitably forced to withdraw. If the ones at the front lines are unable to properly keep the flow of monsters in check, the rear guard alone will not be able to press forward through the dungeon. Karen had gotten strong enough to be able to deal with Chachas on her own. That meant that her power was by no means insufficient. So it was Aken's fault. How can it be my fault? Once they get you with that slime of theirs, you can't move an inch. Haruki was terrified by Aken's tone of voice. Their slime is so sticky that even the slimy eels themselves get stuck with it. Still, if the melee-based Aken's movements are sealed, there wouldn't be much to do about it. However, Aken's eyes didn't seem to be those of a lost puppy. So she did get caught by them on purpose. That must have been just Aken trying to train Karen, though Haruki wasn't sure exactly why Aken was going that route. Wait a second. Perhaps I could help as well? Aken slightly lifted up her chin as if she knew what Haruki was thinking about. Oh well, I'll help you break through the 14th floor. But Karen bit her lower lip at Haruki's suggestion. She probably felt sorry to inconvenience him any further. However, Haruki shook his head. Don't worry, I won't be going to the 14th floor just to help you out. Though Haruki had reached the middle floors of Nakasatsunai dungeon, Asta did not receive a divine protection. For that reason, Haruki had planned to go through the first floors of the garage dungeon and up to the middle floors in order to allow for Ista's divine protection to manifest. The stronger Ista were to become, the better he would be able to protect the household. There was no way Haruki would let him not have a divine protection. Ista didn't need to become so tough just to be able to protect the household better. Still, to grow stronger is part of a man's adventurous spirit. Even if the household he was meant to protect was in the middle of the countryside where there are no burglaries, Haruki wanted a tank in his house. Are you coming with us, Aken? Of course. I have to go help Karen train. Even if you become a burden to your trainee? Aken's eyes began to well up with tears due to Haruki's retort. No matter how well her intentions were, she was as shabby as ever. However, Haruki might have gone a bit too far with his comment. I'm sorry, so let's forget about it and go. With Asta by his side, Haruki reached the 9th floor in 3 days. The idea this time around was to help us to level up as well. Haruki instructed Ria to avoid getting involved as much as possible. Chapter 78.2 78 Part 2. It was possible that their hunting speed was slower than in Nakasatsunai because of that. The reason for that was their fewer number of moves. And Ista's special trait. Ista was protected by an incredibly hard carapace. He was so tough that he didn't take any damage even after jumping out of Haruki's waist when attacking. Also, his hard carapace would strike at a terrifying speed, so his attack power was high as well. However, since Ista's tackles would damage the enemy's armor rather than their life, his attacks didn't really feel like attacks at all. That also showed on the skill board as no offensive skills. So even if his attack power was high, it would take him a considerable amount of time to defeat a single monster. He would jump out, then return to Haruki's waist, then jump out again, rinse and repeat. Sometimes he would miss, bouncing off the ground and fainting on the spot. Perhaps it would be better to not let us to attack that much. Haruki appealed that to Ria with just a glance. But Ria gently stared at Asta with one of her leaves as if saying, let's just keep looking for a little bit more. Offensive skills aren't obtained overnight. If he continued to attack, he would eventually learn a skill or two. So as Ria suggested, Haruki decided to keep watching over him for a little while longer. Well, what kind of divine protection did you get? Haruki immediately took out his skill board after arriving at the 10th floor. Protection, safeguard, or maybe fire. Haruki swiped on his skill board as he tried to get what kind of divine protection Asta would have received. Asta, 0 gender, male. Skill points, 2-4. Class, hard shell bug. Divine protection, bug. Special, armor break 3. Divine protection 1 new. So that's what it is. Haruki dropped his shoulders. Was it part of the god's plan to have a bug offer its divine protection to centipedes? Or was the centipede's divine protection some kind of god of bugs? Hey, Asta, do you want me to put some points on your divine protection? Haruki asked him just to make sure. Asta lifted one of his tiny feet as if saying yes. Asta, 0 gender, male. Skill points, 4-2. Class, hardshell bug. Divine protection, bug. God of extermination, Shinchu. Special, armor break 3. Divine protection 1 max. Isn't this another minor god? Shinchu is one of the good deities depicted in the painting Extermination of Evil, which is one of Japan's national treasures. Still, it's considered a minor deity since there's little to no literary reference to it. Could it be due to it being a product of Sumione's imagination rather than an object of worship? Still, Shinchu is said to ward off disasters and epidemics. It seemed suitable for Asta, who was a beneficial insect. Just as he was about to put the skill board away, Haruki noticed a new skill had appeared. Vitality, Stamina 0. Natural Recovery 1. Quarantine 0 new. It's like that skill that old man Takenaka had, but different. Takenaka, who was active in Chikaho, had the immunity skill. Quarantine and immunity are different things, but oh well. Quarantine 0 prevents abnormal status effects max 5. The quarantine skill had undoubtedly appeared thanks to Shinchu's divine protection. However, there were very few monsters who would make use of abnormal status effects. Even when looking at the monsters found in the entire country, there are but a handful. And even then, most of those few monsters who do use abnormal status effects only use poison. It was common knowledge that all one needed to do in order to deal with any monster that uses poison was to carry a few vials of antidote. To Haruki, this skill wasn't too useful at the moment. If anything happens, he could always edit it later. Haruki wondered whether he should edit it at that moment or later, and finally decided to leave it as it was for the time being. While training Asta, Haruki arrived at the 14th floor 3 days after having reached the 10th floor. During that time, Asta was repeatedly swallowed by spoon worms and punched by chachas. Still, thanks to his hard carapace, Asta didn't receive any damage at all. He was just like Akane in that regard. However, though his body was unscathed, his heart seemed to be terribly hurt. To Haruki, he seemed sad about getting himself stuck with the eel's slime over and over whenever he tried to attack them. The next day, he was met by Karen and a somewhat frightened Akane in front of the dungeon's entrance. "We're going to be alright, right?" She seemed to have some leftover trauma after having been assaulted by the eel slime so many times. Akane sounded terribly scared. "Yeah, we should be alright." It was a floor he had already cleared before. They should be able to clear it again. As long as nothing too bad happens. Just like Haruki anticipated, they were able to clear the 14th floor without anything too bad happening. Still, small problems were rather frequent. Akane would fall victim to the eel's slime, and Asta would get constantly eaten by the eels. They really were like two peas in a pod. Akane would struggle while crying out loud, and Asta would get constantly depressed about getting caught by the eels. The difference between the two was whether or not they could escape from the slimy eels by themselves. Akane was unable to escape, no matter how hard she struggled. On the other hand, Asta was able to escape from them smoothly. Even though he couldn't believe his eyes, Haruki finished off the eels one by one. Before, he would have a harder time fighting the slimy eels. However, since his level had increased after his match with Shigure, he found himself able to handle them more easily. Moreover, Karen's cover was much better now. Every single one of her lightning strikes would stun the eels without fail. Despite being powerful enough to completely dominate them, why weren't Karen and Akane able to break through the 14th floor by themselves? Updated from Novelbin. Haruki was totally confused. It was very important for the one at the front line to be continuously attracting the monster's attention. With that thought, Haruki looked down on Akane, who was always crying whenever she got herself stuck by the eel slime. "Hey, help me out here, but don't look. There are so many eels. Help me, help." Chapter 79.1 79 Part 1 Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 79. Let's find the source of this unusual event. Haruki squinted as soon as he set foot on the 15th floor. Something was different. Made his spine twitch. Akane seemed to get that feeling as well. Instead of activating the gate right away, she stood next to Haruki. "Hey, what should we do?" Contrary to how she usually sounded like when being gobbled by the slimy eels, Akane's voice was very serious. That alone made Haruki even more alert of his surroundings. The dungeon's sky, which was usually clear, seemed a bit cloudy this time around. It felt as if the dungeon was rejecting Haruki. We should postpone our training on this 15th floor for now. Yeah, huh? Karen felt left behind from Haruki and Aken's conversation. Her detection skill was still at 1. For that reason, she was unable to grasp that feeling. Visit novelbin.com for the best novel reading experience. As for Akane, there was no doubt that her detection skill was high enough, due to her high fighting ability. Though she hadn't demonstrated her high fighting ability at all so far, and that didn't look like it would change anytime soon. However, Haruki was interested in another aspect of this situation. Even though Akane would cry like a baby for losing against an opponent of a lower rank than her, she seemed very composed when about to face a seemingly superior opponent. Despite her initial trembling, she was now showing no signs of faltering. The duality of hers was something really interesting. What happened? Maybe a rare species has appeared. A rare species? Karen let out a little gasp. Was her sudden, reflexive curving of her back due to her intense training every day? Haruki was impressed to see her react so quickly as soon as she started sensing danger. We might not be able to defeat it if it's a rare species, you know. Haruki nodded at Aken's statement. Rare species were usually overwhelmingly stronger than their regular counterparts, although there were differences depending on the individual rare species. The rare species of the centipede could be found starting from the 8th floor. The lizardman, which was a rare species of the Barobaro, was different from the ones that could be found normally on the 20th floor. If a monster from a lower floor were to appear like it did in Chikaho, there would be nothing that Haruki could do to stop it. What should we do, Akane? We run. Thought so. Haruki found himself smiling at Aken's answer. Certainly, the way to win was to run away. The rare species at a monster parade would usually disappear naturally after a while as well. However, there were some rare species and monster parades that didn't naturally disappear. Those were the kind of monsters that would eventually cause stampedes. If we find one of those monsters, we run away. Then, we put up a request for an adventurer of a higher level. What do you think? Looks simple enough. Do we have enough money for that? I don't know how much that would cost. Haruki's savings were of a little over 1,000,000 yen. However, if a particularly stronger monster were to appear, he would need to hire a team of high-level adventurers. He had enough money to hire a team of senior adventurers. However, if a monster that Haruki couldn't deal with were to appear, he would have little choice but to hire a team. There weren't many obstacles on the 15th floor. However, finding monsters wasn't particularly easy, since the entire floor was covered with waist-high grass. Haruki took a quick look around, but was unable to find any werewolves, let alone any rare species that might have been lurking around. Haruki used all of his strength to expand his detection range as far as possible. He tried to detect signs of anything that could be a rare species just with his sense of touch. His detection reached its absolute limit. Every nerve of Haruki's body was on edge. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Then, his webbing of detection touched a monster. At that moment, Haruki instantly crouched. He also urged both Akane and Karen to crouch by lowering his hand. What he felt was a four-legged, long and narrow silhouette. The beast's head had large horns. It's a deer. A deer? Yes, a deer monster. That's rough. Unlike Karen, who tilted her head to the side, completely unaware of the monster's true identity, Akane seemed to understand it very well. It's a monster that appears on the 24th floor of another dungeon. Why is a deer the rare species of a werewolf? Deers weren't the evolved form of werewolves. They were their prey. They didn't meet the criteria for being a rare species. It must have simply come up from a lower floor. I see. Haruki's face showed his understanding after hearing Aken's explanation. The rare species lizardman had also appeared on a Barobaro floor. Barobaros are anteater monsters, so they share no relation with lizards. That too was a rare species that had come up from a lower floor. In other words, it's possible that this rare species may cause a stampede. Being able to go up the stairs in a dungeon meant that, if he had the will to do so, he could potentially go outside. That deer monster needed to be taken care of quickly before it could cause any trouble. However, there was nothing Haruki could do against a monster from the 24th floor. If he were to make full use of the skill board, it would be possible to defeat it. But even then, it would be just that, a possibility. Haruki's physical level was appropriate for the 15th floor, so his chances were rather low, regardless of skill. To put his own life on the line, Haruki preferred to take other measures before having to resort to that. Can you defeat this deer? I don't have the power to subjugate it. At most, I'd prefer to fight a monster as strong as me. I see. The power to subjugate was the ability to deal damage to a monster. Akane used a blunt weapon. While it was perfectly capable to deal damage, its ability to take a life was not much higher than that of a short sword. At worst, it can defeat an opponent of the same level as her. Haruki was a bit relieved that she didn't say it was impossible, though. Akane, can you put in a subjugation request? I can, but getting the adventurers will be up to Oiso. My jurisdiction is only K-Town, so I won't be able to help get adventurers for the request. Okay, that's okay. What are you going to do? I'll continue doing some more reconnaissance for the time being. Well, keep in touch through Karen. Got it. If all one wanted to do was to defeat this rare species monster, it would be possible to do it just by getting a handful of strong adventurers. Chapter 79.2 79 Part 2. But if a monster parade were to happen at the same time as this, it could develop into a much more serious situation. There was no monster parade yet. There was no sign that it would occur. Far from gathering, the werewolves that roamed the floor seemed to not have noticed the deer's presence. The fact that monsters that should certainly be there actually weren't only fueled Haruki's sense of impending crisis. It didn't matter when or where. It would be better that he monitored the situation at all times. In the event that something went wrong, Haruki would use the skill board on the spot and try to subjugate it. Even if it cost him his life, Haruki couldn't help but hope that the situation would end without him having to resort to that. Simultaneous Shinjuku's recapture strategy meeting building 402 Uprising. 869 Name: Glorious Anonymous who joined the Shinjuku recapture cause. I somehow managed to push it back to Shinjuku Station. This was all thanks to the continued raids. 870 Name: Glorious Anonymous who joined the Shinjuku recapture cause. It's very important to accumulate results daily, but boy has it been a long time now. 871 Name: Glorious Anonymous who joined the Shinjuku recapture cause. Still, monsters are still coming out of the dungeon every now and then. Even then, that's much easier to defend. So all we're waiting for now is when the simultaneous uprising starts. 872 Name: Glorious Anonymous who joined the Shinjuku recapture cause. So when do you think the rush order will come through? We're getting more and more adventurers near Shinjuku day by day. We're going to run out of supplies soon. 873 Name: Glorious Anonymous who joined the Shinjuku recapture cause. Yeah, all of the universal medicine vanished so quickly from the stores. Which team is in charge of logistics? Shouldn't they be using a magic bag to shuttle supplies here or something like that? 874 Name: Glorious Anonymous who joined the Shinjuku recapture cause. Even then it wouldn't be enough. We're getting people here in the thousands. 875 Name: Glorious Anonymous who joined the Shinjuku recapture cause. Due to the gathering of adventurers of intermediate level and above, the supply of materials in each dungeon has dropped significantly. In fact, the situation is critical. Fortunately, we were able to get as many hot stones as we needed, thanks to the huge amount that Yakibashi was able to deliver. Since we were having a shortage of hot stones, craftsmen and adventurers weren't able to forge or repair equipment, which has been a huge inconvenience. 876 Name: Glorious Anonymous who joined the Shinjuku recapture cause. I can't be thankful enough for that. I feared I would have to fight with my bare hands if my weapon were to break. That adventurer who got all of those hot stones for us at this perfect timing must be some kind of god. 877 Name: Glorious Anonymous who joined the Shinjuku recapture cause. Visit novelbin.com for the best novel reading experience. We should have enough to last us for a month. By the way, I think it's about time, but are the leaders still waiting? At this rate some adventurers might start acting on their own. 878 Name: Masatsugu. Hey there. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. 879 Name: Glorious Anonymous who joined the Shinjuku recapture cause. 878 He's here. So, what's next? Are we waiting for something since we can't move yet? 880 Name: Masatsugu. 879 That's right. All preparations will be done soon. 881 Name: Glorious Anonymous who joined the Shinjuku recapture cause. Yeah. Then I'll keep my armor in top condition. 882 Name: Bacon. Don't forget to pump up. 883 Name, Glorious Anonymous who joined the Shinjuku recapture cause. 882 Wait lol, I'm too tired to pump up right now haha. By the way, are you feeling better? 884 Name, Bacon. Sorry to make you worry, I'm doing great. 885 Name, Glorious Anonymous who joined the Shinjuku recapture cause. That's weird. I could swear you were trying to say my muscles are doing great. 886 Name, Bacon. Ha ha ha. Well then, it's almost time for the simultaneous uprising. Give it your all. With every muscle in your body. Well, show those monsters what we're made of. 887 Name, Glorious Anonymous who joined the Shinjuku recapture cause. 886 You'll be at the front line showing them your muscles lol. Haruki's watchful gaze caught a glimpse of the rare species' strange behavior. The boss sensed a werewolf popping into the meadow and approached it. Then it spit out a dark purple mass from his mouth at the werewolf. Haruki almost let out a gasp after seeing such an eerie attack. He couldn't feel any particular power from that dark purple mass. However, the werewolf dropped to the ground instantly after being hit by it. After twitching on the ground for a brief moment, the werewolf was swallowed into the ground. Don't tell me killing these werewolves. To level yourself up, a chill went down Haruki's spine. Haruki had never heard of wild monsters training like this before. If that were to be true, then it would be possible for such monsters to increase their abilities in proportion to their level as it goes up. A wild monster leveling up by defeating other monsters was the worst thing that could happen. If it were to be left to its own devices for too long, it would eventually become too strong for anyone to be able to touch it. However, Haruki couldn't be 100% positive about this theory. He couldn't feel any murderous intent from the deer as it spat its dark purple mass. It looked more like it didn't try to kill the werewolf, but it ended up dying anyways. Perhaps the deer was trying to do something other than killing it. The deer's intentions weren't clear just by looking at its attack. Still, Haruki would get the feeling that he had to stop that attack every time he saw it. He had to stop that attack no matter what. Otherwise, things would get out of hand. Even if he had to put his life on the line. Haruki frantically tried to regain control of its own body before it started moving on its own. If he were to move at all, he would be killed for sure. That was how the difference between Haruki and the deer monster was. At the very least, Haruki wasn't conceited about his own power. He arrived at the middle floors and became an intermediate adventurer. He destroyed a powerful rare species monster and Monster Parade together with Keigemitsu. That was a huge improvement compared to when he first got the skill board. But simply becoming stronger didn't mean that he could accomplish anything. Just having the skill board didn't mean that he could defeat any enemy, no matter how powerful it was. What was at stake wasn't chips, but his own life. This wasn't a casino, it was a battlefield. Failing to be too careful could mean a quick game over for him. At the very least, he should be ready to escape to safety as soon as he was sure there was no winning. With a huge sense of impending danger regarding the deer monster's behavior, Haruki quickly took out his skill board. Chapter 80.1 80 Part 1 Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 80. Let's keep the deer's movements at bay. Rear, 1 gender, female. Skill points, 08. Class, dual-wielding leaf demon. Divine protection, guardian deity of underground treasures. Vitality, stamina. Natural recovery 0. Strength, strength 3. Agility, quickness. Dexterity, technology. Equipment mastery, throw. Double throw 1-2. Intuition, detection. Special, treasure chest. Divine Protection Max. Since her participation in defeating the rare species in the Chikaho Monster Parade, and until the reaching this 15th floor, Ria's skill points had increased by 8. Ria, I'd like to allocate your skill points, is that okay? Ria shook her leaves indifferently, as if saying do as you please. Though she seemed to be, that didn't mean that she wasn't actually interested. There was a sense of trust in the way she shook her leaves. It was as if she was trying to say that she felt safe leaving it to Haruki. Then leave it to me. Haruki planned the skill distribution in his head, then passed it on to the skill board. Ria, 1 gender, female. Skill points, 80. Class, dual-wielding leaf demon. Divine protection, guardian deity of underground treasures. Vitality, stamina. Natural recovery 0. Strength, strength 3-5. Agility, quickness 1-2. Dexterity 2-3. Technology, Equipment Mastery, Throw 3-5, Double Throw 2-4, Intuition, Detection, Special, Treasure Chest, Divine Protection Max. He made sure Rhea was completely specialized in attacking. A good defense is the best defense. Perhaps increasing her attack could make it possible for her to have an easier time repelling the monster's attacks. That alone will greatly increase their chances of survival. This time around, Haruki didn't spare a single point. Even a single point could mean the difference between life and death. Next was Asta, but what would he do? Haruki scratched his chin as he stared at the skill board. Asta, 0 gender, male. Skill points, 2-7. Class, Hard Shell Bug. Divine Protection, God of Extermination, Shinchu. Vitality, Stamina 0. Natural Recovery 1. Quarantine 0. Strength, Strength 2. Damage Reduction 5. Agility, Quickness 4. Dexterity 1. Technology, Equipment Mastery, Carapace 5. Intuition, Detection, Special, Armor Break 3. Divine Protection Max. Based on this, Haruki understood that Asta was not meant for offense. It would be inefficient to alter its skills in order to try to make him into an offensive monster. So there was only one thing he could do. Sorry Asta, but you'll have to specialize in defense. It seemed as if Asta understood that he was not meant to attack. He seemed a bit sad as he nodded with his feelers. Asta, 0 gender, male. Skill points, 7-0. Class, Hard Shell Bug. Divine Protection, God of Extermination, Shinchu. Vitality, Stamina 0-1. Natural Recovery 1. Quarantine 0-1. Strength, Strength 2-3. Damage Reduction 5-7. Agility, Quickness 4. Dexterity 1. Technology, Equipment Mastery, Carapace 5-7. Intuition, Detection, Special, Armor Break 3. Divine Protection Max. Haruki had a hunch that he had to increase the score of Quarantine by 1. Unlike Arcane, Asta was able to escape from the slimy eel slime all by himself. Perhaps that was thanks to his quarantine skill. He didn't know what that dark purple mass actually was, but judging by its color, it seemed to be some sort of debuff. That's why Haruki thought about increasing his quarantine skill by 1. Whether it actually works in their favor or not was entirely up to fate. Even if it did work, there was a high chance that Asta would be the only one who could defend himself from that debuff. Haruki really wondered if it was worth spending a skill point on it. After allocating skill points for the two of them, he looked at his own skill tree. Karaboshi Haruki, 27 gender, male. Skill points, 9-11. Class, Hidden Sword Master, Hidden Sword King. Divine Protection, Overthrowing God. Vitality, Stamina 3. Natural Recovery 2. Strength, Strength 4. Agility, Quickness 4. Dexterity 4. Technology, Equipment Mastery, One-Handed Sword 4-5. Throwing 2. Light Armor Mastery 3-4. Kicking 2. Stealth 3. Imitating 3. Intuition, Detection 3-4. Weakness Exploit 1. Special, Growth Acceleration Max. Taming 2. Divine Protection Max. Haruki's movements had improved drastically after his match with Shigure. That improvement had manifested itself in the form of skill increases. His detection skill had improved as well since he was always pushing it to the limit. Thanks to that, he didn't get as much fatigue after using it than when he started monitoring what to do. Haruki's head began to work frantically. He had already used up all of Rhea's and Ista's skill points. If Haruki were to spend all of his skill points as well, he would not have any left to allow him to deal with unexpected situations. He should have a certain buffer in case all goes south. The fact that only he got to keep a few left-over points might have been seen as unfair, but the future wasn't set in stone. It would be better to be as flexible as possible. Karaboshi Haruki, 27 gender, male. Skill points, 11-4. Class, Hidden Sword King. Divine Protection, Overthrowing God. Vitality, Stamina 3-5. Natural Recovery 2. Strength, Strength 4-5. Agility, Quickness 4-5. Dexterity 4-5. Technology, Equipment Mastery, One-Handed Sword 5. Throwing 2. Light Armor Mastery 4-5. Kicking 2. Stealth 3. Imitating 3. Read latest chapters at NovemberRealBint.com only. Intuition, Detection 4-5. Weakness Exploit 1. Special, Growth Acceleration Max. Taming 2. Divine Protection Max. He raised all of his main skills to 5. Though it was less tiring, monitoring still took a considerable amount of effort. He wanted to be in the best possible condition should anything bad happen. Both stamina and detection had been increased to 5 as well in one go. His remaining 4 points were his buffer. He would only use them if there was no other way to deal with the monster. If possible, I'd like for my skill improvements to not be so drastic that they take a toll on my body. Whenever skills are improved, the way the body feels changes. When that happens, the body feels like a car that has run out of control over an icy road. No matter how stronger it becomes, if it can't be handled properly, an accident is sure to happen. For that reason, Haruki wanted to stop monitoring for a moment so that he could get used to those changes. Chapter 80.2 80 Part 2. However, he was the only one who could keep watch. If the rare species monster were to make a move while he was away from his spot, whatever measures they could come up with would be delayed. All of the effort he had put so far into monitoring would have been for naught. Just in case, it was better for Haruki not to leave his spot. At this rate, he would not be able to get his body used to his changes until then. Don't you think you should rest for a while? Karen, who had been going back and forth between Haruki and Akane, suggested he take a break. 3 days had passed since he started monitoring. During this entire time, he had been hiding near the gate. Of course, he didn't get much sleep during that time either. However, it hadn't been so bad for him. It was the same as one time in the past when he had to work for 3 days and 3 nights straight without being able to move his body or his head. With his sharpened senses, should he feel a reaction to his detection, he could immediately wake himself up, even if he was half asleep. He couldn't sleep properly, but his body wasn't as bad as when he had to work without sleeping at all. The deer continued to spit his dark purple mass onto every werewolf that he came across with. There was no sign of monsters grouping up and forming a stampede. Haruki wondered if it wouldn't be a good chance to go back to the surface and get a few hours of good sleep. By the way, about your request, it seems that only one person accepted it. Ah, but only one person. Huh? The thrill of knowing his request had been accepted suddenly dropped to the ground when he realized it had been only one adventurer who accepted it. He wanted to get as much help as possible. But would the situation improve at all just by having only one more person? To make things worse, even if that adventurer arrived at K-Town, it would take them a considerable amount of time to reach the 15th floor. Since the garage dungeon was rarely visited by adventurers from other towns, they wouldn't be able to use the gate. If this boss monster were to start moving before that, Haruki felt more and more desperate just by thinking about it. Having been up all night wasn't particularly beneficial to his emotions either. Ah, that's right. It seems the operation to retake Shinjuku Station is about to begin. Karen tried to sound cheerful in order to dispel the gloomy atmosphere that had been building up. The air became a little lighter thanks to that. Is that so? It's finally started then. Yeah. It seems that Masatsugu and Bacon have gathered with other rankers. Then I'm sure they will succeed. Masatsugu and Bacon and other rankers have assembled as well. No matter how strong those middle floor monsters are, they don't stand a chance against Japan's strongest rankers. Karen's good news made Haruki a bit fraught with emotion. His fellow adventurers in Shinjuku were doing their best, so he couldn't afford to lose here. Okay. Haruki stood up and carefully relaxed his body. His muscles were tingling for having kept the same posture for a long time. Then, he drank the stamina drink he had ordered. The thick liquid slowly went down his throat. Immediately, both his pins and needles and his drowsiness vanished at a tremendous speed. It's pretty effective. The effect made Haruki's face have a little spasm. He had ordered that drink from Akane, based on his memory of having seen it in a second-hand shop. There was an ad at that shop that said drink this and get your stamina back. He had certainly gotten his stamina back. However, looking at the bottle, Haruki wondered, is this stuff really good for the body? Haruki was hoping it had no side effects such as hurting the body in the long run or being addictive. It was scary how effective it was. If this had been a thing back when he was working, he probably would have been made to work for 365 days straight rather than just 3 days and 3 nights, with some pretext like oh, but your body is fine, so you can go on without resting. Right? That thought made Haruki shiver. I'm glad this wasn't released before the first stampede. Relieved, Haruki patted his own chest. While he was checking his own physical condition, Haruki's detection skill picked up a movement made by the rare species monster that it had never sensed before! Haruki quickly put himself on guard. He readied himself to draw his short sword and kept a low posture. Karen quickly responded to Haruki's reaction. She lowered her back and held her staff in both hands. The deer, which hadn't made any major movements other than defeating werewolves, was coming at them with a relaxed gait from the direction that Haruki was looking at. Was it just walking around? Or had it found them? Haruki couldn't quite put his finger on it. However, Haruki could feel the tremendous killing intent from the deer. He felt as if he had been enveloped by an immense cloud of the most atrocious murderous impulse. However, Haruki broke free of it by sheer force of his fighting spirit. Karen, get back to the surface, quick. Tell Akane that the rare species has started to move. Perhaps she hadn't been able to resist the deer's killing intent. Karen's breath had been taken away. Go, now. Haruki jolted her out of it by sounding angry, then drew his short sword. He had to step forward in order to draw the boss' attention. The deer felt so intimidating that it made Haruki think that if it were to get serious, it would be able to kill him before he had a chance to escape. Free from the grasp of the deer's killing intent, Karen left Haruki and headed for the gate. At the same time, the deer too started to run. So you plan to cut her off, huh? Haruki worked himself up. He should be able to at least hold it off until Karen has escaped. He broke into a dash at full speed, with his short sword pointing at the deer. However, all of a sudden, something twirled itself around Haruki's legs, breaking his concentration. In that split second, the deer spat a dark purple mass from its mouth. New novel chapters are published on Gaach. There was no time to avoid it. The dark purple mass collided with Haruki's abdomen. Chapter 81.1, 81 Part 1. Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board. 81. Let's break out of our shells. Karaboshi. Even though they were in a state of emergency, Karen lost control of herself and ended up shouting. While she was trying to escape, Haruki got hit by the monster's attack, and it had been a direct hit. Haruki's body was sent flying. Karaboshi. Karen's blood froze over. At this rate, Karaboshi Haruki would most certainly die. An intense despair rushed over Karen. As soon as she imagined Haruki's death, the color disappeared from her field of vision, leaving only a scenery of black and white. Once again, she had been unable to do anything. She had only been in the way. Nothing but a nuisance to him. Even though she really wanted to be able to help him, even though she was trying really hard. But trying hard doesn't mean you'll get results. And in the end, she was driven to a corner. Her despair dragged out something from the past she didn't want to remember. The shadows of her parents, who died shielding her from harm. And now Haruki. She was never able to return the favor. That past that she continued to regret. The scenes repeated themselves over and over, overlapping with each other. Once again, she was unable to do anything. Her despair turned into tears that began to run non-stop down her cheeks. Can you really let this happen again? Suddenly, a voice echoed inside her head. Or was it her own voice? Even when it comes to taking a monster's life, and even when it comes to save Samyeon's life, you haven't put anything on the line yet. Always a fake, always make-believe. Is that how much you're willing to do? No, wrong. Karen strongly denied what that voice was saying. Then, prepare yourself. Risk your body. Risk your life. Risk your soul. Put everything on the table. Then, hope for power. The power to protect everything. Even if it makes you turn into a monster yourself. Be ready to receive the power needed to protect that which is important to you. I am darker and stronger than anything. I can see the egoism of humans. Be selfish. Be stubborn. Thinking is an indulgent nuisance. Love yourself. Then I will see that you have what it takes. So come on. Cast away the pretense. Show me the real you. And then, rebel against the despair in front of you. The voice's strength began to wane until it disappeared completely. But the voice's presence became closer and closer to Karen. The Karen that despaired about a future where she would lose that which was important to her was gone. What was left was just a thought. Karen stood up, wiping out her tears and biting her lips. So, are you ready? Then take my hand. She held her staff up high. The color returned to Karen's world. In an instant, countless lightning bolts fell on the deer from the sky. Vroom. One after the other. Lightning bolts as thick as a tree fell on the deer's antlers. Each lightning bolt that hit the deer made its muscles twitch and bend. Il definitely lent a hand. I will help you. Even if her life were to burn out, or if she were to be seen as a fool, even if they call her a monster, and put a price on her head. I don't want to lose something important in front of me ever again. Magical power converged at the tip of her staff. That's why I'll change that future with this power. Shewa. An unprecedented amount of magical power was gathering at the tip of her staff, without leaving Karen's control. Her weak self. The worst possible outcome. Karen denied it all. Vroom. A dazzling light flashed, and lightning bolted from the tip of Karen's staff, hitting the deer directly. The sheer force of the attack caused the deer to stumble and fall. Despite being hit by such lightning, the deer was still breathing. Updated from Novelbin. So far, all it did was restrict its movements. Once I get back on my feet, I will end you. Such a powerful killing intent pierced through Karen's body. However, Karen was no longer intimidated by it. After confirming that the deer was temporarily incapacitated, Karen turned to see Haruki. Karaboshi. Haruki, who had fallen onto the ground after being hit by the deer's attack, had disappeared from where he should have been. No way. Karen feared the worst. Earlier, she had heard from Haruki that the deer was attacking werewolves. The werewolves would fall onto the ground and disappear shortly after being hit by the deer's attacks. The dark purple mass had hit Haruki directly. Could it be that he was absorbed into the dungeon? The fainting sound of blood echoed in Karen's ears. That was an impressive attack. It really surprised me. Nwa? A voice suddenly spoke next to Karen, making her jump. That voice she had to see for herself. Karaboshi. Karen was overtaken by an immense feeling of joy. Where did that voice come from? Karen's sudden outburst caused Haruki to almost forget what had happened so far. "You're alive. Don't write me off just yet." Even if she didn't think he was dead, it would have made sense to think that he would at least be seriously injured. Karen helplessly sank to her knees after seeing Haruki reply with such an aloof expression on his face. "But how? Didn't the attack hit you directly?" "That's what I thought." Haruki was attacked by the deer during the moment he realized something had coiled around his legs. He thought he had received a serious amount of damage, but the reality was different. Esther was sitting on Haruki's abdomen when he received the attack. His tough carapace was able to easily repel the boss attack. There wasn't a single scratch on Esther's carapace. Haruki had increased his damage reduction skill, but Esther never imagined it would be this effective. Haruki was surprised at the skill's high reduction rate as well. The one who actually received the attack was constantly moving his feelers, as if asking Haruki to compliment him. "Ahaha, stop it, that tickles." Haruki patted Esther's head. However, he was more impressed by Karen than by Esther's great efforts. Immediately after he was hit, she had released an impressive number of lightning attacks from the sky that fell directly on the deer. Had it been a regular monster, it would definitely be nothing but charred remains by now. That's how powerful her attacks were. Chapter 81.2 81 Part 2. The shockwave generated by Karen's attacks pushed Haruki away from where he had fallen. "You sure are quick to use your magic whenever I take damage, Karen. It was almost right after I fell." "Huh? I didn't shoot right away." "What are you talking about?" "You did, didn't you, eh?" Updated from Novelbin. Both of them tilt their heads to the side in confusion. To Haruki, it had been a really short time, a matter of seconds. Perhaps his sense of time had been distorted due to the fact that he was completely concentrated in the battle. Thinking so, Haruki took out his skill board. That attack power was like nothing Karen had ever used so far, so there was a chance that her skills had improved to some extent. That was what Haruki had assumed, but, oh! Haruki raised his voice unconsciously when he saw Karen's skill tree. Kurosaki Karen, 18 gender, female. Skill points, 9. Class, hammer-wielding spirit master. Divine protection, peaceful 1 less than greater than thunder god. Special, luck 1. Divine Protection 2 max. Your Divine Protection is at max. Karen took a look at the skill board. She couldn't believe Haruki's words at first. Okai Karumi. Haruki felt a certain admiration for that name. Okai Karumi is a god in Ainu mythology who is said to have been raised among humans. His father was the thunder god Kana Kamui. He's often regarded as the god of culture because it bestowed culture upon people. It was said that the sound of thunder ushered in the visit of Okai Karumi. He lived with humans, and fought monsters alongside them. Then, after exterminating every single monster, he had brought peace to the human world. It was the perfect divine protection for an adventurer from Hokkaido. While looking at Karen's skill tree, Haruki caught a glimpse of the deer, who seemed to be about to get back on its feet. Can we make it? Haruki's brain quickly began to calculate. Garen's vicious lightning attacks hadn't fatally wounded the deer. However, the intimidating aura it had been emanating until then was completely gone. Judging by its appearance, the deer's muscles hadn't completely recovered. Garen's lightning attacks must have applied a serious debuff to it. The tide had turned. Haruki could feel it. That deer was an unusually difficult monster, but could it be that they could defeat it somehow with the right skills? Karen: yes, you may be able to defeat it if I increase your magic power. Can I? Sure. She was different than before. Haruki nodded with admiration at Karen, who had finally accepted the power of the skill board. She took her eyes off it shortly after, but it had been enough time for Haruki to notice her eyes. They've changed. Garen's eyes finally were those of a resolute adventurer. She was ready to kill a monster and become a monster herself. You can't take pride in your own purity as long as ready to take a life. If you wish to remain pure, you will definitely be in the losing end of a battle where life is at stake. That's how Karen had been up until that point. Of course, Haruki had made the same mistake in the past. All Haruki did was realize this earlier than Karen. While still fairly absorbed into Garen's sudden change, Haruki quickly tapped on her tree. Kurosaki Karen, 18 gender, female. Skill points, 90. Class, hammer-wielding spirit master. Divine protection, Thunder God. Vitality, Stamina 2. Natural recovery 1. Strength, Strength 1. Magic power 3-5. Magic compatibility 3-5. Magic manipulation 3-5. Change 2-4. Agility, Quickness 1. Dexterity 2. Technology, Equipment mastery, Blunt weapons 1. Light armor 1. Intuition, Detection 1. Special, Luck 1-2. Divine protection max. Her magic-related skills were increased to 5. The remaining point was put onto luck, in hopes of it bringing in something good. Haruki put away the skill board. Your magic power has increased considerably. Please be careful when using it. Yes. Okay then let's go. Let's. Just as they were talking, the deer began to stand up. Haruki had his short sword in hand. The moment the deer broke into a run, one of Garen's lightning bolts hit it directly. The amount of time she had to charge before launching her attack was extremely short. Being fully aware of her new limitations, Karen continued to fire bolt after bolt, though they didn't seem to be as powerful as before. The lightning bolts weren't as charged up as before, but were strong enough to cause slight cramps on the deer's muscles. Haruki didn't miss that chance. He jumped forward with all his strength! He accelerated violently. A single step considerably shortened the distance between them. Then, 2 steps later, in the blink of an eye, Haruki approached the deer and attacked. His short sword made a shallow cut on the deer's hide. It's hard. The deer's hide was rather tough. However, Haruki's heart, body and technique were in disarray. There was no refinement in his attacks. Haruki had yet to adjust his body to his increased skills. In other words, he was still unable to handle his new abilities. Could it be that he wouldn't be able to damage the deer unless he got used to his new skills? Haruki took a step back once he realized the difference between his own movements and the deer's toughness. At the same time, Ria started to shoot. Haruki felt her pressing against his shoulder. Rat-a-tat-tat. The potato bullets hit the deer's body. She fired a considerable amount of bullets, but they weren't strong enough to pierce through the deer's tough hide. However, there was a power that could not be ignored. Haruki began to move in response to the deer's intense hatred for Karen. Then, another lightning strike. The deer once again fell to its knees. Seeing the chance, Haruki immediately jumped to attack, but! His body reacted to the deer's intimidation. As a response, he took a step back. The deer looked up to the sky and groaned from the back of its throat. It made the same sound as a Japanese deer. It was a roar meant to intimidate its opponent. But Haruki was tense. Why did that deer bother to make that roar, leaving himself open to attacks? Haruki couldn't understand the purpose behind it. He thought about getting closer in order to assess the situation. What would happen then? Kakaraboshi. Garen's voice echoed behind him. Haruki held back his initial eagerness to look behind him. If he had done that, he would have left himself open to the deer's attacks. Instead, he chose to expand his detection skills range. Then, he he noticed. No way. Chapter 82.1 82 Part 1 Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 82. Let's have someone help us weather this storm. No way. He could feel the presence of monsters all over the plains. However, he couldn't confirm it by sight. It wasn't very surprising. After all, those presences felt as if they were underground. One after another, several hands start popping out of the ground. The hands looked like werewolf hands, but their color was different. Werewolves had brownish, almost seemingly golden furs. But the hands that appeared from the ground were dark purple. That's it. Those things that had coiled around his legs were these werewolf hands. Haruki had finally connected the dots. He hadn't realized until that moment, since he hadn't imagined that a monster would be lurking underground. He hadn't even considered the possibility, so he hadn't been wary of it. That's what had held him in place back then. However, he would not fall for the same trick again. Haruki engraved the word caution onto his brain. Dark purple werewolves started to pop out of the ground. Haruki could count around 50 of them. Perhaps these were the werewolves that the deer had attacked so far. The werewolves that received the deer's dark purple spit were swallowed underground and had been in an asleep state. And now, they had been woken up by the deer's roar. The pupils on the werewolves' eyes were hollow. They almost looked like zombies. It was safe to assume that the deer had the ability to control monsters hit by his dark purple spit. Speaking of which, Asta did get hit by it. The moment Haruki realized that, a chill went down his spine. Asta was squirming restlessly on his belly. When Haruki looked into his eyes, he happily shook his feelers around. It didn't seem as if he was being controlled by the deer. His carapace was still as red as a bright flame. Perhaps Asta wasn't affected by the deer's spit thanks to his quarantine skill. It was a skill that prevented epidemics and abnormal status effects. It probably allowed Asta to avoid being affected by the deer's attack. Moreover, Asta had a divine protection. It was just Haruki's intuition, but he felt that adding a point to quarantine was the right thing to do. Okay. Haruki began his assault onto the incoming werewolves. Slash, cleave, stab, kick, guard, dodge, counter. The werewolves were easily cut down by Haruki's attacks and fell one after the other. This is no good. Haruki felt disappointed by these werewolves. These weren't werewolves to him. Werewolves were beautiful creatures. These empty-eyed things he was defeating felt like nothing but mere powerful dolls. Haruki felt nothing as he kept on slaughtering these werewolves. As he did that, he gradually got closer to Karen's position. Karen, let's withdraw for now. These werewolves were clearly weaker than their usual counterparts, but their sheer quantity overwhelmed their poor quality. No matter how easy they are to defeat, if they managed to get Haruki and Karen surrounded, it would be game over. So they would withdraw for now to prevent that from happening. A monster parade that looked like it could turn into a stampede would be definitely too much for Haruki and the others to handle by themselves. Haruki desperately tried to open a way to escape. However, damn, the deer had cut him off along the way. It spit his dark purple mass at him. Haruki dodged it by a hair's breadth. Rhea destroyed the werewolves approaching from behind. She took down all of the werewolves that Haruki had left when he decided to withdraw, and still, they were being overpowered. The deer's interference wasn't allowing Haruki to move about freely. Beyond the deer, Karen was shooting werewolves down with her lightning bolts. They were certainly powerful, but they wouldn't be enough to destroy them all. In the blink of an eye, Karen seemed to be overwhelmed. Haruki and Karen were forced even further apart. Damn it, out of my way. Haruki tried to muscle his way through. However, the deer blocked the path with his body. He dodged a ramming attack by the deer. As he landed a few feet behind, a hand emerged from the ground and grabbed him by the leg. He was being so overwhelmed that he couldn't focus on his detection skill. Haruki kicked the hand with his other foot. The deer did not waste that opportunity. It spat his dark purple mass at Haruki. If he were to get hit by this, he could end up like those werewolves. However, read latest chapters at novemberrealbint.com only. His body was fully stretched. His posture was off. I can't dodge it. The deer had a weird distortion on his mouth. What a nasty smile you have, you bastard. Haruki couldn't do anything but wait until the last moment while staring at the deer. But at that moment, he felt an impact on his belly. Something red jumped from below and slapped the incoming attack into the ground. Asta, sensing Haruki's crisis, Asta had leapt to repel the spit with his body. And just like before, He seemed as cheerful as ever after doing so. Aster was definitely unaffected by the dark purple spit. "Great job." Aster wagged his tail cheerfully as Haruki patted him on the head. The deer spat another dark purple mass. But Aster reacted quickly. He deflected the attack in midair, then returned to Haruki's waist. Ahaha. Haruki found himself laughing after seeing Aster's actions. "You son of a gun," like an automated defense system. Haruki kept giggling naively. He could see a fine line of light leading into the future. Perhaps, if he followed that narrow path, it could lead him to the best possible outcome. That's what Haruki was thinking. But the road was too thin and steep, and Karen was being overwhelmed. Karen's lightning bolts were vital to their counterattack. To withdraw from the battlefield was the same as admitting defeat. But Haruki was at a loss. What to do? "Ria, do your attacks reach that far?" "Shakes." Haruki asked Ria a question while still dealing with werewolves. But he wasn't happy with the answer. The distance between Haruki and Karen was about 30 meters, which wasn't outside of Ria's throwing ability's reach. However, not only the deer, but a large number of werewolves were in the way. With those obstacles, Ria could not provide cover fire for Karen. The bitter memories of losing Shigama and the others reappeared in Haruki's mind. Chapter 82.2 82 Part 2. Is there anything at all I can do? Haruki frantically exercised his brains while pushing back his own impatience. But there was no time for thinking. Karen kept backing off as she fired lightning bolts. Her back ended up against a wall. "Karen!" Haruki's voice was drowned in the sea of werewolves in front of him. He desperately tried to make his way squeezing through the monsters, but he wasn't getting any faster. Read latest chapters at novemberreelbint.com only. And even if he managed to break through them, the deer was still ahead. Out of the way. He cut away with all his strength, but in his disarrayed state, he couldn't cut his way open. Haruki's short sword was unable to cut through the deer's hide. His attack had been repelled as if he had hit a steel wall. Instead of getting closer, they were getting even farther away from each other. A werewolf in front of Karen raised his fist, and Karen, the werewolf, was split in two. Suddenly, an adventurer with a brilliant presence appeared. With a single swing of his great sword, he cut through 5 werewolves. "Oh ho, if these guys have given you this much trouble, then this is surely going to be interesting." The adventurer with a brilliant presence that appeared was a man with a large build holding a great sword of the Akaibashi Seiki series. Keijamitsu. Admin chat room restricted. Masatsugu entered the room. Bacon entered the room. Shigure entered the room. Bacon. Yo. Masatsugu. Yo. Shigure. Hello. Bacon. Did you make it safely into Shinjuku? Shigure. Shigure. Yes, no problem. Bacon. I thought you weren't planning to come to Shinjuku, though. Shigure. My team members were angry, so I had to reconsider. Bacon. PFFT lol. Shigure. Masatsugu. How much do you know about the stampede? Shigure. Shigure. I have a rough idea. Masatsugu. I'll explain just in case then. The boss now is a rare species of deer that uses a special attack. If you get hit by that attack, your movements will be restricted. That's what happened to Bacon. Bacon. Yeah. I couldn't move at all. It feels just like the cramps you get after working out hard. Masatsugu. I don't know anything about that though. Shigure. Like a curse? Masatsugu. Dunno. There were many monsters of the same color swarming around, so it's possible that they were using some sort of trance-inducing skill. I gave all of my medicine to Bacon. The only one that worked was the universal medicine. Bacon. Wait, wasn't it the protein shake? Masatsugu. No, sorry. Bacon. Ah, I see. Masatsugu. So, it took quite a while for the symptoms to be totally gone. I gathered all the universal medicine I could by the time Shigure got here. Bacon. It took quite some time to get the necessary amount. Shigure. I see. So, what do I do? Masatsugu. Surround the boss and attack at once. Bacon. You need to watch out for that purple lump it shoots at you. You'll be unable to move the moment it touches you. Masatsugu. I tried fighting it as well. It's insanely fast and swords can't cut it. But we can't afford to just dodge it. Its attacks could hit other fellow adventurers. We need to deflect it into the ground with our weapons while we attack. Only the 3 of us might be able to accomplish that. So that's what I'll be expecting from us all. Shigure. ZZZ. Masatsugu. Don't fall asleep. I'm sorry for the other rankers, but I'll deal with the small fry. Otherwise the number of victims will only increase. Bacon. Be careful not to let too many small fry pile up at your feet. You could easily trip and fall. Masatsugu. A word of advice from someone with experience. I see. Bacon. Shigure. Ha. Bacon. Masatsugu. Alright then, let's proceed with the plan. Bacon. Yes. Shigure. Understood. Shigure has left the room. Bacon has left the room. Masatsugu. I'm keeping this chat log saved. If the operation fails and we end up dying, please refer to this chat and take the appropriate measures. To the remaining rankers, don't give up hope. Keep looking forward towards the future of Japan. I'm counting on you. For a moment, Haruki forgot he was in a battlefield, putting his life on the line, and was overcome with great joy for Keijamitsu's appearance. But why are you here? What are you talking about? Wouldn't you come running to help a brother in a pinch? He called him brother, but the sentiment was one-sided. Haruki wanted to gain a strong presence, while Keijamitsu wished to be less noticeable. Both of them wanted something they didn't have, but their goals were completely opposite. There was no way they could be considered as brothers. But for now, Haruki just nodded at Keijamitsu. Ah, you may be like a brother to me, but you'll still pay the request fee, right? Correction. Brothers don't talk about money in a life or death situation. The battlefield became much more stable since Keijamitsu had jumped in to help Karen, who had been cornered against the dungeon's wall. Keijamitsu was a great sword user. That kind of weapon was usually disadvantageous when fighting a monster parade, but even though it was a poor choice, Keijamitsu skillfully used it to slaughter the werewolves. Even though they were monsters from the 15th floor, since they were robbed of their innate semi-human ability to think, they were no better than training dolls. An experienced adventurer like Keijamitsu could not be overwhelmed by their unplanned advance. I don't think it's very brotherly to show up out of nowhere and start asking for money. You may be like a brother to me, but a job is a job. Besides, you're always shoving me off, aren't you? At least humor me a little. Alright then, you better earn your pay. Ha. Of course. Chapter 82.3 82 Part 3 Keijamitsu kept on decimating werewolf after werewolf as they chattered about. With two frontliners protecting her, Karen's magic began to shine once more. She started to fire one lightning bolt after the other at the werewolves that were out of Keijamitsu's reach. What was that attack? It's magic. Magic? Keijamitsu's jaw almost dropped due to Haruki's revelation. Karen was using magic in front of Keijamitsu. Haruki didn't feel any sense of crisis because of this. They weren't in a situation where they could afford to not use magic and expect to survive. Besides, Haruki anticipated that it wouldn't be such a bad thing to reveal it to Keijamitsu. Even though they didn't know each other for that long, Haruki trusted Keijamitsu. Magic is a secret of the team. Could you please not tell anyone about this? Of course. But magic. I knew there would be someone out there who could use it. Keijamitsu was also an adventurer who seeked the unknown. Having seen that magic which he had heard so many dispersed facts about with his own eyes made Keijamitsu's eyes glitter like those of a child, even though they were in the middle of a monster parade. But hey, magic is great and all, but you've got some good stuff too. What's with that bug? This is Ista, our new companion. As you can see, he's amazing. Just as Haruki was talking about him, Ista was spinning around in midair, knocking incoming dark purple masses spat by the deer into the ground. As things were at that point, Haruki could even afford to have an idle conversation right in front of the deer. Keijamitsu, on the other hand, was trying very hard to hide his discontent. Just how much has this guy improved in such a short period of time? The air Keijamitsu had seen before wasn't as polished as this one. He still had much to learn about battles, and had the leniency of an intermediate adventurer. However, the man before Keijamitsu now was completely different from before. His movements were much more refined, and he seemed much stronger and faster. The change was so notorious that if someone would have told Keijamitsu that this man was someone else wearing the same mask, he would have believed it. Subjugation of the rare species that appeared on the 15th floor of the garage dungeon. The request came to him through Oiso, the clerk of the Akaibashi General Store. The client was Air. When Oiso handed him the request, Keijamitsu accepted it without hesitation. Keijamitsu owed something to Air. Without him, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the monster parade in Chikaho. Had Air not been there, Ariel would have been utterly destroyed. That's how decisive Air's service to that battle had been. That's why Keijamitsu didn't waste a single second. Making full use of his improved stamina after that battle, He ran at full speed towards K-Town. Had just reached the middle floors of the dungeon. The rare species monster that had appeared there had caused a burden that was too much to take for him. He had to get there as soon as possible, otherwise could have been already dead by the time he got there. For that reason, Keijimitsu ran through the dungeon with all his might, no matter how heavy his breathing got or how cramped his legs became. This time, I'll be the one helping you. Don't you dare die before I get there. Taking full advantage from his increased stamina, Keijimitsu bolted through the dungeon, disregarding his own empty stomach and drowsiness, and praying for Air's safety. He rapidly descended through the dungeon's floors. But what about after he had reached the 15th floor? I'm not that needed, am I? The situation had become very favorable to Air. He had gotten so dramatically stronger that he was able to face the rare species that had appeared on the 15th floor. That was something completely unexpected for Keijimitsu. Of course, Keijimitsu's participation had not been in vain. He was able to save that girl who had been cornered against the wall. Since the battlefield had been stabilized by his participation, Keijimitsu's efforts had definitely not been in vain. But that girl behind him. What's with that attack? With a crackling noise, she annihilated the purple werewolves. It hadn't been a bow or a throwing attack. It looked like something that had been rumored for some time. But it was a power that no one had ever witnessed before, magic. Having seen actual magic for the first time caused Keijimitsu to have an uncontrollable cold sweat. If he were to speak about this, just what kind of mayhem would that cause? His stomach hurt just by thinking about it. But what made his stomach hurt even more was that rare species monster. No way. Keijimitsu had an in his forum ID. That was something given to rankers. It allowed the user to read and write posts in the ranker dedicated forums. The information gathered by rankers could be shared among fellow rankers. This was an exclusive privilege of the rankers. Thanks to that, Keijimitsu was aware of the situation with Shinjuku's retaking operation. And he was also aware of the rare species monster that appeared there. No, it can't be. This is Hokkaido, and Shinjuku was inland, in Tokyo. It was very unlikely that the rare species that appeared at Shinjuku Station would appear at the same time in the distant Hokkaido. However, no matter how much Keijimitsu denied it, it was a perfect match. That calamitous monster that had immobilized Bacon and even caused the brave Masatsugu to flee. It was unclear whether it was true or false. There was no information to judge its certainty. Keijimitsu decided to leave the information found on the forums behind and focus on what he could learn in the battlefield. You can count on me. Keijimitsu brandished his great sword proudly as he said that to Haruki. The battlefield was in a delicate balance. A single mistake could ruin that balance, turning the situation into a dangerous one. Updated from Novelbin. Still, the deer couldn't possibly keep summoning monsters indefinitely. It could only get as many werewolves as it had affected with its dark purple spit. The deer's spit was definitely dangerous, but aside from that, Keijimitsu believed that it was as strong as the lizardman. So if Keijimitsu and Haruki attacked it at the same time, they should definitely be able to defeat it. Those werewolves were the key to their victory. Once they rid themselves of the werewolves, their victory would be a given. So this battle was a game of endurance. Had a track record of surviving monster parades by himself, and Keijimitsu had an improved stamina, so they were perfect for endurance battles. The only point not clear to him was the battle ability of that girl, who he didn't know much about. However, Keijimitsu believed he would be able to protect her. Therefore, Keijimitsu nodded at Haruki. They should be able to win as long as they endure until there are no more werewolves. So don't go and mess this up. Chapter 83.1, 83 Part 1. Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 83. Let's repel that rare species of deer through cooperation. Leave this to me. Hearing Keijimitsu's words filled Haruki with emotion. By leave this to me, Keijimitsu meant that he would protect Karen. Does this mean I'm being asked to take care of the boss and by a top ranker, at that? In other words, it had the same meaning as I'll take care of things behind the scenes, so you can defeat the boss and stand out. To think he would say such a beautiful thing. Is Keijimitsu a god? Haruki's chest got warmer and warmer. A great joy ran throughout his body. To defeat a rare species monster by himself, There was no situation better suited to help him increase his presence. Keijimitsu knew how hungry Haruki was for having a strong presence. That's why he's giving me this chance to stand out. I'll give it my all. I'll walk down this road with all my might. The road to a noticeable presence lay in front of him. He would obtain it for sure. Phew. Haruki took a single deep breath and prepared himself. Prepared to give it his all, prepared to run as fast as he could, prepared to fight until he dropped dead. Haruki laughed. From this point on, he would be putting his life on the line. He held his breath and took off his mask. Haruki instantly disappeared into the air. The deer lost sight of Haruki. At that moment, Haruki took out his skill board and immediately began tapping into it. Skill points, 40. Intuition. Detection 5. Weakness exploit 1-5. At that very moment, a spark of light bursts like fireworks and converges into a point in a millisecond. Concentrate. Focus on it. Eventually it became a path that changed moment by moment. Haruki could understand what that path meant, so he surrendered himself to it. Now, let's have an adventure. Before the deer could target Keijimitsu or Karen, Haruki put his mask back on and began to run. It was different from before. Haruki's movements seemed even more refined than before. He cut down a werewolf in front of him like a stream. Rya's bullets hit the slashed werewolf, scattering its remains out of Haruki's way. The path of light suddenly disappeared. The current route ended there. I'm not focused enough. More. Even though he had failed, Haruki's smile became wider. Even though he was frustrated about it not going as planned, laughter still leaked from the edge of his mouth. Focus, summarize, observe, imagine, assume, and try. Determine the flow of werewolves and dive deeper. Then, the path of light appeared once more. This time, it was a long path. Without rushing, Haruki surrendered himself to it again. Ha. His body was light. It didn't feel like his body at all. That awkward body felt warmer and warmer as its movements became smoother. Even his increased breathing felt comfortable. His mind, body, and technique, which hadn't been in alignment since his sudden increase in skills, had now been matched together. His speed and strength had skyrocketed. Haruki decimated one werewolf after the other. However, even after defeating a monster, the road seemed as if it would be cut off at any moment. The streaks of light seemed intermittent. The flow wasn't connected. He resumed his assault. He had to find a new route. He couldn't give up. But no matter how hard he looked for it, there was no clear road heading towards the rare species monster. His situation had improved, but he still couldn't afford to overdo it. If Haruki were to force himself in, the situation could make a turn for the worse. Well, what should I do? Haruki furrowed his brow at the path that wouldn't reveal itself. Karen bit her lips as she watched Haruki, who was defeating werewolves one after the other, but couldn't move forward. It was difficult for her from where she was. No matter how much magic she could pour into her staff, there were too many monsters in the way for it to be able to reach where Haruki was. If she were to aim at a single point, like in a cone pattern, she would eventually reach him, but that would put her side at a disadvantage. Even though Keijimitsu is a frontline fighter, his defense wasn't perfect. With his assistance, though, she had finally been able to end the swarm of monsters. New novel chapters are published on What Should I Do Now? Karen desperately put her brain to work while firing off lightning bolts according to Keijimitsu's movements. Karen's role wasn't just defeating monsters. She could feel that when she was fighting alongside Akane. Karen's role was to use her attacks to control the battlefield from a distance. No matter how many monsters come their way, she had to be able to turn the tides in their favor with a single move. Also, creating a situation where the frontliners can easily attack by attracting monsters' attention was another one of the duties of those in the rear guard. Since they weren't able to do that back then, Akane would end up being swallowed by spoon worms and drenched in slimy eel slime over and over again. Karen didn't have the experience or strategic knowledge to control the field, so she had no choice but to rely on the power of the skills that Haruki had improved for her. Chapter 83.2, 83 Part 2. Karen had to focus on the heavy work. Her current magical power allowed her to defeat a single werewolf with 1 or 2 bolts. But even so, she was still cornered due to not having enough time to fire those bolts. Karen's attack ratio wasn't fast enough. If only she had a way to defeat several monsters with a single attack instead of having to target each monster individually. But how? Read latest chapters at novemberelbin.com only. At that moment, thunder roared deep inside Karen's brain. She held her breath. That's right. I've used something like that before. But how am I? While still shooting lightning bolts, Karen desperately looked for a feeling. When she did, she noticed a path beyond the bypass only her staff was connected to. It was a path she had never used by herself. Rather, it was a path she had been guided to just once. Karen immediately started to move. She poured her magical power into the path before her staff right away. Sheer power was released from the center of her body. Still, she bit her lip and endured it. After a certain amount of magical power had been gathered into her staff, she raised it high. In the blink of an eye, it bursted like a balloon that had been inflated past its limits. Vroom! Lightning bolts fell from the sky. A thunderstorm struck an area around the deer. It was a lightning-based ranged attack that directly hit a monster one right after another. Haruki was fighting in the area where the thunderstorm fell. But Karen didn't panic. Karen had tried her best not to hit Haruki with her attack. She had never hit Haruki by mistake before, either. Karen had the unwavering belief that she would never get Haruki involved in one of her attacks. That's why, Karaboshi. She was able to cheer on him with confidence. Lightning suddenly struck from the sky. It was a magical attack from Karen that could eradicate a wide range of monsters. Getting hit by a single one of those lightning bolts would make him to black out on the spot. However, Haruki wasn't scared at all. He didn't have a speck of worry about getting hit by her attack. This was Karen's magic. Haruki believed in the accuracy of Karen's magic from the bottom of his heart. She has never misfired her magic onto Haruki. There was no need for him to be afraid. Just like Haruki expected, Karen's magic avoided him and landed on the nearby werewolves. It was a matter of seconds. Karen's magic had incapacitated more than half of the remaining werewolves. Her thunderstorm had cleared the wall that was blocking Haruki's path. That was good. That was really good. Haruki smiled fiercely inside his mask. Karaboshi, her voice cheered him on. Haruki accelerated to the max with a huge smile on his face. The thunderstorm caused the deer to direct its aggro towards Karen. It began to spit a dark purple mass at Karen. But before that, Haruki reaches the deer's rear. He ran his short sword over the fine stream of light that floated above it. The deer shrieked. Blood gushed out. The smell of iron pierced through Haruki's nose. Your opponent is right here. Haruki provoked the deer. The target of the deer's aggro changed instantly. It immediately struck back, launching a powerful kick with its hind legs. But Haruki dodges it in the blink of an eye. Even though he already was about 30 centimeters away, he could feel the wind pressure generated by that attack. It even pushed Haruki back a little bit. There was no getting back up from that kick. That's how powerful it must have been. The deer's movements seemed to be slower than before. That was probably due to Karen's countless lightning strikes. The movement of its muscles seemed rather awkward. But still, it had been able to move so swiftly. And that wind pressure. If it hadn't been for Karen's lightning attacks, Haruki's spine shivered at the thought. Its fighting ability really set it apart from any monster Haruki had fought so far. His smile widens at the thought of such an unprecedented and formidable enemy. This is good. This is really good. There was a possibility that his life was at risk. But far from being afraid of that threat, Haruki could only laugh. A formidable foe was standing in his way. His own strength would be what would allow him to overcome it. Surpass your own limits and face what's in front of you. Alright, let's have an adventure. His consciousness was focused to the point he wouldn't overlook even the slightest movement made by a single muscle fiber. Haruki avoided the deer's attacks one after another. A kick, a tackle, and a horn thrust. Every time he dodged, Haruki slashed at the deer's body. But even though he was attacking its weak spots, his attacks were shallow. That's how hard the deer's hide was. Ha ha ha. Haruki kept on laughing as he dodged and attacked. His body traced an image instantly. It reacted faster than his thoughts. His movements were ideal. More. Haruki kept on moving, so that his burning passion wouldn't disappear, so that he wouldn't lose his momentum. As soon as Haruki made a mistake, a strong presence drew the deer's attention. It was Kagemitsu's taunt. He didn't do any unnecessary movements while drawing the deer's aggro. His ability couldn't have arrived at a better moment. Chapter 83.3, 83 Part 3. No wonder he was an advanced adventurer. After being distracted for a split second, the deer missed all of his attacks aimed at Haruki. With Kagemitsu's help, Haruki thoroughly reviewed his mistakes so that he wouldn't repeat them. Ha 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 ha. Haruki's excitement from fighting turned into laughter. Everything exceeded Haruki's expectations. His movements on this high-level battlefield were beyond his imagination. Never lose this feeling. Don't hand over the flow over to the enemy ever again. Gripping his short sword tightly, he slashed at the deer once more. Observe, imagine, assume, and try. Catch and predict the movement of every single fiber of muscle. Adrenaline heated up his body. Each of his heartbeats fiercely hit his chest. Slash, stab, kick, repeat, dodge, feint, counterattack. His body continued to exceed its own limits faster than he could process it in his mind. It was a dynamic movement based on unstable control, as if he was sprinting down a slope. His thoughts and reflexes meshed with each other to keep his tangled body moving with unparalleled accuracy. Haruki was simply absorbed in the seemingly infinite world that spread beyond his limits. The deer spat another mass, this time aimed at Haruki's face. Asta jumped to block it. He was suspended in midair just in front of Haruki's face. That seemed to be the deer's goal from the beginning. It had generated a blind spot for Haruki, and the deer wouldn't let that opportunity go to waste. Once again, the deer twisted its lips. Haruki's detection caught that in detail. Haruki laughed at the deer's smile. Sorry, he could tell each of his movements even with his eyes shut. With such a high detection skill, Haruki had already finished all of his predictions. The deer attacked with a powerful rear kick. Read latest chapters at novemberreelbint.com only. He avoided the attack by slightly shifting his body to the side. During that gap, Haruki got in front of the deer. I don't think so. Ria opened fire the moment Haruki spoke. Just like Haruki wanted, she shot at the deer's face. However, Haruki's prediction was completely wrong. The deer screamed as blood gushed out of one of its eyes. Haruki had predicted that Ria would shoot one of her potato stones and hit the deer straight in the face. That prediction went in a completely unexpected direction. What Ria had thrown wasn't a potato stone, but a single small spear that Haruki had given to her when the 9th floor's boss dropped it after its defeat. That spear had gone straight into one of the deer's eyes. Behind Haruki's back, Ria was proudly entwining her vines around his shoulder. She seemed to want Haruki to praise her. Ha ha ha. That was totally unexpected, and Haruki found that to be the most exciting part of it all. Well done. Haruki gently patted on her vine and then headed for the offensive straight away. This is a chance Ria had given him. He couldn't let it pass. Slash, cleave, stab, kick, block, dodge, counterattack. The seriously wounded deer was no longer calm. A large amount of hatred was building up in its body, making it stronger. A single attack from that deer could be fatal. He couldn't be careless. Haruki continued to focus even more. Observe, avoid all your opponent's attacks. Don't miss any signs. Don't let it turn things around. Overcome your opponent with your own power. Ria continued to attack the werewolves coming at them from behind. Another werewolf emerged from the ground, and Haruki snapped its neck with a powerful kick. The boss kept on summoning monsters with its roar, but Haruki wouldn't allow any werewolf to interfere with their battle to the death. Haruki avoided the boss attacks one after another, and he would slash at the boss after each dodge. Suddenly, an unprecedented amount of light gathered around the boss' neck. Haruki could almost reach it with his hand, but the deer was already in the middle of an attack. If he didn't do this carefully, the attack would hit him! He couldn't waste even a millisecond. It was an almost immediate decision. He had chosen to have an adventure. He had trusted his own intuition. He extended his werewolf short sword towards the back of the deer's neck. Then, the deer's antlers sent him flying. He had won. The deer's mouth was bent. The deer's antlers moved upwards as it attacked. Haruki matched that movement, a counterattack that was one step after the timing of the deer's attack. Haruki's magic sword slid itself into the nape of the deer's neck. The blade had touched the point where the light shone the strongest. In the blink of an eye, the deer's head sprang up vigorously. As it rolled around in midair, the deer's head splattered blood everywhere. Haruki's attack wasn't powerful enough to cut his head. At best, his magic sword had only cut off part of the neck's joints, but the deer had used a tremendous force to attack upwards with its antlers. Due to his muscles being ripped apart by Haruki's attack, the deer's own attack exerted a great pressure on its neck. Unable to withstand the pressure, its neck tore itself to shreds. Haruki had turned the deer's own attack against it. Without his weakness exploit skill, he would have never found such a slight gap. At the same time as the deer's body collapsed, Haruki fell on his back and onto the ground. He could faintly feel Ria's leaves protesting on his back. Damn it! There are still some monsters around. Haruki tried to resist it, but to no avail. The overwhelming amount of experience obtained by defeating such an incredibly powerful opponent relentlessly took Haruki's conscience away. Requirement has been met. Demograph update is now possible. Updating demograph update complete. Some functions have become available. Chapter 84.1 84 Part 1 Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board. 84. Let's clean up after the subjugation battle. Shinjuku Station. Shinjuku's recapture strategy meeting building 502 success. 890 name. Glorious Anonymous who succeeded aided in Shinjuku's recapture. It was the biggest strategy in history. 891 name. Glorious Anonymous who succeeded aided in Shinjuku's recapture. The sight of more than 10,000 adventurers entering Shinjuku Station was overwhelming. 892 name. Glorious Anonymous who succeeded aided in Shinjuku's recapture. Oh yeah, that was really exciting. It looked as if it was a scene from some kind of epic movie. 893 name. Glorious Anonymous who succeeded aided in Shinjuku's recapture. Sure, we recaptured Shinjuku Station. But why wasn't any boss there? The small fry also suddenly disappeared. 894 name. Glorious Anonymous who succeeded aided in Shinjuku's recapture. Maybe it ran away? I hear Masatsugu and the others are actively looking for it right now. 895 name. Glorious Anonymous who succeeded aided in Shinjuku's recapture. Did the rankers say anything about it? 896 name. Glorious Anonymous who succeeded aided in Shinjuku's recapture. Masatsugu and the others are going to be patrolling the dungeon for a while. They said that in the meantime, other adventurers should stay away from Shinjuku Station if possible. 897 name. Glorious Anonymous who succeeded aided in Shinjuku's recapture. Even if they did say that going in was okay, I still wouldn't lol. Though it does feel it's finally over, huh. The door can be used again and all. So where did the boss run off to? 898 name. Glorious Anonymous who succeeded aided in Shinjuku's recapture. Who knows, maybe it was absorbed into the dungeon, or maybe it fled to another dungeon. 899 name. Glorious Anonymous who succeeded aided in Shinjuku's recapture. Stop saying such scary things lol. Imagine going back to your home dungeon and coming across that thing. It'd be so scared lol. 900 name. Glorious Anonymous who succeeded aided in Shinjuku's recapture. Well yeah, but still, great job everyone. 901 name. Glorious Anonymous who succeeded aided in Shinjuku's recapture. Great job. 902 name. Glorious Anonymous who succeeded aided in Shinjuku's recapture. Great job. Read latest chapters at novemberelbin.com only. Ready to give her life if necessary. Akane jumped out of the 15th floor's gate. Don't worry guys, I'm here now. Akane's energetic voice echoed in the quiet field. A large number of purple werewolves had collapsed on the plains. None of the monsters Akane could see from where she was standing seemed to be breathing anymore. The nauseating scent of blood and the silence of death sent a shiver down Akane's spine. Were Haruki and the others already? Was she too late after all? As Akane's face turned pale, "Hey," a deep voice ringed in her ears. That voice belonged to Keijimitsu. Akane's face instantly brightened up as she turned around. Keijimitsu was standing there, completely covered in blood. Karen was also there, looking after an unconscious Haruki. Seeing that, Akane breathed out in relief. "I'm glad everyone is alive." "What are you doing here, Harude?" "I came all this way here to help you guys." Akane arrogantly expected gratitude for her favor. However, it's all over, though. The subjugation of the rare species monster has been finished. Too late. Wait. Lying, right? It's a lie. Huh? Don't joke around. What? It's not a lie. Why would I lie about something like that? But I wanted to be a part of this. TSK, useless. Wahaha. Akane's face went pale again as she started to cry due to Keijimitsu's harsh words. Once he woke up, Haruki was relieved to hear that Karen, Keijimitsu and himself were safe. He had wondered what would happen in the case he got a strong case of level-up sickness, but it looked like Keijimitsu and Karen managed to do it. They were definitely reliable adventurers. The same couldn't be said about Akane. She boasted how if only they had had another attacker, they would have had an easier time during the battle. Haruki thought Akane would join them in the battle, but she did not. Of course, she didn't run away from the battle. She just showed up too late. She didn't arrive until the battle was already over. Was she lucky or unlucky? Having been scolded by Keijiamitsu, the sniveling Akane was carving the mountain of purple werewolves by herself. She didn't take the monsters' corpses out of the dungeon. If she didn't do it quickly, the corpses could end up being absorbed into the dungeon. Should I help her out? When Haruki was about to ask her that, a new werewolf appeared. It wasn't a purple one, but a regular werewolf. That werewolf quickly approached Akane, who was still busy carving monsters. Watch out! Back off! A single hit. Even though she attacked from a blind spot, Akane quickly hit the werewolf's neck with a weapon that looked like a tonfa. With that single hit, Akane snapped the werewolf's neck. It had been a splendid blow that accurately hit a monster's vital point. With its neck broken, the werewolf collapsed onto the ground and died on the spot. Chapter 84.2 84 Part 2 To defeat it in a single shot. Haruki was awestruck by Akane's fighting prowess. Was she too absorbed into carving monsters? Akane stuck her head out when she saw a werewolf lying on the ground, as if she had just noticed something. Now I have even more monsters to dismantle. I don't want to do this anymore. Then, she once again broke into tears. It was a pitiful sight. Do you need some help? I didn't join you in the battle, so it serves as a punishment for me. A punishment? Haruki and Akane weren't members of the same team. There was no need for Akane to receive any kind of punishment for not having participated in a battle. However, one could say the right person was at the right place, doing the right job. Akane really looked like a raw materials store clerk, so he decided to let her play the part and put her skills to use. Haruki turned to Keijiamitsu. I'm really glad you came, Keijiamitsu. Thank you very much. Well, I owe you for having helped me out in Chikaho, so I was just paying you back for that favor. Keijiamitsu scratched the back of his head as if saying don't mention it. Ah, that's right. Why on earth did you rush to fight the boss on your own? Haruki's jaw dropped in response to Keijiamitsu's question. Because you told me to? When did I do that? But you said leave this to me. Back then, Keijiamitsu had turned to face him and said leave this to me with a smile on his face. Haruki had interpreted that as leave this, protecting Karen, to me, and you take care of the boss. No one says that kind of thing. Keijiamitsu seemed troubled, as if he was about to cry. If we had just waited for the deer to run out of werewolves, we could have won without you having to go all kamikaze on it. Ah, of course. That made sense. Though he understood what Keijiamitsu had said, Haruki couldn't help but stand still with a dumbfounded look on his face. He had made a mistake, but it turned out fine in the end. So there was no need to be afraid or anything like that. Why yeah, but it worked just fine in the end. Right? Calm down. Getting too excited about this. Keijiamitsu scratched his head at Haruki's violent reaction. You really didn't realize that? Gimme a break. According to Keijiamitsu's observations, the deer's fighting ability was quite high. Updated from Novelbin. Although its movement had been hampered by Karen's magic, it still had an ability equivalent to the monster on the 30th floor of Chikaho. So how on earth was it possible for someone like Air, who had yet to get past the 15th floor of this dungeon, to defeat such a monster? Despite having seen it with his own eyes, Keijiamitsu still couldn't believe this outcome. Looking only at the results, that meant Air was at a level where he could even defeat that lizardman by himself. An adventurer who had just come out on the 10th floor but a while ago. It wasn't normal for someone to grow so fast that they could compete with monsters found on the 30th floor in just 1 month. In fact, Air had lost consciousness due to level-up sickness as soon as he defeated the deer. From this, it was clear that he was far from the proper level needed for hunting on the 30th floor. So how was Air able to defeat a monster that was twice as high as him using nothing but a couple of short swords? How? Why? Keijiamitsu's head was flooded by these questions. Could it be that he's already? Keijiamitsu's theory was unrealistic. However, there was no other way. He wanted to ask her right then and there, but it would have been rude to ask him about his own personal abilities like that. All adventurers shared a common struggle, but at the same time they competed against each other. Adventurers hide their skills and abilities for the same reason that large corporations hide their technology. He couldn't ask her about his abilities. At least, not for time being. I really thought you were going to die. You really rushed things back there. I am really sorry, but still, not only you survived, You actually defeated the boss. I'm really surprised. Oh, I'm being praised by Aranka. I'm not praising you. Keigemitsu's big fist hit Haruki's chest. It was a merciless blow. Probably because of the thoughts he harbored in his mind. Haruki's frivolous comment was too much for him to handle. Haruki opened his mouth, frowning at the pain. Sorry for the sudden change of topic, but about what you've seen today. Don't worry about it. Keigemitsu nodded with a straight face at Haruki's words. Just how amazing was Garen's magic? Keigemitsu surely had realized that after seeing her explosive attack from before. In this battle, Haruki and Karen had shown their hand to Keigemitsu. Nevertheless, Keigemitsu didn't think of them being sneaky for hiding those abilities. Haruki knew that because the same had happened back in Chikaho. He asked him just in case, but the reaction was as he had imagined, so Haruki was relieved. Chapter 84.3 84 Part 3 But in return, seeing Keigemitsu's face change into a serious look, Haruki unconsciously put himself on guard. What kind of condition was he going to thrust at him? Haruki gulped nervously. Don't tell anyone about what happened in this battle. You can't tell anyone that you've defeated the rare species of deer. Eh? Not even in my blog? Not even in your blog, or... Come on. Haruki's shoulders dropped. An article about him fighting rare species that no one had seen or heard before could have increased his blog visits. It could have increased his presence as an adventurer. On the brink of tears, Haruki looked at Keigemitsu. Don't give me that look. I've seen your blog. I'm sure if I dig deep enough I could even find hints about magic there. Then, how about I hide the fact that you've participated in this battle? That won't do either. The best way to avoid things like this from leaking to the public is to not write about them at all. Read latest chapters at NovemberRealBint.com only. Keigemitsu was right. And Haruki knew he was right, which saddened him even further. I was going to increase my presence with that for sure. Haruki felt heartbroken as his goal seemed to be even farther ahead than ever. They took a quick break until Akane was done with the pile of monsters. Then they returned to the surface in order to sort out the materials they've obtained. All of the werewolf materials obtained this time around were unidentifiable. The reason for that was that rare species of deer. The werewolves had turned purple due to the deer's special skill. Even after taking them apart, the materials remained purple. They couldn't even tell if these materials would be useful at all. They looked the same as regular deer and werewolf materials, but these aren't listed on Yakibashi's catalog, so I can't appraise them. It's impossible to tell you what would be the correct price for them. Akane said that after examining a database, that database detailed all of Yakibashi's available materials and their worth. With this database, any branch store could perform a certain level of appraisal. Akane's pseudo-appraisals were also based on this database. The only way to buy these at a reasonable price is to make a detailed appraisal. So you can't buy them? I could. But if the price I pay is much lower than its actual worth, you'd be losing out on a lot of money, right? Haruki sighed when he saw the pile of materials that Akane dismantled. Detailed appraisal cost nearly 100,000 yen per item. However, Haruki still had to pay Keigemitsu for the request and Akane for the dismantling work. I'll make a big profit either way, so, got it. I'll take the detailed appraisal. TSK. Intact werewolf materials cost around 10,000 to 50,000 yen if they are intact. But how many corpses were there in total? He should be able to secure enough profit. Even after accounting for a detailed appraisal, Haruki decided to request a detailed appraisal in order to secure some profit. Even if it was just a little, a detailed appraisal could take about a month to be completed. In other words, his profits wouldn't be confirmed after a full month at the earliest. Until then, he could be a bit strapped for cash. Haruki wasn't planning on just selling the materials collected from the boss to Akane. The deer's hide was extremely tough, so it could be used to craft armor that would be far superior than the werewolf armor he was currently wearing. Haruki was planning to use it to upgrade his equipment. However, neither Haruki nor Karen met the level requirements to equip armor crafted from deer hide. Until their level was high enough, the material would be entrusted to Akane. There was another piece of material that could be useful. That was the deer's antlers. Just by looking at it, I can't tell if it's good enough to craft a weapon with. That couldn't be. Haruki frowned. The deer's antlers came into contact with his werewolf short sword and came out unscathed. They couldn't be that frail. Haruki thought so, but when he picked it up and checked it, he certainly couldn't feel the peculiar stuffing of a weapon material. The two antlers felt like dried tree branches to the touch. They certainly weren't a material that could be used as a weapon. It's weird. It definitely felt harder than this when I was fighting. Its hardness has changed. It's not uncommon to find a material whose properties change when the monster it comes from dies. Haruki was greatly disappointed. He had thought it might be a new weapon material that could surpass that of his werewolf short sword. A pungent smell suddenly passed through Haruki's nose. What on earth was that smell? It was a scent he remembered. At the same time that the scent stimulated his brain, his stomach started to come alive. Haruki sniffed around, searching for the source of that smell. He found it in no time. Don't tell me the antlers? That pungent smell seemed to come from the antlers. Haruki brought his nose closer to them. Ooh! Haruki was surprised by the stimulating smell. His heart started to beat faster and faster, stimulated by the smell. His mouth started to become overflowing with saliva. What's wrong, Karaboshi? Karen looked at Haruki with a doubtful expression on her face. Haruki couldn't bring himself to answer her question. His body was shivering. It couldn't be. That word was going around in circles. But there was no point denying it. When Haruki finally said the true identity of that item! The small prefab was hit by a big shock. Chapter 85.1 85 Part 1 Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 85. Let's enjoy a curry soup with rice. Early in the morning, Haruki went to the garage dungeon to collect ingredients: onions, potatoes, eggplants, cocos, melons, spoonworms, rice. Then he began his preparations by gathering all of the materials he had collected on the floors he had explored so far. He started by making a soup stock by boiling cocoa bones. Then he processed the rice while taking the soup stock and set it in the rice cooker. Next, he threw some cocoa legs, spoonworms, and onions onto a hot frying pan, and stir-fried them. There, he added the powdered antlers. As soon as the deer's antlers were added, the scent of spices filled the kitchen. It's wonderful. Haruki continued to cook while enjoying the aroma. Once the ingredients were ready, he added the soup stock. The moment the cocoa stock mixed itself with the spoonworm's fatty broth, it created an indescribable depth to the aroma. After the soup was ready, Haruki deep-fried some potatoes and eggplants. Then he served them on a plate and poured the soup on top. Haruki brought his nose closer and smelled its scent. Oh, this is good. This is really good. The aroma almost caused Haruki's consciousness to drift away. 5 years have passed since the first stampede took place. In 5 years, many things had been lost from everyday life. This was one of those things. Losing this caused many Japanese to grieve, mourn, suffer, and shed tears. Some even put their lives on the line just to try to take this back. And now, a dish that people all over Japan had been chasing after for 5 long years had been revived by Haruki. Just smelling the spicy aroma caused Haruki's eyes to overflow with tears. How much had he craved this Japanese food over the last 5 years? A chime echoed in the house as Haruki was arranging the table. With tears on his face, it looked like the people Haruki invited to dinner had arrived. The ones who opened the door and came in were Karen, Keigemitsu, and Akane. What are you doing here? You invited me, didn't you? You did, right? Haruki's remark brought tears to Akane's eyes. However, her facial expression changed as soon as she noticed the scent floating in the room. Come on, let me in, hurry. Where did those tears from before go? With blushed cheeks, Akane started to swing the spoon she had in her hand. Both Karen and Keigemitsu's eyes started to sparkle after sniffing the aroma in the room. But their excitement wasn't just due to the aroma. Haruki had the other 3 people sit and brought the dishes from the kitchen. He had 2 plates for each of them. One for rice, and the other one for soup. This is today's main dish. Curry soup rice. The 3 of them had their eyes wide open in astonishment. No wonder they were surprised. After all, it had been quite a few years since either of them had tasted actual curry. The sole reason Haruki was able to make curry were those deer's antlers he had obtained. After smelling the antlers, Haruki noticed that they were made out of some kind of spice. He had never expected that to be the way he would come across spices. By nature, the antlers taken from the regular species of deer were used as weapons. So naturally, they weren't used as spices. The reason why these antlers turned into spices unlike the regular species was probably because the deer Haruki took them from was a rare species. Had he put them up for auction, he could have sold them off for an enormous price. But naturally, Haruki had no plans to sell them. He had finally obtained curry spices for the first time in so long. Haruki had no intention of letting go of them, even if it led him to war. Okay, everyone. Haruki's solemn voice made everyone in the room gulp. Then, after a moment of tension, he continued, "Thank you very much for this meal. Let's dig in." Yes. Haruki soaked a spoonful of rice in the soup and carried it to his mouth. Immediately, the scent of spice runs through his nasal cavity. After the spices, cocoa stock and spoonworm broth spreaded inside his mouth. The succinic acid from the spoonworms, the cocoa's glutamic acid, and the inosinic acid from the meat mixed together into an amazing taste. Then, after that taste had subsided, it would give way to the spiciness. Amazing. Munch munch. This is so good. Huff puff. Karen and Akane were fiercely stuffing their mouth with rice and soup. On the other hand, a tearful Keijimitsu was enjoying the curry bit by bit. Next, Haruki took a bite of the stir-fried vegetables. This is good. Amazing. Read latest chapters at november.elbin.com only. As soon as he put them into his mouth, Haruki's eyes burned with passion. The vegetables' sweetness, which was brought out by stir-frying them, was further enhanced by the spices. The spiciness really enhanced the vegetables' presence in the meal. The cocoa meat also melted inside his mouth. The fibers were unraveled just by poking them with a fork. The soup soaked into the gaps between the fibers, and every time he put it in his mouth, soup overflowed from the meat. I could die right now, and I would have no regrets. That's how tasty the curry soup with rice was. The soup curry made by Haruki was made in Hokkaido, so it wouldn't be too far-fetched to call it a Hokkaido curry. From the start, Haruki planned to make regular curry, but the deer's antlers were more spicy than what he had originally thought. Therefore, he decided to make a curry soup where the flavor of spices was more relevant than in regular curry. The result was spot on. Haruki hasn't had much experience having such a tasty curry soup. Even before the stampede, Haruki sobbed when he realized his plate was empty. Chapter 85.2 85 Part 2. The same for Karen, Keijimitsu, and Akane. They shed tears of joy for having tasted curry after such a long time. Then, after they were done with the main dish, they had melon for dessert. Ah, life is good. Thank you for the meal. The room was filled with sighs of satisfaction over and over after having enjoyed such an impressive meal. Secret room. The hero and the wind room. Password required. Masatsugu, you called me so suddenly. Did anything happen? Keijimitsu, the operation to retake Shinjuku Station was a success, right? But the boss was nowhere to be found. Masatsugu, that's right. We couldn't find the boss anywhere. The only thing it had left behind was those purple monsters it had under its control. Keijimitsu, I have a clue regarding that boss. Masatsugu, please explain in detail. Keijimitsu, let's go over the facts first. A monster that looked like Shinjuku Station's boss, a deer, appeared in the garage dungeon in Hokkaido. Me and Air's team defeated it. The material of the werewolves that turned purple will arrive at Yakibashi's head office for detailed appraisal. Please determine whether it's the same boss by comparing it with the material of the purple monsters that were defeated in Shinjuku. I know your sponsor is Kawimi, but you should be able to do it somehow, right? Masatsugu, understood. I'll get in touch with one of my contacts and compare the materials. Keijimitsu, thanks. But do you think it's possible? Masatsugu, since it's related to a dungeon, nothing would surprise me at this point. Keijimitsu, yeah, but still. Masatsugu, was the sky the same? Keijimitsu, the sky? You mean, in the middle floors? Masatsugu, right. The sky looks the same in all of the dungeons, so maybe all of the dungeons are connected to each other. Keijimitsu, I've seen people theorizing about that in the forums. Masatsugu, right. I'm not entirely sure, but I don't think it's impossible. There's nothing that proves they are not connected. We don't really know much about dungeons, do we? Keijimitsu, that's right. Well, please check if the materials are the same for now. Masatsugu, got it. If it's the same monster, then that's good news. However, it's going to take some time until we know for sure. We need to handle this information properly, otherwise it's going to cause a lot of chaos. Keijimitsu, just make it a public announcement. Masatsugu, but that will take the credit away from you and your companions. Keijimitsu, knowing that there are monsters out there that can move freely between dungeons. I don't think any adventurer would mind. I don't care about getting credit about it. Just am okay like this. But maybe you could give something to Air's team, like a reward or something. If it turns out they defeated the boss that was terrorizing Shinjuku, I'd like them to at least turn something for a job well done. Masatsugu, I see. I'll think about it. By the way, who's this Air's team that you say defeated the boss? After the chat was over, Masatsugu leant back on his chair and took a deep breath. Boss monsters that could freely move between dungeons. If this were to be leaked to the regular adventurers, the shock would be immeasurable. It may have a great impact on future adventurer activities. However, issuing a follow-up report on the defeat of the rare species of deer was something that couldn't be avoided. Masatsugu, who was in command of the recapture operation, had to return Shinjuku Station to an environment where people could go on adventures at ease. No mistake could be tolerated when it came to dealing with how information was released. It was a delicate work. However, the corner of Masatsugu's mouth was helplessly slanted upwards. You finally came, huh? That masked adventurer he once met in Sapporo was growing faster than Masatsugu could have imagined. His growth rate was faster than that of Masatsugu, who was considered a workaholic among the top rankers. The word threat seemed appropriate to define that person. Let's meet once things have settled. By meeting him, he can make sure he's on his side. This time, for sure, if he was an adventurer just like Keijamitsu said, I'll have to get him to join Braver, no matter what. Masatsugu headed for the equipment store in the room. Keijamitsu wanted that man to be rewarded, but a title wouldn't do. The fact that they defeated a rare species of deer was top secret, so they couldn't reward him with a title for it. Ah, that's right. I still have that one card. Masatsugu remembered the faces of the three adventurers who were about to disappear from his memory. New novel chapters are published on. He knew what they did in Sapporo, to eradicate the garbage from Japan and save the world. That masked man was involved in the incident. Masatsugu thought it would be a good idea to use that connection this time around. They've been through a lot, so the strongest one should be good enough. He would give that to the adventurers who he planned to bring into Team Braver in the future. That gift would definitely attract their interest. He couldn't cut corners regarding this. Masatsugu didn't hesitate. He was sure that it would make them happy. He was absolutely convinced of it. Masatsugu began to smile as he picked up the strongest one, the thing he obtained as a drop in the depths of Japan's most difficult dungeon. Shinjuku Station. Chapter 86.1 86 Part 1 Let's Be an Adventurer. Defeating Dungeons with a Skill Board 86. Arc 3 Epilogue. The Strongest One. About half a month after defeating the rare species that appeared in the garage dungeon, a parcel arrived for Haruki and Karen. It arrived through the Akaibashi Armor store, and the sender was Masatsugu. Huh? Seeing the name of the sender, Haruki and Karen both screamed at the same time. The hero Masatsugu. He was the man who regained Shinjuku Station, which had been snatched away for a long time by the second stampede that shook Japan. He put together a team of rankers and defeated the stampede's boss. As their leader, Masatsugu was becoming more and more brilliant, like a star shining over Japan's skies. A package for us from Masatsugu. Visit novelbin.com for the best novel reading experience. Don't ask me. I don't know anything. The package was sent using Akaibashi's transportation route. But Akane did not seem to know that the sender was Masatsugu. She was curious about the package's contents. A package had arrived directly from the hero Masatsugu, who was said to be the strongest in Japan. Furthermore, it was addressed to the practically unknown Haruki and Karen. Haruki wondered what kind of joke that was all about. However, since it was sent through Akaibashi's transportation route, it probably wasn't even a joke at all. The strongest man in Japan, the man who bears the future of Japan. Unless it was Masatsugu himself, the only one who had those titles. The package couldn't have arrived through a company as large as Akaibashi, and that fact was what made the package's contents even more intriguing. Let's open yours first, Karen. Huh? Mine? Haruki was curious about the contents of his package, but not as much as Karen. She had been holding and shaking her own package with sparkling eyes. She was like a fan who had received a letter from her idol. If she was that excited about it, then there was not much else to do. After all, the sender was none other than the hero Masatsugu, a top ranker that is well known among adventurers. Even Haruki was doing his best to suppress the urge to scream from his chest. Okay, here goes. Getting herself pumped, Karen placed the package on the tangerine box and slowly opened it. Inside the 30 centimeters box, there was a round ball of about 10 centimeters. The top side of the ball was white and its bottom side was red. It was like a big Gakka capsule. Karen seemed to be a little confused. Her eyes looked like she wanted to ask what could this be? But Haruki hadn't seen one of those before, so he wouldn't have been able to answer that question anyway. There's a note inside. Really? What does it say? Karen quickly opened the note, which was folded in half. It seems this is a recently discovered item. When they did a detailed appraisal for it, completely unknown. Completely unknown? Akin's voice echoed throughout the entire prefab, probably since she was so surprised by Karen's words. Does it really say they are all unknown? Yes. Karen went pale due to Akin's vigorous response. Akin's reaction was like hearing the death of a loved one. Hey, Akin, what's so surprising about that? Even when a detailed appraisal is unable to appraise everything, it should definitely be able to at least tell what kind of item it is. It's the first time I hear a detailed appraisal can't even do that. How can they tell for sure? When you see this, what kind of weapon do you think this is? After saying that, Akin took out his stick. No matter how one looked at it, it was a wooden stick. It might have dropped from some nearby tree, and it seemed to be slightly dirty. If it's a wooden stick, it could be either a club or a staff. Right. And the same goes for detailed appraisals. I see. Haruki had a rough idea of what Akin was talking about. The detailed appraisal identified the type of item in the same way that Haruki just now looked at a wooden stick and decided that it could be either a club or a staff. However, it was on a completely different level. I wonder how it wasn't able to tell what kind of thing this ball is. Maybe because it's not a weapon or something like that. It works on things other than weapons and armor, things like medicine and materials. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to identify stuff like the rare werewolf materials we've sent them. Right. Certainly, if only armor and weapons could be appraised, there would have been no point in Haruki turning the werewolf materials in for a detailed appraisal. Akin brought her face closer to the capsule-looking ball with a mysterious expression on her face. Hey, there's a slit in the middle. Should we open this? Is that true? It seems it can be opened. It says so on the memo. But, what was written in the memo? Haruki and Akin both tilted their heads at Karen as she stopped speaking. It says here that they don't know if something will come out of it. What do you mean? Let's see. It seems that this is one of 5 balls that they've obtained as drops. All 5 of them looked exactly the same, and the detailed appraisal for them was also completely unknown. But when they opened the other 4, they all had different contents. So that's why the result was completely unknown. Akin nodded several times, as if she had noticed something. Did you realize something? Yeah. Perhaps the contents of these balls aren't determined until you actually open them. So even if you do a detailed appraisal, it wouldn't be able to tell what kind of item they contained. Their contents aren't determined. For Haruki, it was an unbelievable speculation, but the theory held water. Karen, try opening that capsule. Sure. Karen stiffened her expression a bit and opened the capsule using both of her hands. Then, inside. Is it empty? No, there's something here. From Haruki's perspective, the capsule was empty. However, Karen disagreed, and quickly put her hand inside the capsule. Wow! All the way to the elbow. Haruki was startled by what he was seeing, but he quickly regained his composure. I see. This capsule must work kind of like the magic bag, right? As Haruki expected, Karen took out a bracelet larger in diameter than the capsule that contained it. It's big, huh? It's huge. It's really, really big. The bracelet's diameter was about 12 centimeters. Its width was about the right size, but its diameter was too large for it to properly fit the wrist. Chapter 86.2 86 Part 2. The bracelet had a simple design without any patterns or engravings, except for one thing. There was a small hole in the center of the bracelet. It was like a hole for a jewel. Is that a necklace? Is it a bracelet? Karen tilted her head to the side as she put her arm through the bracelet. It didn't seem like it would fit her wrist well enough. Yeah. It was too big after all. What? As her arm passed through, the bracelet shrank. It didn't get to a point where it would squeeze her wrist too much, but it wasn't too loose either. It was a perfect fit. So there are items that work like this, huh? It's the first time I've seen anything like it. Even Akin, who was an expert in equipment, was at a loss for words. Apparently, That's how rare Karen's bracelet was. It's hard to believe, but these capsules are exactly like Gaka balls, right? Gaka balls are items that can be obtained randomly from a vending machine, with items from normal to high rarity being dispensed with a fixed probability. You don't know what you'll get until you open it, and even then there's a chance you get something you already have. So these capsules deserve to be called Gaka balls as well. Looks like it. Yeah. By the looks of it, it's the only possibility. Both Akane and Karen nodded at Haruki's guess. Hey, Akane, do you know what kind of item this bracelet is? I have no idea. There's nothing like this in my database, and I can't really tell just by looking at it. Akane shook her head as if there was nothing more she could do. It seemed no different than a regular bracelet. There was nothing more she could understand from it without a detailed appraisal. This bracelet seems to be good for magic. Is it something like your stuff? Number. This may be just a guess, but this seems to be an accessory that increases defense rather than attack. After putting this on, I feel as if a fine film covered my entire body. I see. A magical accessory that covered the user with protective magic. This was a godsend for someone like Karen, who had a low defense rate. It wasn't clear by how much it increased her defense, but she could find out by testing it out in the dungeon. The reason why Karen was able to get such a perfect item for her probably had something to do with her high luck skill. Could it be that, if her luck skill were at max, and she kept on opening these Gaka balls in order to get a lot of rare items, they build a fortune? An evil thought goes past Haruki's head. However, Haruki quickly shook it away. He didn't think they would get many chances to procure Gaka balls, and even if they were to hit the market, they wouldn't be very affordable. He could purchase a few if they have the chance, but he preferred to put that idea on hold for the time being. Haruki was practically broke either way. Alright, let's see what I got. Karen's package was an unquestionably special item. What kind of special item would be awaiting him in his own package? While trying to calm his throbbing heart, Haruki opened his package. There were 2 notes inside, along with a mysterious mask. A mask. It was a white mask that reminded him of the no masks used in traditional Japanese theater plays. Like his own mask at first, he hesitated to try it on just in case it was cursed. He wasn't able to tell what kind of mask it was just by looking at it. He opened one of the notes to make sure. On the first line of the note, he found the names of Shigama and the others listed there. There was no doubt the sender was Masatsugu. That's what Haruki guessed. It seemed that Masatsugu heard in detail from Keijimitsu about the actions of Shigama and others and their results. The note contained words of apology to Haruki for the attack on Shigama and the others. It said, "I'm planning to officially apologize to you when the case in Shinjuku is cleared." After reading it, Haruki thought something was wrong. Masatsugu was wrong. "My name is Karaboshi Haruki, and my handle name is Air. I have never called myself Mr. Masked Man." "Damn it. Why are you calling me like that?" Not knowing why he was being called that, Haruki grit his teeth as he began to shed tears. Still, a top ranker had acknowledged him. The name was wrong, but Masatsugu had sent a letter to Haruki. Did this considerably increase his presence? Haruki wiped off his tears and started humming as he opened the second note. The mask's detailed appraisal data was written there. Let's see this mask. Name, hidden surface type, mask. Rarity, super rare quality, special. Effect, makes the user's presence disappear. Again, do me a favor and throw this away for me, would you? Wait, what? Throw it away? What are you talking about? This is a gift from the famous hero, Masatsugu himself. Why would anyone throw it away? I might die just by having this on me. The possibility of dying due to having a flickering presence made Haruki shiver. This was a considerably pressing situation. Haruki wanted to throw the mask into the incinerator as soon as possible. Damn it. Why is Masatsugu like this? There was something else in Masatsugu's handwriting at the bottom of that note. P.S. I believe you're looking for strong masks, so I've sent you the strongest one. I hope you like it. Greater than. It was an unnecessary consideration. And yet, the fact that he called it the strongest one was kind of scary. Haruki wanted to get rid of that mask even more now. He wanted to make it disappear. However, Akane tried to persuade him not to. I know that's what came out of the detailed appraisal, but it's missing a few things. Don't you think? If even our appraiser can't see everything this mask has to offer, then this mask surely is a very strong piece of equipment. Moreover, Its rarity is super rare. It would make no sense to throw something like this away. Yeah, but still, just being in contact with this makes you much harder to target, so you should definitely keep it close at hand. What could I do just by keeping it with me? Just being in contact with this makes you much harder to target. Something in those words resonated inside Haruki's head. So I don't have to equip it? Looks like it. Here, it says so in the description. Looking back into the note, it was definitely written on the detailed appraisal results. Hides the presence of the thing it's touching. New novel chapters are published on. It made sense then. No wonder Masatsugu would call it the strongest one. Haruki began to happily sniff around the mask, which had started to emit an increasingly dangerous scent. I could just attach it to my backpack. In Haruki's brain, the idea of a concealed portable potato turret was beginning to form. I'll attach it to my backpack later then. If the mask's concealing effect worked that way, then it would make it even more difficult for Ria to be targeted by other monsters. Then, the day after the unexpected event with the packages sent from Masatsugu, Haruki and the others went back to the dungeon to hunt. But no one expected what would happen at that time. Haruki wouldn't be able to fight. Chapter 87.1 87 Part 1 Chapters 2/4 Sponsored by Let's Be an Adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board. 87 Arc 4 Prologue. Let's check our growth's condition. Why? They were in anguish. Why did that person, being as powerful as he was, not wish to become even stronger? They had a single purpose. They had tried everything in order to fulfill it. Over thousands, tens of thousands of years. The first time, they intervened too much, and mankind was eradicated. The second time, their intervention was too scant, and mankind was forsaken. This was the third time. In this third time, they had finally seen the way ahead. This was their first chance to turn things around. There was a hero of humanity who could break them free from this deadlock. However, the euchre they played was moving at a very slow pace. Why? That was because the actors they created on the stage were only moving individually. What is the cause? I don't know. Did we observe too much? Perhaps. The summit of Babel, which extends underground, awaits the appearance of the hero. Updated from Novelbin. But the hero was still going back and forth through the entrance. That being the case, they would take the matter into their own hands. This would be their second intervention in this world. What do we need? A trial. Something to make him want to become even more powerful. But it wouldn't be good to overdo it. If they overdid it, they could end up crushing mankind again. Therefore, they carefully selected the seed. The perfect seed for the current hero. May the hero on stage reach the top of Babel as soon as possible. They were eagerly waiting for that day to come, all while listening to the euchre's melody. The next day after receiving the packages sent by Masatsugu, as usual, Haruki met with Karen in front of the garage dungeon and headed for the gate. I think I want to challenge the boss soon. Haruki said that as they descended through the gate all the way to the 15th floor. Haruki had survived without serious injury, albeit with Kagemitsu's help, against the rare species of deer and countless purple werewolves. Furthermore, when he defeated the deer, Haruki suffered a strong level-up sickness that knocked him unconscious. After such a severe level-up sickness, his physical abilities had been improved dramatically. Still, the monsters of the 15th floor were considerably powerful, and so challenging the werewolf boss was something he couldn't be reckless about. Is the boss a strong variant of werewolf? Maybe. After about a week of training, both Haruki and Karen had a pretty clear grasp of the werewolf's abilities. Their belligerent, defiant, provocative, superior abilities. Their battle sense was so high that they could easily turn the battle around just by taking advantage of the slightest mistake made by their opponent. Werewolves were the most cunning monsters they had encountered in dungeons. Was she getting anxious because Haruki had said that they would be fighting that boss? Karen's face seemed to indicate as much. We've fought them many times and we've leveled up quite a lot, so we should be fine. Well, we can fight them some more on the way there, and then we can decide whether we feel ready to fight it or not. Sounds good. There was no point throwing their lives away. No matter how healthy they were, they shouldn't take their lives for granted. Their lives took priority over the need to rush forward. After arriving at the 15th floor, Haruki checked his equipment and took out his skill board. There was a good chance he had earned a few skill points after his last battle. Haruki took out his board in order to see if he had earned any points, or if any of his skills had increased. But, as he scrolled down the board, he saw an unfamiliar text, which made him stop on his tracks. Until recently, each individual's skill tree was displayed from top to bottom of the screen. But now his skill tree was cut off after about 2/3 into it. Below that, there was now an unfamiliar text. Requirement has been met. Demograph update is now possible. Greater than. Updating demograph update complete. Some functions have become available. The log function can now be used. Ooh, I've unlocked a secret feature. Haruki never thought the skill board he had been using so far had a hidden feature. His eyes sparkled with joy. First of all, the skill board's official name was Demograph. There was a rank in the Demograph, which increased when the conditions were met. Was that hidden feature unlocked because its rank had increased? The unlocked feature was called log function. I see. Haruki muttered that as he read through the log's contents. The log unraveled the mysteries from the skill board which had been kept as a secret so far. Just a little, though. The trigger that unlocked the log function was probably defeating a rare species monster. Other than that, he hadn't done anything special that could have caused the skill board to change. But wait. That doesn't add up. If that were the case, then the function would have already been unlocked after defeating the lizardman in Chikaho with Keijamitsu. Could it be that he needed to defeat a certain number of rare species monsters in order to unlock the feature? Or was it due to his body reaching a certain level, regardless of the rare species monsters defeated? Chapter 87.2 87 Part 2 I have no clue. Haruki shook his head. He didn't have enough information. More than one day had passed after his victory over the deer. Despite that, the log hadn't changed at all after the moment it was unlocked. If there were no entries about him eating curry soup rice or having received the package from Masatsugu, then the log probably didn't react to everyday life things. Did actions that affect the skill board appear in the log? What's wrong, Karaboshi? Karen seemed to be worried about seeing Haruki staring at the skill board for so long. She had been ready for some time now and was frowning. There has been a small change in the skill board. A change? Yeah. The log function has been unlocked, but I don't understand it very well. He had to go over the skill board many times in order to try to understand just what the log function was. He had to go over it many times. The exhilarating feeling that Haruki felt when he first picked up the skill board re-emerged in Haruki's chest. He didn't know exactly how the log function could be used. Then again, if it was just a log, then it probably wouldn't be very useful. Was the trigger to increase the board's rank just to defeat some rare species monsters, or was it something else? Were there any other locked features, or was it just this log function? There was still a lot to learn about the skill board. But Haruki was amazed by the fact he knew so little about it. It stimulated his intellectual curiosity and got him worked up. Haruki was the first to find out about something that no one knew yet. He was thrilled by this situation. He put away the skill board and took his short sword in hand. For now, let's get used to our body's new levels while fighting some werewolves. Okay. Haruki expanded the range of his detection skill, looking for werewolves. A werewolf was instantly located. He then silently gave some instructions to Ria. Ria fired a warning shot at the werewolf. The potato stone flew with a bang. Then it landed on the ground. It didn't hit the werewolf, but that was fine. Haruki readied his short sword and moved forward. Recognizing Ria's warning shot, the werewolf wrinkled its snout as if laughing. Then it ran towards Haruki. A swift move. Haruki stuck out his short sword as the werewolf drew nearer. In no time, Haruki got in front of the werewolf. The werewolf raised its claw, then it swung. Then, vroom! A lightning bolt fell, making a tearing noise. The lightning bolt ran through its whole body. Every single strand of fur on its body suddenly stood up due to the lightning strike. The werewolf was stunned by the lightning bolt. Unable to move its feet, the momentum caused it to begin to fall forward. There? Haruki struck. He maximized his attack power using the opponent's own speed and weight. Haruki's short sword cut through the body of a werewolf which couldn't be pierced with ordinary weapons very easily. But the cut was shallow. Updated from Novelbin. The attacking angle had been completely off from what Haruki had intended. It was very different from the movements he had seen on those videos and what he had learned from Shigure. After getting slashed at its torso, the werewolf, no longer stunned, fell flat on its face. It rolled on the ground, escaping from the dead zone. Rat-a-tat-tat. Ria pursued the werewolf as it rolled away. A potato stone struck its backside, forcing it to slow down. Then, a second lightning bolt hit it. From that point, both Rhea and Karan kept on sandbagging the werewolf. The poor monster died without getting a chance to get back up. Leveling up is great. Amazed, Karan looked at both her staff and the dead werewolf. She had never experienced leveling up to the point it would knock her unconscious. She hadn't fainted after the deer's defeat. However, she now seemed to be aware of the difference. That's how many experience points the rare species of deer had yielded. Rhea had improved a lot as well. Her impressive growth could be understood by hearing the sound her shots made. But their sound wasn't the only thing that had changed. Rhea's throwing was now capable of piercing through werewolf hide, which was the strongest one they had found on their way to the 15th floor, causing great damage to it. She had become quite stronger. Of course, those changes were related not only to the increase in physical level but also to the increase in their skill level. Just like them, Haruki's physical ability had also improved significantly, and his skill level was higher than before. He had improved a lot, and still. What the hell was that? Haruki looked down at his hand and frowned. Back when he attacked the werewolf, a nerve-wracking pain shocked Haruki's entire body. The severe pain overwhelmed Haruki's concentration and caused him to fail an attack that would have otherwise been a sure direct hit. Then, right after the attack, the pain vanished as if it had never happened. He closed and opened his fist. He moved his body a bit. However, there were no signs of the pain he felt earlier anywhere in his body. The pain was similar to the sciatica that Haruki felt when he ruined his lower back at work. The muscles in his lower back would become stiff, and they would cause intense pain as they pressed against the nerves located in the lower back and thighs. Chapter 87.3 87 Part 3. He had completely recovered from the sciatica that once plagued him. It couldn't have been something like that. Could it be that he had been affected by one of Karan's lightning bolts? Haruki shook his head. In that case, his body should have sustained some kind of damage as well. But there was no damage. That wasn't the pain caused by a lightning strike. It was as if his head wasn't attached to his newly leveled up body. He was sure something was wrong. Convinced of that, he began taking the dead werewolf apart. Then he looked for his next target. Once again, Rhea threw another potato stone to lure a werewolf, and a new battle started. This time be more careful. Conscious of the situation with his body, Haruki played it safe so as to not overdo it. He parried the werewolf's attack, then cut its arm lightly. Since he wasn't at his strongest, he only managed to make a small cut. I feel no pain now, though. Haruki was able to attack with his usual moves, probably because he moved his body carefully. After making sure his body was okay, Haruki put his strength into his limbs and approached the werewolf. The next attack would be done at full strength. Gah! Once again, severe pain ran over Haruki's body like a truck. The werewolf's claw approached Haruki's neck, which was stiff in pain. He tried to dodge it, but the pain wouldn't let him. During that time, the claws continued to get closer and closer. Just before its claws pierced into Haruki's neck, Asta jumped. Spinning in midair, Asta repelled the werewolf's claws. Using the momentum from blocking the attack, Asta bounced back to Haruki's waist. At the same time, Haruki stepped back. Rat-a-tat-tat. Matching Haruki's actions, Karan and Rhea attacked the werewolf at the same time. The werewolf, who was shattered by the onslaught unleashed by those two, let out a sad cry as it died. Is something wrong, Karaboshi? She seemed to have realized something was off. After the battle was over, Karan hurriedly sprinted towards Haruki. Frustrated that he couldn't move well, Haruki shook his head while looking down. Are you okay? Your movements seemed a bit strange. Are you not feeling well? I don't know. Did she think Haruki was injured? Karan seemed worried as she held her staff close to her chest. Behind Haruki's back, Rhea tapped his shoulder lightly. Her gentle tapping seemed to be her trying to say don't overdo it. Nothing happens if I move lightly, but whenever I put all my strength into it, it hurts a lot. Are you sick? We need to find a doctor. Karan went pale and was taken aback. Pat 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 pat. Rhea seemed to be putting a bit more strength into her patting. But I don't feel any pain if I do anything else. Even if I went to see a doctor, I wouldn't be able to explain what's wrong with me. Going to see a doctor was hard. Whenever someone had a cold or something like that, they could get rid of it with a town doctor, but otherwise they would have to go to a big city. And even when they did go to a big city, hospitals that wouldn't have as much equipment as they did before the stampede. Hospitals in Tokyo may be able to get the same level of examination as before, but just barely. Unlike Tokyo, Sapporo was a suburban city. There was no way he could get a proper examination done there. To make things worse, Haruki's symptoms were too unclear. He didn't know what the source of the pain was, and light movements would cause no pain at all. The only thing he knew was that whenever he tried to do something with all his strength, the pain would appear and it would hit him like a jolt of electricity. Haruki couldn't tell if there had been any other changes in his body. Medical care wasn't that perfect that it would be able to tell what kind of condition he had, just with nothing more than a "somehow my body hurts sometimes." It was easy for Haruki to imagine a future in which he would not understand anything even if he took an appointment, had a medical examination, and took the time needed for tests and getting diagnosed. With that in mind, it would be faster and more effective to simply rely on the medicine used by adventurers to improve or alleviate Haruki's symptoms. Though he was worried about unwanted side effects, having defeated a total of 2 werewolves, Haruki decided to play it safe, or rather, Karen and Ria made him do so, and left the dungeon. Since Akane had been present in many adventures, she would probably have some idea about Haruki's illness. Expecting that, Haruki went to Akane's shop. Haruki told her symptoms to Akane, who was melting in the heat of the sun. "Do you know of any medicine that can relieve these symptoms? If possible, I'd like something that improves my condition, but I don't care if I have to take the worst painkillers." Updated from Novelbin. When Haruki started inquiring about medicine, Akane, who had been leaning sloppily against the counter listening, suddenly changed her complexion and stood up straight. Contrary to the prefab's heat, Akane's expression was cold and somewhat serious. "Would you be willing to retire as an adventurer?" Chapter 88.1 Chapters 3/4 sponsored by 88 Part 1 Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 88. Let's learn about the treatment method. Would you be willing to retire as an adventurer? What? Updated from Novelbin. Haruki failed to understand what Akane had said for a moment. Retire as an adventurer? Me? When he finally understood the meaning of Akane's words, Haruki's blood began to rise to his head. "What are you talking about? Joking, right? There's no way I would quit being an adventurer." "I'm not joking." "Then why are you talking about that all of a sudden?" "Because I've heard about this condition of yours." Akane was looking straight at him. She didn't seem to be joking or asking him out of whim. She was serious about it. However, no matter how serious she was, there was no room for consideration. Haruki had just become an adventurer last spring. Only 3 short months had passed since he had fulfilled his long-sought wish of becoming an adventurer. His level was rising steadily, and his skills were getting considerably stronger. Without any information, he had tackled the garage dungeon and reached all the way down to the middle floors. He had just gotten started being an adventurer. There was still so much more he could do. The endless road was completely clear to Haruki's eyes. There was no way he could consider quitting at this point. "I have absolutely no intention to quit, even if no longer human." "Huh?" Akane's words fell on him like a splash of cold water. The blood that had risen to his head cooled down and started to recede. "What do you mean?" "I only have a bit of information about it, but it seems to be a side effect of leveling up. If they keep on leveling up rapidly, normal creatures can turn into monsters." Both Haruki and Karen's faces stiffened after hearing Akane's words. The general public had a tendency to shirk adventurers, who could obtain physical abilities that are far beyond the average human being. Some ordinary people who hate adventurers would even think that adventurers are nothing but some kind of wannabe army of mere criminals. 5 years had passed since the first stampede. Unfortunately, the world had yet to fully accept adventurers. Leveling up could turn him into a monster. Haruki could easily imagine that if this rumor were to be leaked to the outside, adventurers would be in a dangerous position, especially since so little is known about this condition. Akane sighed and sat back on her chair. What did she think about Karen and Haruki's faces? "If you defeat the monsters that appear in a dungeon, you will feel that your body is getting stronger, unlike defeating ordinary animals, right? That's how much the monsters in the dungeon are capable of strengthening your body." "I don't know what that is yet, but I think it's some kind of life energy." "Defeating a monster actually strengthens your body." "Then, what if you defeat a lot of monsters and strengthen your body a lot?" "In animal experiments, There have been results when their bodies themselves had changed. Ordinary animals have become monsters. In other words, Akane made a short pause and furrowed her brow. It is very likely that the change in your body is the same phenomenon those animals experienced. The energy obtained by defeating monsters is accumulated without being taken into your body. So your body itself changes, and that's why your body hurts. I'm going to turn into a monster? Haruki scraped those words together out of his dry throat. It was a dreadfully shrill voice. That's possible. That's why I'd advise you to retire now, because the best way to avoid turning into a monster is to stop taking energy from monsters into your body altogether. Are there any other adventurers with this condition? There are, but only a few. Maybe this only happens when the rate of energy getting accumulated exceeds the rate of its absorption into the body. Akane then shrugged her shoulders, saying people who level up really fast like you are more likely to get this condition. But why only Karaboshi? It may not be just him. So could I have this condition as well? If there is it, then it's possible you have it too. I see. Akane and Karen exchanged a few words. Haruki was dumbfounded by their conversation. Haruki and Karen formed a team in order to tackle the dungeon. They were almost the same level, but so far only Haruki had shown to have any symptoms. Damn it! Haruki clicked his tongue and put his hand on his forehead. There was no mistaking the reason why he was leveling up so fast. It was his growth acceleration skill. He had never expected that skill to be such a pitfall. There's no medicine to cure it, right? And there's no medicine that can alleviate the symptoms either. I can't believe this. It can't be cured? He couldn't find the words to finish what he was trying to say. The future before him seemed bleak. We adventurers have this universal medicine we could use, right? Wouldn't that help somehow? It won't. This is not a disease. Karen put her hands together in front of her chest as if praying. Chapter 88.2 88 Part 2. Just like Haruki, her face seemed as if she had just witnessed the end of the world. So, what are you going to do? I'd probably quit being an adventurer if I were in your shoes. If possible, I'd like to continue being an adventurer. However, if he were to continue, he could eventually become a monster. No matter how strong he wanted his presence to be, Haruki didn't want to become a burden to others. To begin with, Haruki was already unable to fight properly. Even if he decided to keep being an adventurer, there was a chance he would not be able to fight because of his intense pain. With that in mind, Haruki couldn't bring himself to say I want to continue being an adventurer no matter what. Akane, who had been staring motionlessly at Haruki, suddenly relaxed her shoulders. Oh well, I understand how you feel. I don't recommend it very much, but there might be a way to get rid of this condition. This doesn't mean that it's guaranteed to improve your situation, so don't get your hopes up just yet. That said, Akane took out a map from under the counter. She flipped through the pages, stopped at the page showing Asahikawa and pointed at it with her finger. There's a hot spring here called Kamui Springs. The hot water of these springs comes from out of a dungeon. Will I get better if I drink the water from those hot springs? Huh? Wait. I didn't. How many liters? How many liters should I drink? Wait. Calm down. Akane desperately tried to calm the overly excited Haruki. All you need to do is soak in its waters. There were some cases where people got better from their ailments by soaking in the hot springs that come out of that dungeon. Drinking the hot water could be more effective. But there's no need to gulp the whole thing down. You know? Haruki tilted his head in confusion as if he hadn't expected that answer from the flustered Akane. Will that really help me get better? He was about to become a monster. It was hard to believe that such an abnormal condition could be alleviated just by soaking in a hot spring. I'm not talking about these Kamui springs in particular, but I've heard that people have gotten better by soaking in the hot water that comes from the dungeon. I don't know if hot water will dissipate the energy that wasn't absorbed into your body, or if it will promote its absorption by improving your circulation. This is information that our company has gathered, but there's a good chance it's all nonsense. So again, don't get your hopes up just yet. If anything bad happens, it'll be your responsibility. I see. That made sense. Haruki nodded humbly. By the way, how many days should I stay soaking in the hot spring? Why are you assuming you have to stay in there for days? Just stay for a while and come out before you get all soggy. Akane raised her voice behind the counter. Why was she making such a big deal out of this? Haruki was confused. Visit novelbin.com for the best novel reading experience. If it's Karaboshi, I wouldn't be surprised if he stayed inside the hot springs for a long time. Karen was staring down and smiling bitterly as she said that. She probably understood what Akane was feeling. What are you girls talking about? If I stay in for a long time, I should get better faster, right? Both Karen and Akane were staring at him with eyes so cold he could almost hear them say, look here, and I knew it. Karen, do me a favor and do keep an eye on this guy. Yes, leave it to me. Excuse me? Saying I need to be taken care of, like some child? Haruki, 28, was no longer at an age where he would have to be under Anone's care. Please don't treat me like a child. With a sour face, Haruki folded his arms. Soaking in the hot springs for 1 hour a day should be enough. The effects should be starting to appear in anywhere between 3 days to a week. Since so few adventurers are known to have this condition, I don't know for certain exactly how long it will take. So if I just stay soaking in them the whole day, I should get better faster. Ouch! Ria slapped Haruki on the back of his head. Trembling, Haruki nodded at Ria's intimidating pose, as if she was saying cut it out and listen to them. Well, you've been spending all these days inside of dungeons, right? Think of it as a break, soak in the hot springs and just relax. That's true. But Akane's words made sense. He had become an intermediate adventurer after the second stampede. Then he fought against Chikuho's monster parade, and survived the fierce battle against the rare species of deer without any rest. He wanted to look ahead sooner. More than anything, he wanted to enjoy scenery no one had experienced from a special seat. That uncontrollable urge was still swirling inside Haruki's chest. However, no matter how eager he was, Haruki couldn't fight at his best. He would just end up getting himself killed. Chapter 88.3 88 Part 3 It could be a good idea to take a good rest and recharge his own batteries. Never mind, I get it. I'll go soak in the Kamui Springs for the time being. What are you? I'll go as well. Karen cut Haruki off before he could ask her. Karen didn't feel any pain during battle, unlike Haruki. They had been leveling up together, but she didn't have a growth acceleration skill like Haruki. It didn't seem necessary that Karen went to the hot springs as well. Still, she shook her head. If I let you soak in the hot springs by yourself, you'll just stay there until you melt. So I'll go too, so you don't do anything stupid. Oh, Karen clenched her fist with determination. She didn't seem to trust Haruki in that regard. But I'll be on the men's side of the hot springs. How are you planning to stop me? Hee. Karen tilted her head to the side with a big smile on her face. She looked like an innocent little girl, embarrassed about something she didn't know about. But seeing her face sent a shiver down Haruki's spine. She had like this as a poisonous aura around her, as if she was some kind of torturer picking which method of torture she'd try this time. Why, you could stay and train by yourself in the garage dungeon. I owe you a favor, Karaboshi. If you're in trouble, I'm obligated to do everything in my power to help you. But whenever you purchase equipment for us both, you secretly cover for some of my expenses, don't you? You've always paid for me, so this time I'll pay for your hot spring therapy. Haruki's mouth dried under the pressure of not being able to say number. He had never seen Karen make such a scary face. Her overly polite voice only made her sound even scarier. No, but I'll pay for you. Okay. Haruki's resistance shattered against Karen's pressure, which felt like a dagger pressed against his throat. So, how about doing a little job while you're in Asahikawa? The seriousness was already completely gone from Akane's face. What kind of job? It's a request to clean up after the last stampede. A cleanup. That's right. They've found out that monsters who have escaped the dungeon after the stampede were lurking in a nearby forest. They are asking for someone who can deal with them. I see. A stampede is a phenomenon in which monsters start overflowing out of a dungeon. The only ways to stop a stampede are to either defeat the boss that commanded those monsters, or exterminating all of the monsters that had escaped. Updated from Novelbin. Ideally, the best way to deal with a stampede would be to defeat each monster as it comes out of the dungeon. But it never works that well in reality. Destroying the monsters that pop out of the dungeon one after another without missing any of them proved to be a very difficult thing to accomplish. Even more so, since amateur members of the Self-Defense Force also participate in defensive battles related to monster subjugation. In fact, there were only a handful of dungeons in Japan that had managed to suppress a stampede perfectly. The garage dungeon was one of them, but it was only a matter of luck. If monsters from the middle floors had joined the stampede, it would have been impossible to suppress it. Leaving that aside, The dungeon at Asahikawa was one of those where they weren't completely able to destroy all monsters that escaped it. Apparently, the reason a cleanup request was made was that the self-defense force in Asahikawa were having a difficult time dealing with the monsters. The entrance to the Asahikawa dungeon was in Kamiokoten. Haruki had never visited it, but he knew where Kamiokoten was. It was a very secluded region. To make things worse, the terrain there was rough, full of mountains, forest, rivers, and cliffs. That kind of terrain was rather disadvantageous for the self-defense forces to handle monsters on their own. Akane, I thought I just talked about not being able to fight? Haruki asked himself if she perhaps hadn't understood that part. Akane puffed her lips and uttered the HMPH as if she was asking him, who do you think you're dealing with here? The request start date is in 2 weeks. The monsters that escaped from the dungeon are all small fry. Even for intermediate adventurers, they should be good enough for your rehabilitation, right? Akane puffed up her big chest. What do you think? I have everything covered. Seeing that, Karen squinted her eyes. Shouldn't he check his own physical condition after soaking in the hot springs? Still, I've been very kind to think this through with such a level of detail. You must think I'm some kind of angel, right? With that slightly dirty, self-praising aura she was giving off, there was no way Haruki would have wanted to say anything to compliment her. Rather than words of gratitude, there was nothing he wanted to give her in return more than a punch. But he held his fist in check. HMPH. Give me the details first. Chapter 89.1. 89 Part 1. Chapters 4/4 sponsored by Let's be an adventurer. Defeating dungeons with a skill board 89. Let's get healed in Asahikawa's hot springs. HMPH. Give me the details first. The request is for intermediate adventurers. It's an extermination request in which all adventurers who applied for it must participate. To complete the request, 30 of the monsters that lurk around the dungeon must be exterminated. There will be no reward for participating, and traveling fees will be at the participant's expense. The reward is 30,000 yen per subjugated monster. Request clear points for will be paid according to the degree of contribution. The more you defeat, the more points you will get. You will be free to keep the materials harvested from the monsters you defeat and do with them as you see fit. Yakibashi is planning to open a branch office on the day this request starts, so please sell your materials there. Would anyone take on that request? According to Akane's explanation, the request was full of disadvantages. If there was one advantage to this request, apart from the materials one could obtain, was the reward of 30,000 yen per defeated monster. Selling the material of a single werewolf can yield up to 10,000 yen. But to get 30,000 yen just by defeating a monster that is overwhelmingly weaker than a werewolf would be a good profit. Add that to the money one could make by selling the materials obtained from each monster, and one could get quite a lot of money from this request. However, if a lot of adventurers were to participate, there could be a lot of competition, and it was possible some of them wouldn't be able to defeat a single monster. Not being able to defeat a single monster meant you actually lose money for taking this request. In addition, the request also awarded points for the NA ranking depending on the number of monsters defeated. The request wasn't that appealing to Haruki. Saying you won't participate, why would I? I mean, of course, I have to go to Asahikawa either way. But with a request like that I think it'd be better off just jumping into the dungeon and defeating the monsters that are still inside. Especially now, Haruki could get around 10,000 yen from defeating a single werewolf. It was more convenient for him in terms of both money and battle experience to get better and then continue to hunt in the garage dungeon, where the income was more reliable than to take on this request. To make things worse, one could get more points for NA by taking several material delivery jobs than with this request. Unfortunately, the monster material delivery jobs that currently appeared in the garage dungeon had yet to be posted on the NA request boards. Why isn't there any delivery request for werewolf materials here in Hokkaido? That's strange. They couldn't make the request higher, could they? They can't. The money for it comes from the local government. I see. If the local government was the client, it made sense that they couldn't afford to pay a lot of money. The local government gets its money from taxes, and money to cover any expenses that would greatly exceed the budget set at the beginning of the year cannot be procured that quickly. Large sums of money can be moved given proper time. But this was a race against time. There would be no time to wait for both the preparation of the supplementary budget and the Diet's approval. Stampedes were similar to natural disasters, but it was difficult to prepare a budget in advance for them because they did not always occur. The state's budget wasn't infinite. They needed to be prepared in an organized and limited way. If there is a possibility that some of it would not be used, both the Diet and the government would feel that the budget will be better placed where it was needed. However, dealing with monsters was something that needed to be done immediately. If the government knows that the monsters are on the loose and do nothing until they are financially prepared to deal with it, people would surely be hurt and they would be held accountable for it. So they had to deal with these situations as fast as possible, but with as little money as possible. That was why the reward for this request was so low. How about doing it as a contribution to society? Yeah, but Haruki didn't seem convinced. Akane sighed deliberately. Team Ariel is in charge of this request. Huh? The lack of reward for simply participating in this request was Keigemitsu's decision. Haruki owed Ariel a lot, and to Keigemitsu in particular. Keigemitsu had helped him defeat the rare species monster in the garage dungeon. Though Keigemitsu did so in order to repay Haruki for his help during the monster parade in Chikaho. If he were to sponsor an extermination battle, Haruki wouldn't be too reluctant to join him. I've just remembered. It seems that the 3 adventurers and teams with the highest number of defeated monsters in this request will be posted on Keigemitsu's blog later. Haruki's ears twitched at those words Akane said with a nasty smile on her face. If you are the one who defeats the most monsters, it means that you are the best among the adventurers who have taken that request. That's something very appealing to companies looking for adventurers to sponsor, you know? And it's very noticeable. Let's go, Karen. I'll do my best to get first place. Haruki had distanced himself from the dungeons in order to get healed at a hot spring and accepted a request that wasn't appealing for him, but he didn't feel discouraged at all. Rather than that, he was more motivated than ever. The reason for that was that he had a good chance to get noticed if he were to get first place at that extermination battle. The extent of his ability would be displayed in a ranking, and he would be commended in Keigemitsu's blog, which had a lot of visitors. This was a rare opportunity for him to increase his presence. There was no way Haruki wouldn't be excited about this. Visit novelbin.com for the best novel reading experience. After preparing for their expedition, Haruki starts the car. Karen was sitting on the passenger's seat, while Ria and Esther were sitting on the back seats. It seemed that Ria and Karen stared fiercely at each other, fighting over who would get the passenger's seat. But Ria had promised to look after Esther. Chapter 89.2 89 Part 2. Reluctantly, Ria surrendered the passenger's seat and went to the back seat with her leaves looking all droopy and sad. Karen, just making sure, but don't use any magic while we're in Asahikawa, okay? Sure. But how about not even secretly? Maybe she was planning to try to use magic only when there was no one around. Akane seemed sad after being warned against it before she could even ask about it. It was okay to use magic when no one was watching. However, at that place, only maybe no one would be watching, so maybe someone could be watching as well. No matter how hard you check, there's always the risk of overlooking someone. Haruki, who had worked for a printing company, knew this very well. First proofreading, second proofreading, sales, production, the customer, the editor. How many times would typographical errors be found after multiple checks and printing? Human judgment is not absolute. Even if you rack your brain thinking how could something like this ever happen? They could very well happen later on. Using magic under unknown circumstances was a dangerous thing. But wouldn't that make me a bit useless? Or, come on. Don't say that. It's not like that. Haruki denied the disappointed Karen's words. Until recently, Karen had been fighting on the 15th floor of the garage dungeon. She usually fought using magic, but her physical abilities were on par with the 15th floor of the dungeon, which was not a bad thing at all. Besides, there's something I've been wanting Karen to try, so this is a perfect chance. If that were to work, then she definitely wouldn't feel useless anymore. Before the first stampede, the travel distance between K-Town and Asahikawa was about 100 kilometers. By Hokkaido residents' standards, it was just around the corner. Asahikawa is the second largest city in Hokkaido, and was considered a core city. However, the population quickly declined after the first stampede, by a mix of a declining birth rate and an increased population of senior citizens. Now all one could feel were the remnants of a bygone prosperity. Still, the number of people living in K-Town cannot be compared to that of that city. Shops that sell materials brought back from the dungeon, restaurants, furniture stores, and so on are scattered all over the place. After 4 hours of traveling on a rough road, Haruki found the inn he was looking for. The inn was Kamui Springs, a hot spring resort that drew its hot water from the dungeon. While Karen procured their room at the counter, Haruki cried as he held the luggage. Even though I'm standing right here at the counter, nobody notices me. The room was split in two, one side for men, and the other one for women. Ria and Esther weren't included in the number of people, so they rented a single room for all 4 of them. The interior seemed pretty basic, but it didn't matter because their purpose wasn't to do sightseeing or be extremely comfortable, but to get healed via their hot springs. After taking their luggage into the room, Haruki immediately took his yukata and towel and headed for the hot springs. It had been quite a while since he last visited a hot spring. He was getting all excited about it. There used to be a hot spring in K-Town. However, after the first stampede, it became difficult to maintain the pumping equipment, so the hot spring facilities in K-Town were closed at the moment. There were many hot spring facilities across the country that had to be closed since they couldn't be properly maintained. However, since Kamui Springs drew its waters from the dungeon, it was still open as a hot spring facility. A natural rock bath with a free-flowing water source. Small sulfur flowers floated on the clear water. A beautiful board hung from the wall of the open-air bath. The effects of the hot spring were written there: heals bruises, joint pains, muscle pains, low back pains, helps recover from fatigue and motor dysfunctions, and makes your skin more beautiful. I wonder how effective this actually is. In the past, in a more peaceful time, Haruki would have thought those effects listed there were kind of suspicious, or at the very least he would have paid no mind to such a board. But now, Haruki's eyes were fixed on the motor dysfunction written on the board. So these Kamui Springs can actually heal such conditions, huh? Amazing. It was the complete opposite of what he would have thought otherwise. At this point, Haruki could be talked into drinking detergent under the premise that it would make him feel better. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Haruki was by himself in the open-air bath. He had reserved it exclusively for himself. It was really luxurious. The spellbound Haruki soaked into the hot springs all the way up to his shoulders. A blissful voice leaked from the back of his throat. The hot water was at just the right temperature and permeated to the core of his body. Haruki closed his eyes and entrusted himself to the comfortable hot water while listening to the sound of the hot springs flowing in. After a while, he felt something was going around his body. It was the feeling of blood flowing through recently opened vessels, warming a body that was as if it had been frozen solid. Could it be that the energy my body couldn't absorb had hardened up, and now it's being melted by the hot springs and starting to circulate? Haruki scooped some water up and drank it. The hot water had a slight acidity and a refreshing aftertaste. It entered Haruki's body and warmed his stomach from the inside. Haruki once again focused his attention on the changes in his body, but he couldn't feel any further changes. Even if he drank the hot water, there was no sign that his recovery would be accelerated. If it had accelerated his recovery, he would have drunk the entire hot springs. But it didn't make much sense to drink this water. Haruki leaned against the rocky wall of the bathtub and soaked his shoulders. The long bathtub stretched in front of him. He could see a red thing in the bathtub. It was Esther. With nothing but his little feet emerging from the water, he used them dexterously to swim about. Hey! Esther was surprised as Haruki grabbed the side of the bathtub. After realizing it was Haruki, he made a gesture and laughed as if he was embarrassed. What do you think you're doing? Like, how did you get here? Esther, who was flustered at Haruki's gaze, tried to make excuses using its tiny feet. I'm worried about you, you know? I mean, what are we going to do if someone sees you here? No matter how tame he was, Esther was still a monster. He would cause a great uproar in the eyes of the general public. People could even try to hunt him down. Even more so since they weren't in their hometown of K-Town, but in the completely unfamiliar Asahikawa. The worst was more likely to happen. Don't be doing as you please from now on, scolded by Haruki. Esther shrunk disheartenedly. He looked a bit cute, but he couldn't make Haruki feel pity for him. If he were to lose Esther here out of sympathy, He would never be able to forgive himself. Perhaps Sister had been sent in to make sure Haruki didn't do anything rash. New novel chapters are published on. Both Karen and Ria were girls, so they couldn't get into the men's section. Esther would be the one to rely on for that purpose. So I can't just be here and do whatever I like. Haruki let out a sigh. However, Haruki didn't think badly of Esther, Karen, and Ria for being worried about him. No one would be worried about him if there was no one around him, even if they are worried or depressed, even if they are stripped of their free time. Those feelings were hard to come by those days, and that's why they were precious.